My boy, the day you were born, the very colleges of Kanto whispered the name. Labman. I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of knowledge. Remember, our lab has always ruled with wisdom and synonyms for wisdom. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your huge power.
Executing placeholder.exe. Suggest fossil revival at names in the comments.
But the truest victory, my boy, is stirring the hearts of your interns. I tell you this, for when my tenure has come to an end, you shall be T-Rex.
It's 8 a.m. Do you know which fossil you chose? Alright, if you can see and hear me, please say, praise Helix. What other phrase could it be? If you can't, then I'll know something is wrong. Maybe I should have picked a different phrase, because I think people would say that anyway. Okay. Praise Helix. Sponsored by Helix Sleep. No, we're not sponsored by anyone. That's not true. We're sponsored by the Patreons. Good morning, everyone. There's no music. Hang on. Okay, there should be music, but it might be too loud. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Or if I'm too loud or too quiet. Well, you can't see the list. Hang on. There we go. Okay. Now I think everything is working. Possibly. Too loud. Okay. I've turned the music down. How loud am I now? I think this is working. It should be okay now. I'm looking at all of the meters. I could be a bit louder. Okay. But then somebody else tells me my voice level is perfect. Okay. Well, I'd rather be a bit too quiet because I can fix it later, but if I'm too loud, I can't fix that. Okay. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. I thought this is a stream. I thought this was a video. Look at the title of the stream. Well, I mean, it is a stream, first of all. But look at the title of the stream. Does it not have, in gigantic capital letters at the end, a hint that this could actually be live? Anything that could give you an inkling. I'm afraid you might not get hired at Cinnabar Labs. It's endless. assuming people read. It's endless. Hey, this background might be familiar.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
We've decided to keep you here for another 50 cycles. With endless options for renewal. With endless options for renewal. With endless options for renewal.
Hope is an illusion!
Even if it takes forever! Forever!
Madness will consume you! Oh my goodness, this is awful!
It's endless. It's endless. Pretty much everything is filmed in the park next to where I live. It also, hopefully you enjoyed the intro. It was not filmed in a sandstorm. It was actually raining, which was really, really annoying. Although, we'll see that despite fossil Pokemon certainly being strongly identified with the rock type, a lot of them actually have swift swim. Or at least the main reason you would even use them is because they're swift swimmers, and not because they're sand rushers, as we'll see. Alright, so welcome everyone. We'll probably spend the first 30-ish minutes, maybe an hour, getting everything in order, and then once we're ready to go, we'll go ahead and start talking about the Pokemon. So I think the first thing we have to do is we need to actually choose the tier names, because there's a new feature on Tier Maker. Look at this live voting poll. You can set up, I guess, I have no idea how this works, but I think you can set up an event where people can actually vote, and then you can like display their votes. Now, I don't really care what you guys say. Like, it's not going to affect how we rank things, but it might be interesting to include. But before we do that, we need to actually choose the tier names. So we're not actually ranking Crustle, but Crustle is here. Because, of course, there needs to be a crust that you have to break to actually excavate. So how many fossils are there? There's not that many. So I don't think we need that many tiers. We probably just need one for, like, really good. Okay? Bad, and then really bad, right? And I guess the themes could be... They don't necessarily have to be the letters, right? They can just be about fossil things, right? So it could be like Survivor or like Apex Predator. Bottom could just be extinct. Could be endangered right above extinct. And then I don't think anything's actually going in the crust, right? You just have to go beneath the crust. Perhaps the only one below crust will be extinct. So if you're extinct, you're probably gray, right? Why can't I select gray? Oh, no, what? Choose a label back. Did I choose it? Okay, I did choose it. There it is, extinct. So weird. The one that you select is the one that's not circled. It's like backwards, right? F for fossil fuels, I kind of like that. That's like the most you're gonna get out of them. It depends on the other, the theming of the other tiers, though. How about a Jurassic Park theme? Oh, don't worry, we'll say all the important lines. And then I guess we can do this. So you got Apex Predators. This one can be green, I guess. This one can be yellow. And then what color is the crust? I guess the crust is like a darker yellow. Okay, I like those colors. There we go. This is sus actually with a $2 microtransaction. Bottom tier Coprolite, please. I'm going to be mentioning Coprolites with Shieldon, because you revive Shieldon from a Coprolite. B for Bedrock, but the Bedrock should be below the crust, right? S is for Sir. I don't think they have to be... They don't necessarily have to be the letters. B for Brock's Boldest, but normally the Brock's Bricks. I do think F should be Fossil Fools. Why would they be fools? Brock doesn't even use any fossils until Gen 2. You have A and B. Do we even need, like, an S? We kind of don't, right? We don't have that many Pokemon to rank. I mean, we can see the Bronze Age. Our Bronze Age is collapsing. B for belongs in a museum. That could work. And this channel only works because of generous contributors like the Immortal Unk with a 50-hit pin missile. Thank you to the Immortal Unk for the 50-hit pin missile. He spared no expense. Well, let's do this. How many tiers do we need? So let's... 1, 2, 3, 4 is probably enough, right? S for spared no expense. S-A-B. You could just leave the crust there as a fake tier. That's what I'm gonna do. So if we have Apex Predators, and we have Fossil Fuels... So it has to be like a survival theme, right? So they're not quite Apex themes, but they're not quite the Apex, but they're not extinct yet, right? So these could be like endangered. If I could spell that. These could be like endangered. So what's between endangered and Apex Predators? A for adaptable. At risk? At risk is kind of... A could just be alive. Yeah. It's like so plain. Just alive. That's pretty good. Okay, so we have... I like that. So we have apex predators. If you're not at the apex, you're alive. That's actually pretty good for this. You might be endangered, but for some, you're below the crust, and the best use of you is going to be as a fossil fuel. I like this. And then just to make it, I guess, a bit less confusing, I'll just call this the crust. There we go. You know, there's not two A tiers. Forget about the letters. There we go. Oh yeah, remind me to talk about InGen. When we mention InGenerations. For those who don't know, InGen is the name of the company in Jurassic Park. They're the ones that actually revive the fossils. We're going to be talking about a lot of important Jurassic Park lines. There's a lot of them. So the theme of the intro was... I imagine there's some people that were just really confused by the intro. How have you not seen the Wrath of the Lich King trailer? Don't you know this is a Warcraft channel? But the main thing we're going to be talking about in the tier list, probably, the theming is going to be Jurassic Park. Everybody knows Jurassic Park. Okay, great. And this is probably enough tiers. Like, let's just pretend. Let's see if we space them out. We don't have to space them out equally, but if we were to just do that, how would it look? Pretty good. So one of the tiers is going to be lopsided. Unless we spread them out more. Yeah, this is probably fine. So let's try and very roughly, actually tier these just to see what it might look like, right? Don't pay too much attention to this. We're just sampling here. So let's see. I'd probably do something like this, right? Where's the actual good one? That one, right? And this thing's okay. You got some like Swift Swim utility. Which of these would you like actually use? Probably this one was okay, right? You could like bolt beak stuff, but you'd probably use Dracozolt for that, and then Lileep is just like fine for like defense stuff. Relicanth is people don't respect Relicanth. Anorith was not very good. Rampardos, like, people joke about how ass Rampardos is, but, like, it's actually okay if you're actually, like, playing the game normally. Shieldon is a giga ass, so unbelievably awful. Amaura is okay. What am I talking about? Amaura is horrendous. Caracosta was, like, okay. Tyrantrum was, like, actually pretty good. Probably put that above there. You could Shell Smash in Gen 5. That was, like, okay. Yeah, roughly this. I think the only two that are, like, really, truly abominable and, like, extinct would be Shieldon, obviously. Amaura, arguably. Because of Snow Warning. If it wasn't for Snow Warning, it'd be, like, super, super, super terrible. Instead, it's just super terrible. Maybe with, like, one superlative. Kind of that, I think. Roughly. $10 macrotransaction from Noctis Ali. Thank you for funding our operations here at InGen 1. The only gen people care about. It's only fitting for a stream like this to dig up the ancient memes. All hail the Helix. We're going to talk about Helix for sure. Also, I heard he's a mighty Patreon, so he should consider S tier. When we talk about Patreon, we have to talk about, I guess, an Eevee fossil, maybe. And I guess that'll be like the rock type. Thank you for the $10 macro transaction. Okay, I think that's... Yeah, well, thanks for tuning in, everyone. That's our list. No, I think this is enough tiers. I don't really think we need another one, right? This is probably fine. Well, thanks for watching, everyone. That's probably good enough. So, Apex Predators, these would be Pokemon that are legitimately good, right? Is Aerodactyl that good? Well, it's really cool. And then Alive, these guys are basically just swift swimmers that you would actually use. You could bolt beak stuff. Tyrantrum's actually got, like, really good stats. Like, really good stats. But it was born in the wrong generation. Then I think most of these in Endangered, you can do something with them, right? They're not totally useless. Anorith's pretty bad. Anorith's pretty bad. How bad is Arctovish? It's kind of bad. Arctovish is kind of just a... Which one's Arctovish? This is Dracovish, right? This one's Arctovish. And this is... Oh, hang on. So this is... This is Dracovish. This is Dracozolt? This is Actozolt, and this is Arctovish. Okay. Oh, it's so confusing. So I feel like I want to say the head part first, but that's not always the case, right? Because the Draco part is the body, but you actually say the fish part for it's like Dracovish. Oh. Well, we don't have to talk about that for a while. Okay, yeah, this is roughly good enough. Obviously, we're going to talk about this way more in depth when we actually rank them. And this is just rough, and so the final rankings might not be like this, but we're just testing to see if it looks okay with this many tiers, and yeah, I think that's fine. $5 like transaction from Dark Wellorbees. He says, I used Bastardon in Pokemon Battle Revolutions post-game. Post-game. Okay. And got out-healed by a random Gloom's Ingrain. I know it's PBR, but it's the worst fossil by far. I don't really think that's a strike against Bastardon, because it's a defensive Pokemon, but yeah, obviously it's the worst fossil, right? It's not even close. It's so bad. It's so unbelievably bad. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll put everything... What? Do I have to... Oh, reset. There we go. Okay, it really reset it. Well, that's annoying. I guess because I ranked everything, I can't pull them out anymore. Alright, so crust, extinct, endangered, alive. There we go. And we gotta change the colors again. Make that one darker. Oh, it was fossil fuels, you're right. Okay, great. And then we'll reform the crust. And we'll just put everything in order. And then we'll set up the... we'll set up this live voting poll, because I don't really know how that works. We'll see. I think I set it up, and then I put, like, a link in the chat, and then you can vote on it. I have no idea. We'll see. Let's just put everything in order here. So we're probably going to do Helix first. And then what was next? There was no Gen 2, so then 3 we've got... What comes first? Anorith or Lileep? I guess we'll talk about Anorith first. There we go. And then it's Gen 4, so Rampardos and Bastiodon. Then it's Gen 5, so that's Archen and Tirtouga. And then Tyrunt and Amaura. And then these 4. And what order are we going to talk about the Galar fossils in? Probably this. Probably talk about Dracovish last, because Dracovish is the only one anybody cares about. Perfect, okay. That looks good. Okay, now how does this work? Use this URL, yes. What are we voting on? Pokemon fossils. Voting window. I guess it is a live stream, right? But I all users vote on the same image at the same time. Okay, that makes sense. Or voting window. Allows voting to be open from 1 hour to 1 week. I guess it makes sense to just have it open? But we're literally doing it live, right? So maybe we'll do this. Live stream settings. Oh, no, okay, no. Let's do voting window then. 1 week. Okay, well, there's no point in that. I guess we'll make it a day. See, this is why we needed to label them. What did we call? So Apex Legends or something. And what was this one? It was Alive. Endangered. Crust is not a real tier. And then fossil fuels. Okay, tier list live instructions can be found at the end of the page. I guess this is it. Voting window events start instantly upon creating a live event. But it's not a live event. But it is a live... Okay, let's see. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think I know how to do this, right? So then I share this with you guys. By clicking this? Copy to clipboard. Did this work? Hang on. Oh, clipped. And I'll pin that. Okay. Oh, somebody voted. All right. Wow. Okay. There it is. It is working. Oh, but it doesn't use the correct order. But you should be able to vote on all of them, right? So you don't have to wait. Who would put this in fossil fuels? What? Interesting. And then your list. Most votes. Oh, interesting. And you can see them all here. And then average vote. Okay, cool. So you guys can vote on this stuff in the background. And we'll talk about the vote totals as we talk about each Pokemon. Is there a way to let you change your vote? I have no idea. I doubt it. Obviously, just skip the Crustles. Well, I put those Crustles in just like as a joke, but I didn't even know there was this live voting feature. It's a little annoying. But only because I decided to put them in here. Okay, great. Alright, I think we're almost ready to start, right? We set up all of our tiers. We've got all of the Pokemon ready to go. I think all of the tech stuff is done. Yeah, I think we're ready. Okay, so what do we actually need to... What do I actually need to do? The stuff that we always do, right? So we just have to describe, you know, what we're talking about. Obviously, we're talking about the fossil Pokemon. You can see them here. They actually have their own classification, but this is when we're actually recording, we'll talk about this. So we just need to introduce the idea of what we're doing, right? Introduce the idea of what we're doing. Describe the tiers, and then we can start, right? We also have to do the Patreon plug, right? You have to remind me to do that, but we don't necessarily have to do that all in order, but I'd like to do it before we actually just get started. You guys have not used Bastiodon in Gen 4 ZU, and it shows. That Dustox guy really did a lot of psychic damage. Don't forget your notes, thank you. You guys can't see the notes, but I have them. Okay. Yeah, so it's 8:35. Let's start at like 8:45. And we'll just chill until then. We'll just get ready. Alright, pretty good. We do have to think of the first thing that we're going to say, right? The first thing that we're going to say is pretty important. So, they're going to see it right after the trailer. And what's the first thing we say? There's Welcome to Jurassic Park. But what's an opening? Like, what's a good introductory line? We spared no expense. We're going to do that when we talk about... I was going to say Jirachi. When we talk about the Patreons. I'm not sure. Your scientists are so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. We're saving that line for the Galar fossil, so at the very end, even though it's one of the most popular lines. I guess people don't actually know Warcraft, so I'm not really sure what we could say to link it to the Syndragosa trailer. They really do live in herds. They patented it, they packaged it, now they're selling it, That's what we're going to talk about that with the Patreons as well. Geez, can you look at the result of the tier list so far? I'll look at it when we're actually talking about it. Hold on to your butts. Clever girl. There's actually no raptor fossil, right? The Zolts are raptors? Are they? Alan. We did Alan in the last list. I ponder the choice to have Dr. Insano as your thumbnail due to how much Spoonie dropped off the internet. Yeah, you could say he's kind of like a relic of the internet, right? Like a fossil. I mean, you knew who he was, right? Don't make any sudden movements. What's the opening? The opening of Lost World, right? Shoot her! Shoot her! But it doesn't really make sense as an opening. Game Freak finds a way. We definitely need to start each of the new fossil generations with in-gen, and then whatever gen it is. So like in-gen 1, in-gen 3, in-gen 4, in-gen 5, in-gen 6, in-gen 8. Shooter can go to the Galar fossil. Something has survived. Lost World opens with a girl getting mauled by the tiny dinos. Really? Verizion Wireless presents the Tyrantrum Rex. It's from, like, the new movies, right? Disgusting. Okay, once we decide on an opening, I think we can start. So we really need an opening, and then after that, you know, things can kind of just go in whatever order. You can bet Jurassic. Well, definitely we're going to say at some point. Like, are these Pokemon worth preserving? Or do they put the ass in Jurassic? We'll probably say that, like, right before we actually start ranking the Pokemon. You could feature known archaeologists like Maximilian Pegasus from Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, everybody's gonna see the intro as it starts. Oh, we're also gonna be replacing the trailer voice is... Hello, it's me, Mr. DNA. Here in Cinnabar Labs, our interns have managed to do the impossible and brought these ancient creatures back to life. Oh, that's good, because that's like the Mr. DNA in... That's their explanation of why they brought things in. That's good. I like that. Bran Bronzebeard. Hello, it's me, Mr. DNA. Here in Cinnabar Labs, our interns have managed to do the impossible. Yeah, we can do that. And then we can just talk about, it's Mr. Deoxys. I like that. Perfect. This is the power of teamwork. Yeah. It's me, Mr. Deoxys. Here in Cinnabar Labs, our interns have managed to do the impossible and brought these ancient creatures back to life. Great. Okay, yeah, I like it. Okay. So I think we're just about ready to start. What we'll probably do is we'll show the intro again. And then we'll come back here and then we'll actually start recording. So for those of you guys who are new here, I can't imagine it's many of you because these videos never get shown to new people. But if you are new here, a disclaimer, right, that once we actually start recording, this entire time, I mean, I have been recording locally on my computer, but it's not going to be in the premium version. What you'll notice is that despite the fact that the premium version is only an hour and a half for the birds list, if you look at the live, you'll see that the live part where we're actually talking about the Pokemon is like 3 hours long. And the reason for that is because we do some pretty continuous retakes. So I'm going to be repeating stuff a lot. So if you're ever wondering why I'm saying the same thing again, or the same thing very slightly differently, it's so that I have another take that I can use in the premium, or because I feel like I messed up a take. Even if I didn't actually mess up the take, maybe I thought I did, so I'm just going to do it again. So that's why, once we're actually recording, I am going to be repeating things, and I'm not going to explain it every single time, okay? But I'm explaining it now, but you can still guarantee that at some point during the recording, someone's going to be like, why does he keep saying the same stuff? That's why, okay? Please understand. Alright, $2 microtransaction from Yojimbo Blaze says, just for fun, what about Tropius and Genesect? Well, I understand why you'd want Genesect on here, right? Because I think Genesect is like a fossil, kind of, but it was revived by Team Plasma. But then they didn't do it right, or maybe they did it better because they made it a steel type. But Tropius on this is obviously Tropium, right? No, we wouldn't talk about Tropius. I know he's a long neck, but we have Auroras here for long neck. It's kind of nice that they did long neck Sharptooth. $2 microtransaction from the sus, actually. Carbon dating. I prefer the Ice Age approach. Maybe we'll talk about that when we talk about the Patreon. Maybe Patreon is was preserved in Carbonite. Thank you for the microtransactions. Okay, we do have to talk about the Pokemon that we actually decided to rank here in Fossils. There is actually a list on Bulbapedia that talks about the fossils and lists exactly what they are. We're still not recording this yet, but I think probably the criteria for a fossil Pokemon is that you don't actually catch them, right? You obtain them in item form, and then later on you revive them, since technology is incredible. At which point you can use them. That's usually what makes a fossil Pokemon a fossil Pokemon. I'd say that they have to be rock types, because they were all rock types until Gen 8, but the Gen 8 fossils really break a lot of rules. That's kind of the whole point of them. Can we mention the Land Before Time with Auroras? For sure, remind me. Has incredible synergy with its held item, the Tree Star. I think the only inclusion on this list that is controversial, like, not really, would be Relicanth, right? Because Relicanth you actually obtain just normally. It's not actually fossilized, but also the whole point of Relicanth is that it is a living fossil. I also just like Relicanth, so we're going to talk about Relicanth. Three horns never play with long necks. Wow, there are no three horns. The closest thing to a three horn is Shieldon. That's unfortunate. I can see why Sarah was always so surly. Okay, yeah, I think we're ready to start. Gotta mention the Braille puzzle for Relicanth. Yeah, we'll talk about Relicanth. I think Relicanth is one of the only scenarios in the entire series where you actually need a specific Pokemon, right? It has to be Relicanth. Usually when Pokemon restricts you, it does it through HMs, right? It only has to be any Pokemon that can use the HM, which is always a wide swath of Pokemon. But for the Reggie puzzles, you specifically need, it has to be Wailord and it has to be Relicanth. I don't think they've ever done that again. Aside from, like, trades, right? Okay, and I'm not missing anyone, I don't think. I think the only Pokemon that's not on here that you could, like, roughly argue should be on here should be Genesect. And even that would just be like, well, it's really good, so, okay. The swine is missing? Who's that? Mamoswine? Why would we rank Mamoswine? I guess it's a mammoth. But even then, mammoths, like, existed with humans, right? These, like, the actual dinosaurs, they died millions of, like, hundreds of millions of years ago, right? I know I'm not a real lab man. But the humans were hunting Mamoswines. Mamoswine and Yanmega are somewhat fossil adjacent. In Pokemon Auto Chess, Yanmega counts as a fossil. Mamoswine doesn't, though. Mammoths went fully extinct after the pyramids were built? VTE. VTE sounds like some sort of gamer term. You gotta install VTE on your gamer PC. Alright, so we'll show the intro again. And then we'll start. Okay, it might be easier to just start it at 9 a.m. So we can just continue to chill until then. Please be ready to remind me of the Mr. Deoxys speech. Because that's going to be what we say as soon as the intro ends. It's like, hello. Mr. Deoxys here. Our interns here at Cinnabar Labs have managed to revive. Do the impossible. They've revived these creatures from the dead. But there's lots of interesting things to talk about with the fossils. There's sort of the question of, were any of these Pokemon actually rock types? Or was it the fossilization and revival process that conferred the rock type on them? I think it's a pretty interesting question, because the only fossils that buck that trend are the Galar fossils, which are like abominations anyway. I think some of them may have actually been rock types, like Omanyte probably was actually a rock type, but some of them it's kind of iffy, like Aerodactyl I don't think was, so you can only imagine how fast it would have been if it wasn't rocky. But then again, Aerodactyl's Mega is sort of a reversion to its original form, right? Where it actually gets even rockier, so maybe not. And Relicanth never died and is a rock type. Shouldn't Popo be in here? After all, birds are dinosaurs. Oh. Alright, how long do we think that this is gonna take? I'm expecting... Beginner Birds took us 3 hours, right, of actual tearing? And there's really not that many Pokemon on here. I think the Galar fossils are gonna go pretty quickly, because they sort of have the same remix stat title. They're basically just remixes of each other, right? So they all have the same sort of remix stat total. And really, what do we have to talk about with the Galar fossils? We pretty much just have to say Bolt Beak is, you know, it's good, but it's a lot easier to negate than Fishious Rend, and Fishious Rend is crazy. So we're probably going to spend, oftentimes, you know, the most time at the beginning, because we sort of just have to explain everything and introduce everything. But for a lot of these Pokemon, we really don't have that much to say, right? For Helix, it's, you know, Swift Swim Sweeper. It's actually kind of good in Gen 1, in-game, for the brief amount of time that you have it, because it revives at level 30. And then for whatever reason, in Fire Red and Leaf Green, they just decided level 30, it was too good, and they nerfed it, so it revives at level 5, so it's useless. What? Same thing for Kabuto, but Kabuto was really bad in Gen 1 in-game, because it couldn't actually use its special stat. Aerodactyl is just really good, but it had huge move pool issues. Arguably, it still has move pool issues. It's usable, but it's missing, like, the sort of obvious good moves that you'd think it would have. Like Brave Bird and Head Smash. Like, what happened? Anorith? I don't really know what we say about Anorith. Anorith is... it's got a very weird evolution, right? It goes from being kind of fast and offensive and frail, and when it evolves, it becomes slow and bulky. That sort of reversal doesn't happen with Lileep. Lileep is just defensive. It's absolutely useless in-game. You would never use it, but it probably has the most synergy of anyone on the list with Sandstorm. Because most rock types have piss special defense. So even when you multiply it by 1.5, like, you're not really that happy, but Lileep actually has a good base special defense. So it actually is a Pokemon you would consider using on a Sandstorm stall team. Relicanth, I think people disrespect their elders. Okay, I think Relicanth is actually, like, pretty decent. But you would expect it to just be like a Gen 3 Trashmon, right? It's really not. It's fine. Rampardos, I think people sort of overcorrect. You expect the world when you see that attack stat. You don't get that. You get, you know, like, a pretty reasonable in-game Pokemon. It basically has Death Touch, right? It's just too slow, though. So in competitive, it's a complete joke. But for your actual in-game playthrough, like, Kratos is, like, fine. It's actually pretty good. Shieldon's ass. Archen is really, really good. It pretty much doesn't have a downside. Its downside is that it doesn't have an actual positive ability, but it's so easy to avoid the downside of Defeatist that it's really not worth considering. Tirtouga is Shell Smash bot. With some useful tricks that can help it Shell Smash, right? It has Sturdy. It's a sturdy Shell Smasher. Tyrunt is like really good. I think it would be considered amazing, except it was released in the wrong generation. But I think it was also only released in this generation on purpose, right? Because Gen 6 was where they made an effort to dethrone dragons, which I think was a real mistake. But they started handing out welfare dragons, and I guess one of them is Tyrantrum, but it's actually really good. Amaura, like, wow, I don't know what to say about this thing, but I mean, it's a nice rock type. Oh, and then all of the Gen 8 fossils. They're like remixes of each other, and they're okay. Dracovish is obviously insane, but the rest of them are like, okay. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. The Arctos are too slow. Yeah, so, I guess get the Deoxys speech. It's Mr. Deoxys. On the clipboard, I guess, because we're gonna play the trailer and then we'll start. I also need to consume these refreshments. And you guys can all vote. There's a new live voting feature. The link should be pinned in the chat. You can just click that, and then I think you can vote on everything. Except Crust. Like, Crust is obviously a joke tier, right? So don't put anything in Crust, but you can put the other Pokemon where you think they should go. I'm not necessarily gonna listen to you, but I mean, it's interesting to see your opinions, however wrong they may be. Great. Okay, so we'll watch the intro again, and then we'll truly start.
My boy, the day you were born, the very colleges of Kanto whispered the name. Labman. I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of knowledge. Remember, our lab has always ruled with wisdom and synonyms for wisdom. And I know you will show restraint when exercising your huge power.
Executing placeholder.exe. Suggest fossil revival at names in the comments.
But the truest victory, my boy, is stirring the hearts of your interns. I tell you this, for when my tenure has come to an end, you shall be T-Rex.
Found. If you compare it to the Wrath of the Lich King trailer, it's basically the same. I can't tell the difference. Okay, so we just have to do the Deoxys speech, and then we'll be recording. So if somebody could just post the in-gen Mr. DNA speech. Our scientists have accomplished the impossible. That also is not the final version of the intro, obviously, because it really does have a placeholder. So if you have an idea for the Fossil Revival app, I guess leave a comment. And I'm also going to replace the narration with my mom. My mom's going to record a version for me. But it wasn't done in time, so I just did it myself. But we'll also mention, once we're actually recording, that it'll have to be... That it was my mom in the trailer. Does anybody have the Mr. DNA? The Mr. DNA speech. I guess I can just do it roughly, right? It's not like I'm going to be able to read it anyway when I put the glasses on. I guess I'll just pretend that I have it. Alright. Hey kids! Hey kids! Mr. Deoxys here. Our interns here at Cinnabar Labs have done the impossible. We've managed to resurrect these creatures from the dead. That's probably close enough, right? We've done the impossible. Something like that, right? We'll try it one more time. Hey kids! Mr. Deoxys here. Our interns here at Cinnabar Labs have managed to do the impossible. We've revived these once living creatures from the dead. Revived these... Mr. DNA had a southern accent? Oh, okay, we'll try. Oh, Ash posted on the Discord? Okay. Okay, the thing is, like, I should have thought about this, because I can't see it anyway with these glasses on. Hey, kids! Howdy, kids! Mr. Deoxys here. Our scientists here at... Oh, that's pretty okay. Howdy, kids! Howdy, kids! Mr. Deoxys here. Our scientists here at Our scientists... Howdy, kids! Mr. Deoxys here. Our interns at Cinnabar Labs. Okay. Howdy, kids! I'm Mr. Deoxys. Our interns here at Cinnabar Labs have managed to do the impossible. They've awoken these fossils from their much longer than 2 turns of rest. I don't know if that's right. You can see already that it's, it takes a long time to actually record these. These rock types woke up from a rest that lasted several turns. Howdy, kids! Howdy, kids! I'm Mr. Deoxys. Our interns here at Cinnabar Labs have managed to do the impossible. We've managed to bring these critters back from the dead. It's a miracle. Is it a miracle, or is it the power of modern science? I can't see a damn thing with these things on. Great glasses, huh? Ugh. Okay, yeah, that's probably good enough. I think we can go with that take. 1999, a macro transaction from Crazy Rico 25 who says, "You're trying to bribe you from a filthy Apple device," I see the 99, "with some mere chance that you do an in-game tier list for Gen 7 or Gen 8. Wow, nobody cares about Gen 6. Well, eventually. Alright, so we are actually recording now. So there's going to be a lot of retakes, please understand. Thank you for the macro transaction. I mean, eventually, but we're probably going to go in order, so Gen 6 before Gen 7. Okay, so that's the very beginning. We've got that. Fun fact, in that trailer, which is, you know, completely indistinguishable from the... Oh. Fun fact, so in that trailer... Fun fact, so in that trailer, which is completely indistinguishable from the... Sorry, sometimes the computer fan gets kind of loud. Well, we only have 12 hours to do this. A lot of important Jurassic Park lines we have to eventually incorporate. So if we ever reach, I guess this is a request for all of you guys, if we ever reach the end while missing some important Jurassic Park lines, if you're still here, I guess, you can remind me, and then we can, using the power of editing, we can stitch them back in whenever we need to. But that's at the very end. I think we'll naturally hit a lot of them. Okay. Fun fact, the narration... Oh. I really do need a new Nintendo PC. I've just gotta set it up. Fun fact, in that trailer, which is of course indistinguishable from the actual Wrath of the Lich King trailer, the narration is actually my mother. Oh no. Just gotta wait for the Nintendo PC to calm down. Aurora's is getting the pile of stats line. I mean, Aurora's stats are actually, like, fine. It's mostly the typing that's just ass. Fun fact, in that trailer, which is completely indistinguishable from the actual Wrath of the Lich King trailer. Darn. I just don't want the fan noise overlapping with the intro. It doesn't matter too much later. Fun fact, in that trailer, which is completely indistinguishable from the actual Wrath of the Lich King trailer, the narration is done by my real mom. You might wonder if she's disappointed that I turned out to be a... You might wonder if she's disappointed in my chosen career path of YouTuber, and I don't know what you're talking about, because I'm a famous... You might wonder if she's disappointed in my chosen career path, and I don't know why she would be. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a world-renowned scientist! It's probably fine, right? Just gotta make sure it's not overlapping with the fan. You might wonder if she's disappointed with my chosen career path, and I don't know why she would be. I'm not a YouTuber. I really need to get this fan to calm down. You might wonder if she's disappointed in my chosen career path, and I don't know why she would be. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm the finest scientific mind in Kanto. This is torturous? You filthy Zoomers. Because you're complaining, I'm not gonna do anything. I hope you're happy. I can't understand it. I can't understand it. Relicanth is my spirit animal. How much of society's change can we really blame on Rotom Phone? I think 70%. 70%. %87.43%, calculated by Rotom Phone, clearly. We'll get it this take. You may wonder if she's disappointed with my chosen career path, and I don't know why she would be. Why is the fan so loud? It's normally not this loud. Okay. Maybe if I do this? Oh no, now you guys can't see it. It's probably fine. I can just remove it later. You guys can hear the music, right? It's not too loud. Music is good? Okay. I can barely hear any music. Well, which is it? Yeah, it's fine. I don't hear the fan. Okay. Great. Our moms would be proud of us for picking Cradily, underrated goat. I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, words used to mean something. How is everything a goat? It's just like, I don't understand how things have degenerated so much. People have no standards. How can everything be the greatest of all time? I can't speak too much about this. Because a lot of the stuff that particularly annoys me is because I kind of have a stick in the mud speaking style, right? I was formally trained on speech and speaking, right? I was in all these speech clubs, and the way that people speak now is a repudiation of how we used to speak, right? It's based on a certain style. I can't say more than that, I don't think. But I'm not a fan. Even though my computer is. That's all I'll say.
Really, I prefer not to speak. If I say something, I will be maybe in big trouble. Big trouble, so I think I prefer not to speak.
That's all I'll say. Oh, hey, the fan calmed down. You may wonder if she's disappointed with my chosen career trajectory, and I don't know why she would be. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm the greatest scientist in Kanto. There we go, that's fine. Welcome to the Pokemon Fossil Finds tier list. Are these Pokemon worth preserving? Or will they put the ass in Jurassic? Let's dig in. That's probably fine, right? What is a fossil Pokemon? Oh, I hit the computer. What is a fossil Pokemon? Well, there's actually a scientific taxonomy, and by that I mean there's a Bulbapedia page. Fossil Pokemon are very unique in that you don't actually catch them out in the wild because fossil Pokemon are very unique because you don't actually catch them, you obtain them. Fossil Pokemon are actually quite unique because you don't actually catch them out in the wild, you instead obtain them in fossilized item form. Fossil Pokemon are quite unique because you don't actually catch them, you instead obtain them in fossilized item form. And then later on, typically either in the mid or late game, you revive them. Of course, Pokemon taught us. Live rehearsal? That's how it works, sorry. Fossil Pokemon are quite unique in that you don't actually capture them, you instead obtain them in fossilized item form, and then later on in your adventure, typically either in the mid or late game, using the power of science, Fossil Pokemon are quite unique in that you don't actually capture them, you instead obtain them in fossilized item form, and then later on, typically either in the mid or late game, you revive them using the power of science. Old Amber remember Kanto? Fossil Pokemon are quite unique in that you don't actually capture them, you instead obtain them in fossilized item form, and then later on in your adventure, typically either in the mid or the late game, you then utilize the power of science to give them a second chance at life. Technology is incredible. That's what Pokemon taught us. If Pokemon taught us anything, it's that technology is incredible. There we go, that'll work. First try. Fossil Pokemon are a recurring archetype. They're not in every generation. Fossil Pokemon are a recurring archetype. They're not in every generation, but they typically present you with a... Fossil Pokemon are a recurring archetype. They're not in... Oh, we gotta mention InGen. Fossil Pokemon were introduced in Gen 1, and they are a recurring archetype, although they're not in every generation. When you find your fossils, you're typically, you're presented with a dilemma. When you find your fossils, you're presented with a dilemma. You can't pick... When you find your fossils, you're presented with a... When you find your fossils, you often have to pick a fossil faction. You can go either Helix or Dome. Yeah, this could work, right? When you find your fossils, you're often presented with a... When you find your fossils, you often have to choose a fossil faction. You can go Helix or Dome. You can go Claw or Root. You can go Samson or Aaron. In that way, they're almost like a secondary starter choice, although, let's be real. In that way, they're almost like a secondary starter choice, although, let's... In that way, they're almost like a secondary starter choice. What do we say about that? Are they really like a secondary starter choice? That's kind of a stretch, right? No, nobody really uses these. Oh yes, Samson or Aaron, even though Aaron is... And we'll replace this with B-roll later, so we don't have to worry too much about the... Oh, I got it, okay. In that way, you could almost think of them as a secondary starter choice? In that way, you can almost think of them as a secondary starter choice? Maybe. In that way, you can... Oh, right. Because you can't obtain both fossils in one playthrough, and you can only have one save file... Because you can only obtain one fossil per playthrough, and you can only have one save file per cartridge, I mean, the technology... Because you can only obtain one... Because you can only obtain one... Because you can only obtain one fossil... Because you can only obtain one fossil per playthrough? Because you can only obtain one fossil per playthrough, and you can only have one save file per cartridge. I mean, technology is incredible, but at the same time... Is that Spoonie on the thumbnail? It is. Because you can only obtain one... Because you can only obtain one fossil per playthrough, and you can only have one save file per cartridge. I mean, technology is incredible, and yet the technology just isn't there yet. Sorry about all these retakes. Anybody remember the scene in Jurassic Park where they talk about selling people tickets? We gotta talk about selling people additional versions. Because you can only obtain one fossil per playthrough, and you can only have one save file per cartridge. I mean, technology is incredible, and yet the technology for multiple save files just isn't there yet. The fossil choice serves as an additional incentive to trade Pokemon and socialize with your friends. Or maybe it's a way to sell one person multiple copies of the same game. At least we can say that you don't actually need multiple versions. At least we can say that you don't actually need multiple versions to get the different fossils. It's often the case. At least we can say that you don't actually need different versions to obtain different fossils. The fossils are both available. At least we can say that you don't actually need different versions to obtain different fossils. Every version gets to choose between the fossils. It's up to you which one you go with. Until Gen 4, where they decided to actually make the Skull Fossil and the Shield Fossil version exclusive. Pokemon is the only franchise that actively gets... Pokemon is one of the only franchises that just actively chooses to make itself worse. Could you imagine exploiting... Could you imagine exploiting the natural world? Could you imagine exploiting the wonders of the natural world? Could you imagine exploiting the wonders of the natural world for profit? Could you imagine exploiting the wonders? Could you imagine exploiting the long-lost wonders of the ancient world for profit? They should make a movie about that. That'll probably work. The simple lines require the most retakes. It's harder at the beginning when we don't just talk about the numbers, right? But thank you for your patience. We never actually did a line about them being secondary starters, right? In a way, you could think of the fossils almost as secondary starters, although, as we'll see quite soon, a lot of them I'd more describe as non-starters. Oh! There we go. Shared traits of the fossils, right? The fossils have many shared traits. Most prominent of which is the rock typing. You can almost think of the fossils as the mascots for the rock type. It's interesting to consider whether or not these Pokemon actually were rock types back in the old days, or whether it was the fossilization and revival process that then conferred or perhaps even cursed the revived Pokemon with the rock typing. Supporting this theory is the fact that the Japanese word for fossil, kaseki, literally means change and rot. Supporting this theory is the fact that the Japanese word for fossil, kaseki, actually means change and rock. So literally, to change into rock. You know what? There are some fossil Pokemon that the only fossil Pokemon that aren't part rock type are the Galar fossils. The only fossils that aren't rock type are the Galar fossils. And sort of the only fossils that aren't rock type are the Galar fossils. And the whole point of those is that they're abominations that buck the trend, so I don't think we really have to consider that as a true exception to the fossil framework. There we go. The fossils are actually such an established archetype that they even have their own averaged stat total. One that is actually quite high, but this is deceptive because the fossils are almost exclusively mid to late game Pokemon that either evolve only once or not at all. So you can't quite take this. So you can't take this base stat. So you can't take this averaged BST at face value. This doesn't have crap like Caterpie dragging the average down. Okay, there we go. I think that's actually everything we have to say for the fossils, right? We're going to talk about their stats in depth as we actually talk about them individually. So the fact that they typically specialize in, like, defense, as, like, rock types, we'll just talk about that as we talk about each Pokemon. Still with us? Your session might need a quick refresh. No patience for science. We can talk about the... we gotta talk about the Pokemon we're actually gonna rank, and then we're gonna talk about the tiers, right? Here's the menu for today's... Here's what's on the menu for today's paleo diet. We'll be... Here's the menu for today's paleo diet. In Gen 1, we've got Omanyte, Kabuto, and Aerodactyl. In Gen 3, we've got Anorith, Lileep, and Relicanth. In Gen 4, we've got Crandios and Shieldon. In Gen 5, we've got Archen and Tirtouga. In Gen 6, we've got Tyrunt and Amaura. And in Gen 8, we've got Dracozolt? Dracovish? Damn it. Dracozolt? Arctovish? What are Dracozolt? Dracovish. What? Actozolt, okay. And in Gen 8, we've got Dracozolt, Actozolt, Arctovish, and Dracovish. The field of paleontology is often embroiled. Now only two things are certain in life. Death, which I suppose all of these Pokemon are acquainted with, and taxonomy. The field of paleontology is often embroiled in bitter pedant... The field of paleontology is often embroiled in bitter... The field of paleontology is often embroiled in bitter wars over the most pedantic nonsense. just like our tier lists. I think most of these inclusions are uncontroversial. I think most of our inclusions here are non-controversial, with the exception of Relicanth. Relicanth is actually found in the wild. Relicanth is actually found in the wild, but I do consider it Relicanth is actually found in the wild, but I sort of consider it a fossil Pokemon. It's just a fossil Pokemon that never actually died. And despite the fact that Relicanth itself is rock hard, I've got a real soft spot for it, so I think we're going to talk about it today. You can whinge and whine about it all you want. Hey! Hey, look over here! Hey, look over here! Relicanth is on the fossil finds tier list even though it never technically died and fossilized. See, nobody cares. That's a Jurassic Park line, so that's why I said it that way. And that's one line off the list. Okay. So I think we can talk about the tiers now. We'll talk about the tiers. We'll talk about the live voting. Oh yeah, Relicanth. We got Relicanth here. We should do it that way. Hey, Relicanth. Relicanth, we've got Relicanth here. It's on the fossil finds tier list even though it never technically died and fossilized. See, nobody cares. Okay, there we go. Alright, great. Let's talk about the tiers. Let's talk about the new live voting system. Let's talk about the Patreon, and then we can start ranking. Thank you everybody, thank you everybody for your patience. I know that this isn't like the greatest live experience, right? As much as I complain about people complaining, I know it's kind of... it doesn't feel like the best use of your time, right? To hear me say the same line over and over and over again. But the reason why I was able to get the Early Birds Premium out in just a week is because we spent the time in the live to actually get all of the takes. It really, really does help with the editing process. I think it makes for a better final product, which is what we're really trying to produce here. So actually, thank you for your patience and your contributions. But at the same time, it is annoying that people keep complaining. But also, I do appreciate it. But also, please stop complaining. All right. So we're going to talk about the tiers. We're going to talk about the new voting system. We'll talk about the Patreons. And then we will begin. So it'll be about 2 hours probably to start. So tiering criteria, it's the same as we've always done for the archetype tier lists. So we're not actually recording this yet, but the tiering is the same that we've done for all the archetype tier lists. So we're tiering them versus each other. So the fact that they are worse than Arceus and better than what's the worst Pokemon, Sunkern, right? It doesn't actually matter, right? We only care about how well they perform relative to each other. We're also using a super score system, right? So they get I mean, we may as well just record this as we're actually doing it, right? What are the tiers and their... Let's do what the American government could never, and actually explain our taxonomy system. Let's do what the American government could never, and actually explain the taxes. The taxonomy? Something about taxes. We've done a lot of jokes about taxonomy. Did you already do a tax joke? We actually did 2. We can make it 3. Oh, this is real. This doesn't have to do with the tier list, but this is real. Potentially, well, not potentially. I have actually been invited to give a speech at or a lecture at a Japanese college about Japanese media and the Japanese media ecosystem. And of course, the angle I'm coming at it from is as a YouTuber in Japan. This is real. It may potentially be live streamed, in which case you guys are actually all invited. And they're actually paying me for this, so I have to take this very, very seriously. And I have to actually read a scientific paper to get ready for this. So there is a paper I'm reading, and it actually, you know it's a scientific paper because it says et al. You know the old saying, tax on, tax off? So you guys are all invited. I think it'll actually be interesting, but I have to actually get, obviously, permission from the university to actually do it in a live stream format, but I think that would be interesting. And yeah, you guys are all invited. So we could actually be like a real lab, man. I think I am actually qualified to talk about that, but not qualified to talk about actual science. I mentioned that because we might have to, oh, we can talk about, like, the abstract. We can do it like that. So it'll be, in the premium, we'll have, like, a formal paper, and it'll be Fossil Finds, a Taxonomy of Species, by Labman et al. Let's go ahead and check out the abstract for Fossil Finds by Labman et al. I guess you guys are the et al. What is our system of taxonomy? What are the criteria for our particular system of taxonomy? You gotta include a little Latin or else it's not science. Can somebody, like, copy-paste, like, Latin Google Translate? Maybe not. Et al is Latin? Oh yeah, I guess so. Or it can just be, like, a mishmash of, like, random Latin phrases that don't actually make any sense together. So, like, summa cum laude, lorem ipsum, yeah, lorem ipsum summa cum laude, magic carpe diem. There's et al in Japanese, science is in English. There's 2 groups of Japanese people who have good English fundamentals. Scientists and Christians. Okay. We're trying to talk about the criteria, right? Now, this is a scientific study. Now, this is a scientific study, but you... Now, this is a scientific study, but don't worry, Now, this is a scientific study, but don't worry, you're not going to need to learn Latin to understand our criteria. If you know the classics. If you know the classics. If you know the classics, lorem ipsum... If you know the classics, lorem ipsum Magikarp diem, you can probably keep up. If you know the classics, lorem ipsum velar morgullis Magikarp diem, you can probably keep up. As with all of our archetype tier lists, we are going to be ranking... As with all of the archetype tier lists, we are going to be ranking these Pokemon against their peers within their own era. So the fact that every Pokemon is worse than Arceus, but better than Sunkern, doesn't actually matter. As with all of the archetype tier lists, we're only going to be ranking the Pokemon... As with all of the archetype tier lists, we're only going to be ranking the Pokemon relative to each other. So the fact that they're all worse than Arceus, but better than Sunkern, is irrelevant to today's rankings. We only care about the Pokemon relative to... We only care about the Pokemon performance relative to their prehistoric peers. We're going to be using a very generous super score system. Where we will be considering wherever each Pokemon performs the best. We're going to be using a very generous super score system. Where we'll be giving... We're going to be using a super score system where we give Pokemon credit for wherever they're the most useful, whether that's in-game or competitive. That's probably fine, right? Yeah, I think that's good enough. Yeah, okay, so as for the actual tiers themselves, right? What are the actual tiers themselves? What are the actual tiers themselves? Well, at the tippy top, we've got the Apex Predators. What are the tiers themselves? Well, at the very tippy top, we've got the Apex Predators. the Pokemon in this tier, they're not the ones doing the dying. These Pokemon may... I'm not sure if I'd call these the Apex Legends. The Pokemon in this tier, they didn't just survive. The Pokemon in this tier, they don't just survive. They thrive. They're not exactly the ones doing the dying. Below that, we have Alive, which sounds like a consolation tier, but for a group of Pokemon that are all canonically dead, being alive is pretty good. Below that, we've got Pokemon not just on a tier list, but on the endangered list. I'd say these Pokemon are in danger of once again disappearing. Next, we have Pokemon that aren't just on a tier list, but they're also on the endangered list. These Pokemon have been given a second shot at life, but these Pokemon have so generously been given a second shot at life, but they're squandering it. And finally, digging deep below the crustle. And finally, digging deep below the crustle. The Pokemon in this tier, well, they're most useful as fossil fuels. Okay, that's probably good enough, right? I wonder if this counts as some kind of reincarnation. That is one big pile of crap. Which Pokemon do we say that for? We might do like an inversion of that, right? Maybe with Archeops, where we'll be like, that is one big pile of stats. Like, okay, here's the thing. I don't think there's really any one Pokemon on this list that actually has a bad stat total. It's kind of great. Like, even Bastiodon. When we get to Bastiodon, we're going to talk about it. The defensive stats, they're arguably better than Toxapex. And Toxapex is pretty good. Obviously, Bastiodon is garbage, but it's not because of the stats. It's because just the typing and, like, the stats don't really work together with the move pool and everything. But the stats themselves, they're actually, like, okay. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Bastion doesn't have the HP stat, though. Toxapex's HP is also horrible. It's just that Toxapex has an actual type, and it has Regenerator. I see a Mon that Relicanth do anything? You filthy Zoomers. You don't respect your elders. I'll tell you guys right now, the only Pokemon on this list that's getting an "Are you ready?" is Relicanth. I think Relicanth is actually, like, pretty good. People just assume that Relicanth is garbage because it's a Hoenn Pokemon that nobody uses. But his stats are actually, like, good, and it's got some really nice tricks. Just nobody bothers. They're too busy watching TikTok. Okay, let's talk about the new voting system. Is this an overall ranking because they're all pretty garbo in-game, especially due to availability? I just said this. I literally just explained this. In fact, not only did I explain it multiple times due to retakes, and yet you didn't listen to any of them. It's endless. It's endless. I tapped 3 Patreons. I thought it was a meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs. And I cast Crux of Fate. Choose one. Destroy all viewers or destroy all YouTubers. Either way, I can finally rest. There's a card in my wallet. Do not resurrect. Just leave me. Anyway, we're giving them credit for whatever they do that's most useful. Technology is incredible. How many times have we said that in this list? Well, we actually do have incredible new tech. We actually do have incredible new tech that allows you, the interns, to make your voices heard. If you're here at the live, there is a new feature that allows the viewers to actually vote on each entry. You can make your voice heard. Now, if you're here live, there's a link in the description, so now, if you're here live, there's a link in the live chat. It should be pinned. You can just click that, and you can vote on everything. Was this always a feature in Tier Maker? I literally just said that it's a new feature. I literally just said that it's a new feature. As I introduced it, right?
Ready to work.
I sacrificed 5 Patreons. And I cast the Wrath of Arceus. Destroy all video games wherever they are. Destroy mobile games twice. Maybe. Just maybe. Once each and every Rotom phone has been scoured from this earth, people will finally pay attention. It's really new. It's new enough that it didn't exist 3 weeks ago when we did this. Now, much like voting in real life, how you vote doesn't actually matter at all. This is a benevolent dictatorship, so I can just ignore whatever it is that you say, but I'll at least pretend to take it into consideration. Academia is not a democracy. I'm in charge here, And I earned my position. Did you guys know that I was completely mute until... Did you guys know that I was completely mute until the age of 12? Did you guys know that I was completely mute until the age of 12? And yet I somehow managed to become the champion of Kanto. I also hatched 600 eggs in only 5 days. I also hatched 600 eggs in only 5 days, with a broken leg. We might cut that, we'll see. That's hot news now, though. I think that's everything. How have the 2 hours been? Well, don't worry, you haven't missed anything. We're just about to start. I think we just have to talk about the Patreons, and then that's it. Oh, the music stopped. Whoops. That's how you know it's been 2 hours. And we're back. Okay, so we just have to talk about the Patreons, and then we're ready to go. So how do we introduce the Patreons? We can talk about sparing no expense. We can talk about reviving reviving like an EV fossil. I can just make one, right? Just put it on the screen. And then here we can also talk about the... We'll take 1 or 2 takes, but we'll do this. Hang on. Wait a minute. Hey, have we just discovered a brand new species of fossil? I don't recognize this one. Let's try reviving it. Whoa! Have we just discovered a brand new species? I don't recognize this fossil. Could this perhaps be the long-awaited rock-type evolution? Could this perhaps be the long... Could this be a long-awaited rock-type evolution? Let's rev up the resurrection machine! And then I'll put the Patreons there. Huge thanks. Huge thanks. Huge thanks to the mighty Patreons. Huge thanks to the mighty Patreons for funding. Huge thanks to the mighty Patreons for funding our intellectual venture here. They spared no expense. It's thanks to the contributions. It's thanks to the contributions. It's thanks to the contributions of the generous Patreons that we are able to open up. It's thanks to the contributions of the Patreons that we... It's thanks to the generous contributions of the Patreons that we're able to offer this trove of knowledge to the entire world for free. Where can we put the line about before you even knew what you had, you packaged it, you patented it, you slapped it on a lunchbox, and now you're selling it. You're selling it. Can we put that here? Because there's none of these Pokemon you actually have to pay for. Save that for the Galar fossils. But the Galar fossils, do they cost money? Save the lunchbox for Omanyte. Oh, you have to buy... You can buy the fossils in Gen 7? Oh, but we don't actually talk about the Gen 7 fossils. Maybe we can say... We gotta talk about, like, the link in the description. You know, back in the day... meaning 2005, when I'm sure all these fossils existed. You know, back in the day, there actually wasn't a way to earn any money on YouTube. You know, back in the day, there actually wasn't any way to monetize YouTube. That's why websites like That Guy with the Glasses and Screw Attack existed. But in the current era, everything is monetized. Pokemon used to be so innocent and fun. Pokemon used to be so innocent and fun. Now it's just another commercial activity. Before you even knew what you had, you packaged it, you patented, you put a link in the description, and now you're selling it. You're selling it! It's probably fine, right? €5 microtransaction from New Veloby says 2 hours in and not a single Pokemon ranked. I guess reviving these fossils takes time. Go for a walk and come back later. Thank you for the microtransaction. This too is the Nostalgia Critic's fault. And in the Change the Channel documentary, or the Not So Awesome documentary, one of the complaints about the filming conditions for the Nostalgia Critic movies was, I'm not kidding, this is one of their complaints. It was embarrassing filming in the park. Yeah, tell me about it. Okay. So now all we need is... all we need is just, like, a final thing to, like, get us started. And then we can actually begin ranking, like, Omanyte. We could also use the line from earlier, right? Are these specimens worth preserving, or will they put the ass back in... or will they put the ass in Jurassic? Crust. Oh, I gotta put this joke earlier. Oh no, it's not... Cambrian is the era, right? Not Cambridge. Never mind. I was gonna make a joke about not being a real professor at Cambridge University. Pre-Cambrian University. Well, Cambrian University could work. You guys should show some... You guys should show some respect. I'm a real professor at Cambrian University. There we go. I'll put that in earlier. May I make a request for a joke? You can request. We just need one last thing just to introduce them and, like, get started. And then we can start with Helix. We can just put that line here instead of at the beginning. I think that's fine. Are these fossils worth fighting for? Or do they put the ass in Jurassic? Let's dig in. Okay. All right, so let's start. Only two and a half hours to start. Not too bad. But I like that line, so we should put it earlier. Welcome to Jurassic Park. We just need some sort of intro here. Just like a quick thing to bridge all the criteria into our first Pokemon. It's like a Jurassic Park opening. Life finds a way. We definitely have to say life finds a way at some point. The clip where Alan Grant looks at the herds for the first time, but you impose images of the fossil going over the dinosaurs. It sounds like a lot of work. Open the door, get on the floor, everybody walk. There's just so many dino things. Welcome to Jurassic Park. Power Rangers Dino Thunder? I'm afraid I'm not familiar enough with that. Remind me when we do Kabuto to put a helmet on. Talking about how we should have thought more. No, we're putting that with the dinosaurs. An adventure 65 million years in the making. Okay, yeah, that's work. That'll work. The Jurassic Park film was described as an adventure 65 million years in the making. We haven't quite spent that long in the preamble. It's more like 2.5 hours, but how about we get started? Okay, I'm happy with that. Thank you. Great, let's start with Helix. Or we should probably just say a prayer for Lord Helix, right? Omanyte. So we should definitely do like a motion, right? Blessed Helix, who arts, they're not in heaven, right? It's like the opposite. Blessed Helix, twisted be thy shell. We could do this, I guess. We'll make it really dramatic in the edit, I guess. Okay. When I began this expedition, I only expected to find fossils. But what I found instead was faith. Blessed Helix, who art in earth, hollow be thy shell. And then I guess everybody in the chat type praise Helix, so that we can actually see it. I'll repeat it a few times, and you guys just type praise Helix. But please only type like once per person. Praise Helix. Praise Helix. Praise Helix. That's probably enough. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can see we've got a funny guy. Well, we know what we do with non-believers. Welcome, my children. Welcome, my child. All right. All right. $2 microtransaction from the sus actor says, it's helical. Helical. Okay. Ever since Twitch plays Pokemon. Ever since the legendary Twitch plays Pokemon run, Helix has been associated with praise. It's Omanyte. Omanyte. Armorknight. Omanyte. Armorknight. Guys, I may be questioning my faith a bit. Okay, that's pretty good. I think I'm happy with that. Thank you everybody for your patience. Let's start with Omanyte. Oh, it's actually just the fossil I want. I want Omanyte. I think if I go to the list, it'll give me that. Omanyte. 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 The very first fossil. Omanyte. The very first fossil Pokemon you encounter at the end of Mount Goon when... Omanyte. The very first fossil. Omanyte. The very first fossil Pokemon you encounter, although he's a bit sleepy when you first find him. At the end of Mount Moon, you're given the choice. Do you choose the Helix fossil or the Dome fossil? The correct choice, of course, is Helix fossil twice. After all, the double Helix is the true form of DNA. The correct choice, of course, is choose Helix twice. After all, the double Helix is integral to our understanding of the DNA structure. The correct choice, of course, is Helix twice. After all, we know the double Helix to be the true form of DNA. Probably fine. What else are we gonna say here? Omanyte. Omanyte's, something about it being like a trendsetter, because a lot of things we're going to say about Omanyte, we're also going to say about a lot of the other Pokemon. Water Rock is a very common typing, and you're going to see a lot of trends with this. Ahead of its time. Old-fashioned, maybe. Omanyte may not have kept up with the times, but it was a trendsetter. As a water rock type, you'll notice that a lot of the things we end up saying about Omanyte also apply to the other water rock types that we're going to be talking about today. Nowadays, you might consider Omanyte behind the times, but it certainly was a trendsetter. It's a water rock type, and you'll notice that it's a water rock type, which is the most common... It's a water rock type, which is the most common typing we're going to be talking about today. And you'll notice that a lot of the things we say about Omanyte apply to the entire water rock type congregation. Omanyte's abilities are, despite Omanyte's role as the generous shepherd of its flock, its abilities are all shellfish in nature. Swift Swim boosts Omanyte's... Swift Swim doubles Omanyte's speed in rain. Shell Armor is functionally the same as Battle Armor, it simply negates all incoming crits. And Hidden Ability is Weak Armor, where when you take a physical hit, you lose 1 stage of defense in exchange for gaining 1 stage of speed. That's probably fine. Okay, now we can talk about stats, or should we maybe talk about the rock water typing? Let's actually talk about the rock water typing. We'll spice that in a bit earlier. Let's go a bit in depth about water rock typing, because we are going to see this a lot. I think this type gets a bad rap, but I think it's actually quite good. You might be a bit spooked by this quadruple grass weakness, but grass is a fake type anyway, so don't worry. Won't be any bad seeds undermining our... There won't be any... It's pretty easy to root out all the bad actors trying to subvert our... It's trivial to root out all of the bad actors trying to sow dissent within the ranks of our congregation. And then we'll just jump back to the... Let's jump back to the abilities, so that's probably fun. In terms of stats, in terms of stats, I guess Lord Helix invested heavily in the hidden stat of charisma, because I'm not sure this is enough. I guess I'll say the opposite of what I just did, actually. In terms of stats, Lord Helix didn't overinvest in charisma, because for an unevolved Pokemon, these stats are actually really good, especially in Generation 1, where this 55 special defense, the most important stat, was actually part of a unified 90 special stat. At level 40, you ascend into Oma Stardom, which sounds like a pretty tall order, but in Generation 1, at Cinnabar Labs, when you revive Omanyte, it's... At level 40, you ascend into Oma Stardom. At level 40, you ascend into Oma Stardom, which sounds like a tall order. But when revived at Cinnabar Labs, Omanyte retains a fair amount of memories from its past life, because it actually starts at level 30, so it's only 10 more levels to get to its evolution. Omastar. Omastar. I'm sick of these scientists stepping out of line and adding in their self-inserts. My name is Omar, so I've always had an affinity for Omastar. I will put this near the top, I guess. There's also a type of shrimp. There's also a type of shrimp that in Japanese is called omaru. There's also a type of shrimp. There's also a type of shrimp in Japanese that is called omaru. Literally the exact same as my name. There's an entire So Omar, it turns out, is just a really crustacean-coded name. And it does make sense that... Omaru is a type of shrimp, since I am 5'4" IRL. For you Europeans who don't understand how pathetic that is, that's 163 cm. That's why I spend all day in a lab. And I toil away in that lab to bring you... And I toil away in my ivory tower laboratory to bring you simple-minded peasants stats like these. Omar Star, it's a water rock type with really good defense, one pretty good offense, and a horrible speed stat that does have a reliable and worthwhile way to double it. These stats are probably more min-maxed than you would expect. These stats are probably more min-maxed than you would expect, not only from a Gen 1 Pokemon, but also from a Pokemon that supposedly couldn't hack it. These stats are surprisingly min-maxed, not just for a Gen 1 Pokemon, but also for a Pokemon that literally died out, right? How is that even possible? How is that even possible? These stats are pretty good. How is that even possible? The bulk is actually pretty good. 70 HP, 125 defense. 70 HP? I don't even know how this thing died out. The bulk is actually pretty good. 70 HP, 125 defense is excellent physical bulk. And I guess the special defense is actually kind of mediocre, but in Gen 1 with Unified Special, it was actually really good. Oh yeah, the dex tells you why it died, right? Well, the scientific consensus is that it died out when its heavy shell made it impossible to catch prey. We'll go to Gen 5 here. Improvise, adapt, overcome. If you've got a shell, that means you can smash it. If you've got a shell, that means you can smash it. I guess it's like DBZ training clothes, where removing the shell makes you faster because you're used to the weight of the shell. I guess we'll talk about these in the pre-Shell Smash era. Oh, this is actually like the only water rock type we're going to talk about today that's actually specially inclined, right? Yeah. Lord Helix is the only of the water... Lord Helix is the only of the water rock... Lord Helix is the only water rock type we'll discuss today. Lord Helix is the only water rock type we'll be discussing today that is actually specially inclined. Lord Helix is the only of the water rock type school. There's a dozen water rock types. We're talking about the fossil water rock types. You say that's holy water? We can mention that. Lord Helix is the only of the water rock type fossils that is actually specially inclined, which really works out in Lord Helix's favor. Prior to the Generation 4 physical special split, all water moves were special. Prior to the Generation 4 physical special split, all water moves were special. So it was only Lord Helix that could effectively baptize all of his enemies in holy water using very powerful surfs, and when... Prior to the Generation 4 physical special split, it was only Lord Helix that could effectively baptize foes in blasts of holy water, or for those particularly stubborn to conversion, a full power yet non-lethal hydro pump to the face. That'll make you a believer. And of course, as a water type, that also means that you just also get ice moves. Even though the reverse of that is not true, and ice types often don't get water moves. But I guess when you're the prophet, you don't exactly have to play fair. Of course, being specially inclined meant that you weren't able to take advantage of your rock stab in the early days. But as we'll find out, of course, being specially inclined meant that you weren't able to take advantage of your rock stab in the early days. But as we'll find out, Omanyte is not the only old-timer who couldn't do that. And rock moves are rock moves, so 20% of the time, even physical attackers can't use their rock moves correctly. So we'll talk about Stone Edge there. Okay, I think that's pretty good, right? Okay, so let's talk about the final tiering now, right? And we should talk about what it actually does. And we should also look at the vote, right? We can talk about the, Lord Helix is blathering on and on. Lord Helix is blathering on and on. Lord Helix is blathering on and on. That's his performance on the pulpit, but what about as a pugilist? Can he actually fight? In Generation 1, although Lord Helix spends most of the game slumbering in your item pocket, once you actually revive him at Cinnabar Labs, he's actually pretty good. He has decent special, even as an Omanyte. You can instantly TM at Surf. You can instantly TM at Surf since you needed Surf to even reach Cinnabar Island. And it's only 10 levels to Omastar, who legitimately has amazing stats in Generation 1, before being... And it's only 10 levels to ascend to Omastardom. And it's only 10 levels to ascend to Omastardom. And it's only 10 levels to ascend to Omastardom, who legitimately had amazing stats, especially pre-Special Split. Oh yeah. Omastar, Omanyte also ultra counters Cinnabar itself. It's a water rock type. You couldn't think of a harder counter to the fire type gym. Outside of the very end game of Gen 1, though, however, outside of the very end game of Gen 1, outside of the tail end of Gen 1, there's really no... However, outside of the very tail end of Gen 1, I gotta say something about the Prophet being absent, right? However, outside of the very tail end of Gen 1, Lord Helix has abandoned his followers. There's no other game where you can really make a case for fielding Omanyte, and that includes the Gen 1 remakes. Some agents of the Dome Fossil have infiltrated Game Freak because for whatever reason, they decided reviving a Pokemon at level 30 at the endgame was just too good. And the fossils in Fire Red and Leaf Green revive at level 5, which makes them completely unusable. Sorry, $4.99 microtransaction from Super Silver Serpent. There's no Serpentine Pokemon on this. Who says, I like to pretend Omanyte is helping me with the dishes at my restaurant. By using Scald? Oh no. Well, I hope he doesn't bless you with a burn. Well, thank you for the microtransaction. Now we gotta talk about Helix in competitive, where it's actually, like, decent. It used to be, like, a really good Swift Swimmer. Oh, yeah. Is Lab H and Ash here? I think we need Phelps edits of all the Swift Swimmers. Because that's mostly where they see use. So who are the Swift Swimmers? Well, it's only like Omanyte, Kabuto, Relicanth, Tirtouga. Now, is Tirtouga a Swift Swimmer? Maybe not. Well, Omanyte definitely is. Mega Swampert? Mega Swampert's not a fossil! Yeah, Tirtouga is a Shell Smasher, not a Swift Swimmer. Okay. Luckily for Omanyte, it doesn't just stay in its lane. Luckily for Omanyte, it doesn't only operate in the in-game lane. Luckily for Omanyte, it doesn't only operate in an in-game lane. It's also proselytizing Luckily for Omanyte, 3 hours and no Pokemon tiered. We're literally about to tier Omanyte. You guys never would have survived back in the day. Oh, Tirtouga does get Swift Swim. How's your Regigigas cosplay going? We actually are going to mention Regigigas on this, right? When we talk about Archeops. How do we talk about this? Because we are going to have to mention this with all the Swift Swim Pokemon. I guess they're all in the same pool. They're like in different lanes. I guess we can make like a MOBA joke, right? I like Kabutops more than Omastar. It looks cooler. Kabutops looks really cool. It looks really scary as well. The Cambrian Explosion. That's the name of their swim team. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We'll make a compilation of all of the Phelps edits for the Swift Swimmers, and it's on the Cambrian Explosion swim team. That'll be the plan. Okay, so we'll do it like that. Luckily for Lord Helix, he's not only blessed with a gift of gab. Luckily for Lord Helix, he's not only blessed with the gift of the gab, he's also a capable athlete. One of the star swift swimmers. One of the star swift swimmers on the Cambrian Explosion swim team. One of the star swifts. He's one of the Oma Star Swift Swimmers on the Cambrian Explosion Aquatics team. Omastar was legitimately an excellent Swift Swim option for your rain teams. As early as Gen 3 and extending throughout as early as Gen 3 and extending throughout at least Gen 5, buoyed by the option to also smash its shell. Buoyed by the option to also smash its shell. This is really hard to say. Buoyed by the option to also smash its shell. And operate terrestrially outside of rain teams. 222 microtransaction from Drifting Breath says, here exclusive to support my gal Dracozolt. You're gonna need to wait quite a while because we're still on Omanyte, but we are at least almost done with Omanyte. Okay, I think that's good. I think there's like a Netflix movie called... Oh yeah, Omastar also gets spikes, yeah. Truly a man of many talents. Omastar could also leverage its very respectable bulk in a support role and actually lay down spikes. So if you wanted to switch in, or if perhaps you made an innocent mistake and drove the wrong way in a parking lot, you're gonna pay the price. We can talk about the, those horrible road spikes. There's a film, God's Not Dead. Oh no, we should see what the people say. I believe in Lord Helix, but do the interns. Still with us? Your session might need a quick refresh. Well, if you say so. I'm looking for refresh. Refreshed! We're activating Swift Swim. Okay, can I go to... Oh, I can just click on the one I want. Okay. What? 56 disciples of the fossil fuels? You guys are out of your minds. What? No way. In this instance, maybe Lord Helix is one of the gods of Theros. Maybe Lord Helix is one of the gods of Theros, where the belief of the people in the gods is actually what manifests the gods and gives them strength. There's a Kino film, God's Not Dead. And I have to agree, he's not dead. He's alive. That's probably it for Omanyte, right? Anything else we have to say? I think we covered everything. And that's probably going to be one of the longest reviews, because we had to cover a lot of things. I think Alive is correct for Omastar. One instance of usability in-game, and some very real non-meme competitive use as a Swift Swimmer. Okay. Kabutops never got Shell Smash, I don't think, right? But it also just was a Swift Swimmer, and it was sort of the physical counterpart to Omastar. And it was definitely worse in Gens 1, 2, and 3. But probably Gen 4 and beyond, it was probably better. Because then it could also use its water and rock, which Lord Helix never really could. Did I miss any Jurassic Park quotes? I don't think so yet. We still need Life Finds a Way. We don't have to worry yet. Okay. Alright, Kabuto time. Gotta get the helmet. Can we read Kabutops' blue dex entry? Sure, remind me when we get to the page. Okay. All interns must wear a helmet on the premises. All interns must wear a helmet on the premises. It's Kabuto. Kabuto is just the Japanese word for helmet. I don't know why they did this, not just in Pokemon, but also in Naruto. Kabuto is not some special word. It literally just means helmet. Okay. Kabuto as the rival faith. Kabuto as the... The Japanese name of Kabuto is also Kabuto. I guess if you don't know that Kabuto means helmet, you might think that it's cool and exotic, but let me tell you, every Japanese person knows what Kabuto means. What was their plan here? Maybe they should have been wearing some Kabutos before they named this thing. I guess the people that named this thing maybe didn't wear a Kabuto when they should have. As the rival to Omanyte, both in life and in death, and then in re-life, Kabuto has a lot of parallels with Omanyte. They have the exact same rock-water typing, and also the exact same options for abilities in Swift Swim, Battle Armor, and Weak Arm. Oh, wait. Omanyte had shell armor, not battle armor. Okay, see, that's why I'm a lab man. They're the same. I'm looking for Kabuto here. I'm not just saying that as a... There's no point in being pedantic about this. There's no point in being pedantic about this. Shell armor and battle armor are functionally the exact same. Let's not waste our time arguing about this, okay? Pick your battle armors more carefully. let's not waste any more time on this. The fossils know a lot about lost time, okay? Let's move on. Pick and choose your battle armors. A Pokemon that was Dex entry. A Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil found in what was once the ocean floor eons ago. Well, actually, Eon Mall is a very modern company. Is that the entry you wanted us to read? It doesn't sound that scary. Or did you mean the entry for Omanyte? Because I think that's the one that had the suckin'. Oh, Kabutopses. Okay. So when we get to Kabutops... For stats, Kabuto is just physical Omanyte. They're almost identical, but instead of a good special stat, it has an okay attack stat. More about parallels, I guess. Well, we know all these water types can surf. Well, we know that Kabuto had no issue with the parallel parking portion of the boating license exam. The parallels just don't stop. It's also a level 40 evolution to climb to the Kabutops. Kabutops. Really sick design. Kabutops. Really sick design. With an additional parallel to Scyther with the scythe arms. Davis G, probably one of my favorite fossil mons, welcome. Kabutops is really cool. Dex entry. Its sleek shape is perfect for swimming. It slashes prey with its claws and drains the body of fluids. Come here, prey! Drained. Reminds me of... I'll never forgive the Kabutops TCG card. I'm a sucker for sucking. I always feel like lifesteal gets a ton of value. But Kabutops is... but the Kabutops card really does just suck. Expensive attack, mediocre drain effect, and the HP is just unacceptable. The card definitely goes in the extinct tier. Hey, would you... Kabutops. It's a water rock type with good defense, 1 good attacking stat, and a mediocre speed stat. Kabutops, it's a water rock type with good defense, 1 good attacking stat, and a mediocre speed stat with a viable way to double it. And a mediocre speed stat with a worthwhile way to double it. In Generation 1 with the Unified Special stat, Kabutops actually had 70 special, which was not good, but apparently it was still too good because in the physical special... In Generation 1 with the Unified Special stat, Kabutops was rocking 70 special, which is not good, but apparently it was still too good because come Gen 2 when they split special, they decided to nerf its special attack by 5. At least it kept 70 special in the much more important special defense stat. $60 HP is not good. 60 HP is not good, but paired with 105 defense, you can probably survive a physical hit. Might not survive a special hit with that mediocre 70 special defense. 115 attack is quite good. 115 attack is quite good. Oh! Safety first. 115 attack is quite good. I mean, we'll leave that in the premium, I guess. Was that planned? No. 115 attack is quite good. 115 attack is quite good, but remember, back in ancient times, meaning pre-Gen 4, there was no such thing as a physical water move, and water definitely has better moves than rock. So you could only use this 115 attack with Slash and the Rock Slide. And 65 special attack is so bad that it's not really worth bothering to catch a wave with Surf, unless you're against Golem, maybe. How early did you get Rapid Spin? Oh, yeah. Much like Kabutops. Oh, how do we do this? Okay, I got it. Oh! The allusions to faiths, the allusions... The religious imagery just never... Continuing the religious rivalry, continuing the theme of religious rivalry, Moses used his mighty Beyblade to part the Red Sea. This is real. This is real, at least according to the lore of Beyblade. I know this looks like I just edited this, but this was a real Beyblade episode. And I don't know if parting the Red Sea with a Beyblade is more oh! And I don't know if parting the Red Sea with a Beyblade is And I don't know if parting the Red Sea with a Beyblade is more ridiculous than just... And parting the Red Sea with a Beyblade is obviously impossible. Rocky helmet recoil. It's like, it's because of this, the headset makes it hard to say. What is the thing? Claydol. Parting the Red Sea. Parting the sea with a... Oh! Parting the sea with a spinning toy is ridiculous, but it's probably less ridiculous. Parting the Red Sea with a spinning children's toy is silly, but what's the actual story? He used a stick, right? About as believable as a Beyblade. I mention this because the tops in Kabutops' name also extended to its ability to utilize rapid spin. A very powerful support ability that also counters the spike-slaying abilities of its rival, Omastar. We'll leave the rapid spin in there. I think that's actually most of the things we have to say for Kabuto, right? Geez, you want to take a moment to secure your helmet? I mean, we're almost done. Although neither Omanyte nor Kabuto could effectively use both of their stabs pre-Gen 4, Kabuto definitely got the short end of the stick. Probably couldn't even part the Red Sea. Because Kabuto sucked at surfing, you wouldn't really use this thing even for the minor in-game niche that Omastar had in Gen 1. But Kabuto's been waiting in fossil form for millions of years. What's a few more generations? What's a few more generations? What's a few more generations? Come Gen 4 and the... Come Gen 4 and the physical special split, I think we can say that Kabuto definitively outclassed Omanyte. In addition to being able to utilize both physical rock... In addition to being able to utilize powerful rock moves and now physical water moves like Waterfall. This 80 base speed stat, when doubled by rain, oh, here we go. In addition to, okay, this is not like this is like a nightmare. In addition to being able to utilize strong rock moves and now strong physical water moves like Waterfall, Kabutops has the fastest times on the Cambrian Explosion Aquatics team. This 80 base speed, when most of these swift swimmers are anything but swift when they're not swimming. And while 80 base speed isn't enough when it's dry, and while 80 base speed isn't particularly good, when you double that under rain, it becomes really, really good. The other swift swimmers can often be outpaced by scarfed Pokemon. But Kabutops is spinning at some incredible RPM. It's almost guaranteed to be going first under the cover of rain. Okay, what do people say? What are people saying about Kabutops? I looking at this? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is about what I was thinking. 22% fossil fuels? What? Although I myself am an adherent of Helix. For 58 acolytes, your zeal has blinded you. Fossil fuels? You guys are out of your minds. Zoomers would call this thing Kabu Mid. Pedants would say that if it's named Kabutops, it actually has to be at the top. But I say that a helmet's primary purpose is to keep you alive. And this time I'm actually intending to take it off. Okay, there we go. Alright, that's pretty... I think that's it for Kabutops, right? Ten out of 10 helmet shenanigans. I don't think all of them are gonna make it in, but definitely the first one and definitely rapid spin. Okay. Oh, thanks for the offer, but I'm afraid I can't indulge. I'm on the paleo diet. It's Aerodactyl! And just to explain what I'm doing there, I'll have, like, Aerodactyl, but I'll replace the wings with, like, the arrow bars. I think it's a chocolate bar. Aerodactyl, Japanese name, Ptera. Aerodactyl, Japanese name Petra. Aerodactyl, Japanese name Petra. Petra, of course, a character from Three Houses, which is a new and therefore fake game. But this Petra is an old-timer. He was there from the beginning, and perhaps even before then. You don't actually... Unlike with Helix Fossil... Unlike with the churches of Helix and Dome, which are always at each other's throats, Aerodactyl is not a choice. You are simply given the old amber. Unlike the churches of Helix and Dome, which are always at each other's throats. Now, how do we do this? Okay. Unlike with the churches of Helix and Dome, which are always at each other's throats. Aerodactyl does not belong to an exclusive either-or denomination. You just get the old amber. In terms of Jurassic Park theming, Aerodactyl also fits the bill the best, because I believe that all the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park were revived from the Old Amber. But in Pokemon, Old Amber always equals just Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl is our first non-rock water type. Aerodactyl is our first fossil not to be a rock water type. Not only is it not under the sea, it's about as far from the sea as can be. It is a rock flying type. Abilities for base Aerodactyl. It has pressure, which causes the opponent to expend 2 PP instead of 1 when attacking, so doesn't really do anything. Abilities of base Aerodactyl. It can exert pressure, which causes the opponent to expend 2 PP instead of 1. How do we say this? Something about operating under pressure? I'm not sure. I mean, we can do it like this. Abilities for base Aerodactyl. It has pressure, which causes the opponent to expend 2 PP instead of 1 when attacking. Doesn't really make much sense, right? Because it's revived from the old amber and not a fossil that was formed under pressure from sedimentary layers, okay? Come on. Oh, we can do this. Abilities for base Aerodactyl. You have access to Pressure, which causes opponents to expend 2 PP instead of 1 when they attack. Doesn't really make much sense since this is revived from the old Amber and not from an actual fossil that was formed under pressure. Did any scientists even develop this game? It's like they didn't even consult any real lab men when they made this video game. Hidden ability is Unnerve, which prevents opponents from eating berries. I think maybe, possibly, potentially, this might stop someone from doing something that they planned in VGC, but that's, but Doubles is a fake fanfic format anyway, so I don't think this actually does anything. Rockhead. Rockhead prevents recoil. Rockhead prevents recoil from damaging... Rockhead prevents recoil, and this is an amazing ability on Aerodactyl, since Rock and Flying have 2 incredibly powerful recoil moves in the form of Brave Bird for flying, and especially Head Smash for Rock. I know that it doesn't get those moves, okay? So in editing, we'll add in, like, does he know? I do know. $5.75 microtransaction from Smasher75 who says, Unnerve may prevent you from eating berries, but don't let that stop you from eating good jerk. Thank you. Recently, I've become addicted to... Thanks to Smasher75 for the jerk donation. Recently, I've become addicted to there's a curry spot near me that just opened. I didn't even know... Well, I mean, they call it curry, but it's really not. It's just sort of its own thing. It's really good. But it's not jerk. Thank you for the microtransaction. And thanks as well to the Immortal Unk, who's firing 50 pin missiles up into the sky. Thank you for the 50 hit pin missile. The support is appreciated. How do we definitely have to talk about the speed. They're not putting croissants in the curry, right? No, they're not. I think what makes it really good is it's very heterogeneous. Don't tell the Fire Emblem subreddit that, but the heterogeneity is really, really good. So how it works is you get a pile of rice, you get a pile of noodles, and then there's 2 halves. One that's a coconut curry, and one that's more of a, I guess just like a general spice blend. And then you get a tangy yogurt sauce you can drizzle, and also some pickled onions. And you get like a separate topping. So every bite is a different type of flavor explosion. It's really, really good. What's something that's really fast and, like, really old? F1? I don't know about F1. Maybe something about, like, old Amber? Oh yeah, we also have to mention, like, the crazy crit rate it used to have. Speed Racer. The Terror of the Skies. Jagan is old and fast. He's actually pretty slow. What is Turbo Granny? Oh, I got it. Now, Concord. Concord, before it was known as an extinct species. Concord the game. Extinct. Concord the supersonic jet. Extinct. Aerodactyl the supersonic flyer. How did this thing die out? 130 base speed. That's incredible. So it goes first. I'm not even going to bother making a joke about this. 105 attack. It goes first and it clobbers you. That's pretty good. $80 HP, 65 defense, 75 special defense. Like, it's not great, but it's probably enough to at least take one hit. 60 special attack is horrible, but who cares? $5 microtransaction from Shadow Chozo. How did it die out? It was a very big minier. We'll talk about meteors when we get to the insta-kill Pokemon like Amaura. It's hard to overstate how insane 130 base speed is. 130 base speed is good even nowadays with 8 generations of power creep, but in Generation 1 it was especially insane. Because 130 base speed also made you a sword master. Base speed actually influenced your critical rate in Generation 1, and 130 base speed meant you had like a 22% crit rate? It was almost as if you always had a killing edge equipped. Wow. It's also a funny coincidence that Aerodactyl is super duper swift, and Petra from Three Houses, I believe, is the fastest unit in the game. You also get these stats immediately upon resurrecting the old Amber. There is no baby or infant form you have to deal with. You just get Aerodactyl immediately. And while you don't have to evolve into Aerodactyl, Aerodactyl itself can evolve. Or specifically, Mega Evolve into Mega Aerodactyl. Once Mega Aerodactyl sprouts those spikes, it gains a bit of bulk, but more notably, it gains attack going up to 135 attack, and it gets even speedier going up to 150 speed, which is outpacing almost everything. Its ability also changes to Tough Claws, which gives you a 33% boost on all of your contact moves. These stats are incredible. Wow, these stats are really great. On an unrelated note, remember how in the anime, Charmeleon evolved into Charizard specifically to fight Aerodactyl? Wow, these stats are really great. Hey, on an unrelated note, remember how in the anime, Charmeleon evolved into Charizard specifically to fight Aerodactyl? Wasn't that really stupid considering he just gained a quadruple weakness to the rock moves that Aerodactyl could use on it? Suffer, trainers, as your pathetic move pool betrays you! This incursion ends here. None will survive. Well, actually, everyone's gonna survive. 30 base power wing attack. Are you kidding me? And no rock option whatsoever. Yikes. Oh, but Rock Slide was a TM in Gen 1. Yeah, so you can actually just go get the Rock Slide. Suffer, trainers, as your pathetic learn set betrays you! Oh, as bad as this Gen 1 moveset is, it's still got better gameplay than Unchained Magic on Syndragosa. For you non-WoW players out there, which I imagine is most of you, here's a demonstration of how to play when Syndragosa casts Unchained Magic on you. Wow, great boss. I probably won't put the actual explanation in the premium, but it's a boss in WoW that it puts a debuff on you called Unchained Magic. And then if you cast a spell, you then gain stacks of Unchained Magic. And you then take damage at the end of the debuff based on how many times you cast. So how do you counter it? You just do nothing. So if you see Unchained Magic, you just sit there for like 15 seconds. It's horrible. It's so bad. And the reason why I screamed all that stuff is that's what the boss says. It's really bad. Suffer, mortals, as your pathetic magic betrays you. It's horrible. The fight truly is an assault on all your senses. Good news for Aerodactyl is that as early as Gen 2, it... Good news for Aerodactyl is that as early as Gen 3, it would gain rocks... It's in TM... It's in, I think it's in... We'll do it this way. Good news for Aerodactyl. As early as Gen 2, it would gain Rock Slide. Suffer, trainers, as your pathetic move pool betray. Good news for Aerodactyl. As early as Gen 3, it would attain Rock Slide. Okay, it's there by tutoring. So in Gen 3 you've got Rock Slide. So in Gen 3, you've got Rock Slide. Betrayal! Betrayed me! This move pool sucks. We'll say that at the very end, okay? Remind me. In Gen 3, you... Okay, so in Gen 3... Okay, so in Gen 3, you are actually rockin' Rock Slide. But your flying option is but your best flying option is Hidden Power Flying. I can't really blame Aerodactyl for this I can't really blame Aerodactyl for this I can't really blame Aerodactyl for this. I can't really blame Aerodactyl for this, though, because Brave Bird wasn't introduced until Gen 4. Well, we upgrade our rock option with Stone Edge. And we have the Well, we upgrade our rock option with Stone Edge. And Gen 4 also introduced Head Smash. And remember, we have Rockhead. Maybe it was just too early to give Aerodactyl access to Brave Bird and Head Smash. I can understand that. $5 microtransaction from Alien Doctor. Should we lead Gen 2 with the false hope of Rock Slide since Gen 2 Lance's Aerodactyl had it? Yeah, we'll mention that. Give me a moment here. Remind me that we're on Gen 4. I think we have to go to Lance. I think his Japanese name is Siegfried? Here we go. Champion Lance of the Elite Four, you're under arrest for multiple instances of underleveled Dragonites, fake dragons, and causing illegal rock slides on your necromantically causing illegal rock slides on your nefariously resurrected fossil Pokemon. What a cheater. Typical Jotonian, am I right? And we were on Gen 4. Okay. Well, it's fine, because... well, it's too early to despair. I'm sure they gave Aerodactyl, Brave Bird, and Head Smash in Gen 5. Well, it's too early to despair. I'm sure they gave Aerodactyl, Brave Bird, and... well, it's too early to despair. I'm sure they gave Aerodactyl, Brave Bird, and Rock... don't lose hope yet. I'm sure they gave Aerodactyl, Brave Bird, and Head Smash in Gen 7. Oh, 6. Let's not lose hope yet. I'm sure they gave Aerodactyl, Brave Bird, and Head Smash in Gen... I'm on Gen 4. Crap. There we go, okay. And I want to go to Gen 6. Let's not give up yet. I mean, I'm sure they gave Aerodactyl, Brave Bird, and Head Smash in Gen 6. Still too early to give in to despair? I'm sure they gave Aerodactyl, Brave Bird, and Head Smash in Gen 7! You only give up when you're defeated. I'm sure they gave Aerodactyl Brave Bird and Head Smash in Gen 8! What about Gen 9? Suffer, mortals! As your pathetic move pool. Betrayal! Betrayal! Betrayed me! This move pool sucks! We're kind of playing it up. The move pool's really not that bad. Eventually. In Gen 1, it really was that bad. But it got Earthquake in Gen 2, and decent rock options starting as... But it got Earthquake in Gen 2, and decent enough rock options starting in Gen 3. To this day, even until the modern day, Aerodactyls... Even into the modern day, Aerodactyl... Sorry, the computer's loud. Even into the modern day... You can't teach an old bird new tricks, so even into the modern day... Its best option for Rock Head Synergy is Double Edge, which I guess just makes it Edge. Tough Claws on Mega Aerodactyl is also somewhat wasted because all of Aerodactyl's best moves, Stone Edge, Earthquake, they don't make contact, so no matter how tough your claws are, you're not getting the boost. But for all our gloomin' and doomin', we're mostly just wishing things could be even better. But for all our gloomin' and doomin', we're mostly just wishing that things were even better in a way that seems like they obviously should be. Aerodactyl, on its own merits with its incredible speed and good enough attack and moves, has pretty much always been good in some capacity. It's a really great choice bander since it's already super duper fast. It's a really great choice bander since it's It's a really great choice bander since it's already super duper fast. Sorry, the computer's being loud. It's a really great choice bander since it's super duper fast by default. It's pretty much always going to act first, and it can deny the opponent its turn either by killing it with a choice band boosted attack, or by being a bit trickier. Or by being a bit of a clever girl and taunting the opponent. In Gen 4 in particular, Aerodactyl was an excellent suicide lead, a term that has sort of... a role that has fallen out of fashion, but Aerodactyl used to excel at denying the opponent's stealth rocks while setting up your own team's stealth rocks. When used in that capacity, I'm waiting for the computer to calm down. When used in that capacity, Aerodactyl essentially throws away its own life, very fitting for a fossil, but would leave in its... wake a lasting legacy. That legacy being opponents taking 12% damage when switching in while your team doesn't. If you ever think to yourself that there's a bit of a mismatch between how... If you're ever wondering why a Pokemon like... I think we'll do it this way. If you're ever wondering why there's... If you ever think to yourself that there's a mismatch between Aerodactyl's appearance, I wouldn't say it looks particularly aerodynamic, and its insane speed stat, check out the Pokemon Stadium fainting animation for Aerodactyl. It goes absolutely bonkers as it's crashing out. There's no way it could do that with less than 130 speed. Your session might need a quick refresh. Okay, is democracy being undermined by big oil? What is this? Nearly half of the votes are to turn this thing into oil? Nearly half of the votes are to repurpose this thing into fossil fuels? I'm gonna throw you guys in the birdcage. I'm gonna throw you guys in the birdcage like in the classic Jurassic Park 3. It's a birdcage. A birdcage! And that's where you'll learn. There's no way that Aerodactyl is anything other than an apex predator. Where are they going? Where are they going? They're flying to a new home. Probably in the high usage tiers. And that's the end of Jurassic Park 3, where they're leaving the island and they see the pterodactyls flying away. And I guess they're not concerned about the fact that an ancient species has been revived? I don't know. Alright, so that was in Gen 1, and that only took us 4.5 hours. Uh-oh. Did I forget anything? Let me check my notes, hang on. I don't think I did. I think I said most of the things I wanted to. No, I didn't miss anything. Okay. Okay, how do we introduce Anorith? Is Anorith too far from Amaranth? Anorlundo, maybe. We just need an intro for this. We are now leaving Kanto and entering Anorlundo. Or is that Anorith? Horrible. Anorith! Anorith is our first Gen 3 Pokemon. The old shrimp Pokemon. Hey, that's what they call me. It's a rock bug type. It's a rock bug type, and probably one of the stronger pieces of evidence for the fan theory of this rock type being caused by the fossilization and revival. Because as we'll see, this is sort of an honorary water type. I believe this Pokemon is actually based on an entirely aquatic creature. The Anomalocaris. I believe you'll see a scientist's artistic interpretation on screen now. Abilities are battle armor. Abilities are battle armor. Abilities are... You're telling me an Anorith fried this rice? Abilities are battle armor, which is not shell armor, guys. Negates critical hits. While this normally isn't that exciting of an ability, it is really, really, really important in a Nuzlocke setting, and also by its nature as a fossil Pokemon, Anorith is a guaranteed encounter. So if you're one of those Nuzlockers, people that likes Nuzlocks, you probably really love Anorith. And hidden ability is Swift Swim. Making Anorith yet another member of the Cambrian Explosion Aquatics team. Despite not supposedly having the physiology of a swimmer, it's not even a water type. The Anorith... Anorith's stats undergo a drastic change. Anorith's stats undergo drastic change in a Based on Anorith's stats, Armaldo's stats may surprise you. Anorith excels in attack and also in speed. For an unevolved Pokemon, these offenses are actually quite impressive. But the bulk is absolutely pitiful. 45 HP, 50 defense, 50 special defense is atrocious. We're talking a tickle and you're done for. A stiff breeze and you're done for. A stiff breeze and you're done for, but I guess the wind doesn't blow underwater, so it was safe back in the day. That's why we're talking a stiff breeze and you're done for. But the wind doesn't blow underwater, so the original Anorith would have been safe. For those of you saying that Wind Waker Ganondorf was a complex character, perhaps not even a villain, he wanted to bring the wind underwater. He wanted to wipe out Anorith. I'd say that's pretty villainous. Now evolution takes millions of years to occur. But for Anorith, it actually experiences rapid adaptation and shifts in its base stat total over the course of a humble journey up to level 40.
Well, actually, evolution in Pokemon is more like metamorphosis.
Shut up. Armaldo has been waiting in the queue as a DPS since the pre-Cambrian era. He's finally had enough, and he decided, yeah, he's just gonna reroll to tank. These stats are basically unrecognizable. These stats, when compared to Anorith, are pretty much unrecognizable. It goes from kind of fast and really frail to quite bulky and super slow. 45 base speed is so bad that 45 base speed is so bad that I suspect it's not even 45 base speed is so bad that I suspect it didn't really earn its spot on the Cambrian Explosion Aquatics team. You might not be going first even with doubled speed. .125 attack is great. 70 special attack is not good, but it's probably better than it should be. And 75 HP, 100 defense, and 80 special defense is actually respectable bulk. Bulk that you might actually get to take advantage of, because Rock Bug is a pretty decent dual typing. When you pair Rock and Bug together, you get the... Pairing Rock and Bug together is kind of like a variant of Bug and Steel. Bug negates the nasty fighting and ground weaknesses of both Rock and Steel. Steel is overall defensively much better, but the Rock Bug pairing is better on offense. I don't even think you need your rock type offense though. Level 46 for Fury Cutter? I know it only says 10 base power, but you gotta remember the stab, okay? It's actually 15 base power. It gets okay moves overall. it gets okay moves overall, even in Gen 3. You can TM Earthquake, Break, Rock Tombs, you know, not amazing. The real selling point of Armaldo, in the early days would be for knockoff and rapid spin, which I believe were the real selling point of Armaldo in the early days was access to either knockoff or rapid spin. I believe you couldn't get them both initially. But as early as Gen 4, you could actually get them both together. What are we thinking for Armaldo? I'm thinking endangered. Yeah. Let's see. Would you field an Armaldo Armada? If you're specifically doing a Gen 3 Nuzlocke, this dude's your main tank with battle armor. But if you don't value durability, which in most normal runs you don't, that speed is unacceptable. And it really cuts into your bulk to take a hit on every single encounter. While Kabuto and Omanyte mostly... While Kabuto and Omanyte have excellent swift swim technique, Armaldo sort of flounders. While Kabuto and Omanyte both have excellent swift swim technique, Armaldo sort of flounders, even though it's a shrimp and not a flounder. It does get a swift swim boost, but it doesn't really fit on rain teams because it's not really that fast even with swift swim, and it's an honorary water type. It's not actually a water type, which means that it's not really effective at using water moves, which is what you want to do when it's raining. Still with us? Your session might need a quick refresh. Okay, 73... Alright, 73... Alright, 73 viewers have a shrimp allergy. But the majority, and I think I do agree with the consensus here, believe that this is an endangered species in need of our protection. Don't say I don't care about the ecosystem. Pretty good defenses, and yet somehow endangered. Pretty good defenses, and yet somehow endangered. Pokemon analysis. It's not so shrimple. I think that works. Okay. Do we know any Lileeps? Okay. Lileep, apparently based on a creature called a Crinoid? Shouldn't this thing be trying to sell me a pizza? Science is advancing in Lileeps and bounds. We can do it with that, I guess. Lileep's poise. Science is advancing in Lileeps and bounds. Science is advancing in Lileeps and bounds. Here at Cinnabar Labs, we're advancing science in Lileeps and bounds. It's Lileep! It's apparently based on a creature called a Crinoid? Well, it's not an ice type, so I don't know where they get the cry from. And it's not trying to sell me a pizza, so I don't know where it gets the Noid from. I like Lileep and Cradilly, they're interesting. They always get me with the fake eyes. $6 microtransaction from Psychosaurus. Shout out to Cradilly, my favorite mon. Wow, Cradilly? Really? Grass Rock is a great type. Well, I don't know about great type, but it probably is better than you'd expect, yeah. Walls them pesky waters. It is. We'll talk about Lileep's role because wow, like we talk so much about rain teams. This is the first Pokemon on this fossil list. You know, Pokemon that are mostly rock types that you actually use in a sandstorm. You know, the rock weather. Welcome, Olio. Thanks, Olio, for all of your contributions. Olio made the beginner birds and also the black and white 2 tier list thumbnail. I think you'll all agree they look fantastic. We did some tests and we did end up swapping out the initial image with the version with the smalls, but the Pidgey in front of the mirror with the Staraptor is perfect. If it wasn't for Olio and all you other viewers, I guess, we wouldn't be able to justify doing all of these. It really does help. The new swap with the smalls is great. The smalls are always so cute. The smalls are not made by Olio. The smalls are mostly made by Lab Agent Ash. Mostly. But I think you'll agree they add a lot of personality to these. The lab truly is a team effort, even though in the end I take most of the credit. I guess you can call me James Watson Crick. I think that was his name. He's the DNA guy. Still with us? Your session might need a quick refresh. I am hoping to be able to finish this list. Probably by... Wait, Watson and Crick were different guys? Oh. Guys, you might not believe this. I'm not actually a scientist. I am hoping to finish this list on sort of a similar timeline to Early Bird, so maybe mid next week. Olio, do you think you'd be able to craft a thumbnail for this video? I have an idea already. And while I'm not a real scientist, I wasn't kidding earlier when I'm curious about the idea. I'll show all of you guys while we're here. Cause I think it'll work. It's I'm gonna Google it, but well, I'm Google imaging, so I can't show you it because you know it hopefully you understand the potential for disaster is too high. But this is the idea. I think it'll work. If you can, fittingly enough, bring it to life. And I'm sure you can, but it's only if it strikes your fancy. It's this. So it's a card called Infantry Reanimator. I think this angle kind of works, but instead of, I guess, a strange pale lady bringing back a zombie, perhaps the lab man resurrecting like an Aerodactyl, maybe? In this sort of composition, I think it would work. And it also goes with the trailer, which is... I think if I can find it. If I just search it. For those of you guys who are here to see it. The trailer is, I mean, it's just a direct ripoff of the Wrath of the Lich King trailer. You can see here, this is where he uncovers the fossil. I should explain this. So for those of you guys who haven't seen the Wrath of the Lich King trailer, which I imagine is most of you, it's this guy. It's the Lich King, the one who's wrathful, and the entire trailer is him resurrecting a dragon. And that's actually the dragon that you fight in the raid, Sindragosa, and that's the one who says that your pathetic magic betrays you. But if you watch the Lich King trailer, we do basically all the same shots. I would actually also say, I mean, obviously it doesn't look better than the real trailer, but it probably looks better than the trailers they put out nowadays, which is kind of sad. I can try something like that, thank you. I'll send you the card image later. For now, we need to battle Lileep. We're only on Lileep, guys. The dragon was playable in the original Warcraft 3 game. Fake fan. Okay, that's a bit harsh, but no, the dragon that was playable was Sapphiron, not Syndragosa. Do all these frostworms look the same to you? Lileep, Japanese name, Ririra. Lileep, Japanese name, Ririra. Isn't that where all the Pegasus Knights come from? It's Ilya. Is Grass Rock a unique typing? Geez, what would you say is the best WoW cinematic? Warlords of Draenor. Well, not worst expansion. Bad expansion, best cinematic. Oh, Ogerpon can go... Lileep is a grass rock type, which is almost completely unique. The only other Pokemon that can wield this typing is Ogerpon, who literally does wield it in the form of a swappable mask. But for Lileep, this rock type is truly baked into its bones. WoD was so hype until it wasn't. I almost resubbed because of WoD. I guess in the end I'm glad I didn't, but man, that trailer was awesome. Abilities are suction cups, which... I think there's another ability that functions like suction cups. No, it's unique, right? Abilities are suction cups, which allow it to firmly anchor itself. Abilities are suction cups, which allows it to firmly grasp the earth itself. You cannot forcibly swap out a Pokemon with suction cups, but you can still swap yourself out voluntarily, which makes suction cups better than ingrain, because when you ingrain, you're stuck. Hidden ability is Storm Drain. Hidden ability is Storm Drain, which causes you to suck up any incoming water. Doesn't heal you. Hidden ability is Storm Drain, which allows you to guzzle any incoming water attacks, just like this. Drained. Unlike Water Absorb, Storm Drain doesn't heal you, but it gives you a special attack boost. And if you happen to be operating in a team setting, as most scientists do, Storm Drain is also a redirect. So water moves specifically targeted at your ally will instead seep into the Lileep. Before the Lileep has fully bloomed, we are looking at these stats. Very respectable bulk with 66 HP, 77 defense, and 87 special defense. Before Lileep fully blossoms into Cradily, we are looking at 66 HP, Before fully blossoming into Cradily, we're looking at these stats. Very respectable bulk with 66 HP, 77 defense, and 87 special defense. Offenses are not as hopeless as you'd think. 41 attack is horrible, but 61 special attack is kind of okay for an unevolved Pokemon, and 23 speed is agony, but what do you really expect? It's a rocky plant. Of course, it's not going to be the fastest on its feet or its suction cups. We'll talk about the typing after we talk about Cradily. As with all of the fossils so far, and it's an epic poem, so you're in for a long read when you recite. And it's an epic poem, so you're in for a long read. It's gonna take level 40 until you're able to finish reading the Cradiliad. Cradily! Cradily. Cradily. This... Cradily. Despite the fact that I have 2 pairs of glasses, this thing has always fooled me. Those aren't its eyes. Those are its eyes. Despite the fact that I have 2 pairs of glasses, Cradily's appearance has always fooled me. Hey pal, my eyes are down here. It's kind of unintentional, but the way I'm set up right now, it almost looks like I myself am doing a Cradily cosplay. Those aren't teeth? No, if you look at it animated, especially in Pokemon Battle Revolution, which is, I guess, the only place you can see it animated. Wait, those aren't teeth? No, if you look at it in 3D, so in Coliseum XD or Battle Revolution, you'll see that no, those are actually the eyes because they move. How are the stats? How are the stats now that we're in full bloom? Cradily is first seen on Cradilly is first seen on Champion Sephirin's team, and, I mean, if he's the champion, it's gotta be pretty good, right? Alright, Cradilly, a unique and powerful light tome. And we're looking at 11 might, 15 weight. I mean, it is a rock type. 100 hits pretty good. 15 crit, probably not enough to actually consider going with a crit build, but, I mean, it's something. And 1-2 range, like all magic. It's okay. Favored by the goddess, and yet it went extinct. Favored by the goddess. Okay, so that's why it's a rock type. Not because of fossilization, but it got hit by Ashera's Light of Judgment. Well, that answers that question. Okay, that's enough of that. I mean, 15 weight is pretty crazy, but... remember, this is Tellius, where strength negates weapon weight. How strong is Sephirin? Eat a sandwich. Can't pick up the Cradilly. How much does Cradilly weigh in Pokemon? Really? Okay, 15 weight is pretty heavy for a tome, but you're telling me this rock type is 133 pounds? Guys, I'm heavier than Cradilly. Okay, if I want to actually do an accurate Cradilly cosplay, I actually need to lose, like, 30 pounds. Cradilly's actual stats. Cradilly's actual stats. 86 HP, paired with 97 defense and 107 special defense. Oh, hang on. Cradilly's actual stats. Highest stat? 107 special defense.
Your magic ends here.
Die, mage.
Hey, does this high special defense stat look familiar? Blessed by the goddess. 40 res! What are nerds gonna do? Like trainer, like Pokemon. Res specialists. We joke about how useless, slow, bulky, mixed attack... We joke about how useless, slow, bulky, mixed attackers are in Hoenn, and yes, this is a Hoenn Pokemon, but it's definitely not a Hoenn homie. Yes, the offenses are very mediocre, but Cradilly actually actually is bulky. Not only stats-wise, but also typing-wise. Rock and grass are types that we make a... Rock and grass are types we poke a lot of fun at. In particular for being terrible on defense, but they actually pair quite well. Especially when you consider Storm Drain, turning what would be a neutral water hit into an immunity with even further upside. Cradily is also the first Pokemon we're talking about that does want to be in a weather. Cradily is also the first Pokemon we're talking about that does want to operate in weather, but it is not on the Cambrian Explosion Aquatics team. Or maybe it is, but it's the very bottom of the pool. It's the Storm Drain. Cradilly's ideal climate is actually Sandstorm. You know, it's crazy that this is the first time we're mentioning it on... It's crazy that this is the first time we're mentioning it on this tier list about fossils, which are almost all rock types. But Cradilly's ideal climate is Sandstorm. You know, the rock type weather. Starting in Gen 4, Sandstorm would confer a 50% special defense boost only on rock types. This usually isn't really that useful because rock types have piss special defense. So you end up multiplying 20 by 1.5 and you still die to bubble. But Cradily actually has amazing special defense. So when you boost that further by 50%, you actually get, and I'm not joking here, an unbreakable special wall. Not only is Cradily good in sand and not in rain, it's actually really, really good against rain. If you're running a sand team, you're naturally going to have ground types and maybe even some rock types on there. They don't like facing water attacks. And Cradily drinks those up, no problem. And in the context of a defensive Pokemon, these offenses aren't even that bad. Wow. Oh. Well, numerically, the offenses aren't that bad, but these might be the saddest base powers I've ever seen in a level up move pool. Astonish 15 base power, Constrict, Astonish 30 base power, Constrict 10 base power, Acid 40 base power, Constrict again! 10 base power. It's got multiple tentacles. Acid again. We're tripping twice. Oh, Amnesia. That's all you need. Just use that and forget about these other moves. it doesn't really matter that Cradily has horrible offensive options because it is a support Pokemon with strong support moves. You got Toxic. Where's Leech Seed? Got. Where's Leech Seed? What? There's no Leech Seed. Okay, I've scoured the archives. I missed it? This thing definitely has Leech Seed, right? Where is it? Okay. Okay. Eventually, it can inflict instant death with Toxic Leech Seed. But if you want to play fair and give your opponents a fighting chance, you do have an entire garden of very useful defensive options. You can fully stock the produce department with Stockpile. And essentially for a defensive Pokemon, you can Sunny Go to the daycare, and hey, you can breed Recover from Sunny Go. Would you use Cradily? Would you use Cradily? Would you use Cradily for your in-game playthrough? No, never. It's a defensive Pokemon, it's super duper slow, and it relies on attrition to wear down its enemies. It can do that, but it's probably gonna wear down my own patience. Would you use Cradily for an in-game playthrough? No, never. Its offenses are absolutely horrible, and it relies on attrition to win its battles. It'll eventually wear down the opponents, but it'll probably wear down your own patience first. If you feel like beating the game before becoming a fossil yourself, I can't recommend Cradily. Reload the page. But at the same time... But there's no way I'm gonna bow to Big Shellbell. This thing... There's no way this thing is in fossil fuels. But I'm also not seeing much motion. I'm not sure this thing is truly alive. I'd say that Lileep plants its roots firmly in the endangered tier. And how do we do this? Let's see. I'd say that Lileep and Cradilly plant their roots firmly in the endangered tier. Ingrained. I'm recovering 6.25% of my health per turn. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's a World of Warcraft copy pasta about troll regeneration. I can say it this way. I'd say that Lileep and Cradilly plant their roots firmly in the endangered tier. Ingrained. Of course, it has to be above the crust in order to send the roots down. And with this placement, you can be assured I'm not trolling. I'm regenerating 6.25% of my health per second. And there's nothing you can do about it. Lileep is a... Lileep, a support Pokemon through and through, but that support is appreciated. You can see the value even here. Omanyte are... You can see the value even here. Right now, Omanyte, Anorith, and this Crustle, they all take 3 less damage and deal 1 additional damage. Lileep's Poise. It's a pretty good personal. Okay, I think that's it for Lileep. Everybody happy with this? I think it's pretty good. Alright, I'd say we're about halfway done through the actual rankings. How are you guys feeling? Cradilly is the apex predator in this ecosystem right now, if you think about it. I mean, I can't trust you with that profile picture, but I also don't want to spoil Radiant Dawn. But no, I don't think Cradilly is the apex predator. I'd say we're about halfway through. I know we're only on Gen 3, but we had to do all the preamble, we had to set up everything. And also these fossils are going to be pretty quick. Spoilers for Radiant Dawn, Ike and Micaiah have to fight Dracovish. Well, I hope you hit those speed procs. You're gonna need Whitepool to avoid being hit for double damage from Vicious Rend. Okay. Alright, I have an intro ready for Relicanth. None of you guys are gonna understand this, but that's okay. Like, 5 of you will understand this. If you understand what I'm saying, then I guess you can well, I'll probably explain it afterwards. Let's see. Are you an agent of what? The Legion? The League, okay. So this is probably a hint. I'm gonna stitch this stuff together. But I'm not, like, having a stroke here. Neither of the brain kind or of the Gooner kind here, okay? I'm doing this on purpose because I need the footage. And some of you, if you're a true fan, you might know exactly what I'm going to use that for. Alright, here we go.
Your strength is incredible. Are you an agent of the League? Have you been sent to test me? I have been sent to replace you. You're a Relicanth, Magtheridon.
There we go. Might have to do one more take for the second part of it. But I think that'll work. It's just like a random cutscene from Warcraft 3 where the guy says you're a relic. That's it, but we'll just dub over that later, and that's why I needed the mouth movements. I don't know why I'm so concerned about people not understanding what I'm saying. It's not like that's ever stopped me before. You think Relicanth and Drampa hang out together? Do that one more time.
I have been sent to replace you. You're a Relicanth, Magtheridon.
Relicanth, the living fossil. Where is it in the dex? Is it actually next to the other fossils? No, it's not. Relicanth, the longevity Pokemon. Jiransu. Japanese name, Jiransu. It's a combination of Ji as in Ji-chan, old man, and Relicanth, which is the creature this is based on. If you compare Relicanth to a real Relicanth, you'll see that it's basically already a Pokemon. They didn't really change anything. All they did was they gave it stereotypical old man old Japanese man slit eyes, and then they pressed record. That was it. But Relicanth is basically a real-life Pokemon, which is part of the reason I wanted to talk about it today. Relicanth? Where's Sprousicanth? See, this is this is the efficiency you need in the lab. I only have to make one image because Coelacanth and Dylanacanthe. I only have to make one image because Dylan and Cole are twins. The other reason that I wanted to talk about this Pokemon is because I know that it's not Coelacanth. How do I know? Long ago, when Relicanth swam the seas, this doesn't really make sense because it still swims the seas. Long ago, I'm talking 10 years at this point, I got into an argument with a now ex-girlfriend who was studying to be an archaeologist, so... Long ago, I'm talking 10 years ago, I got into an argument with a now ex-girlfriend of mine who was studying to be an archaeologist, so it would have been really nice to have her help on this list. And the argument was about how to pronounce the name of this creature. I can't even spell it. I have to look it up on Google. Now, I had assumed, based on, at that point, 20 years of experience speaking the English language, and also on my expertise as a 4-time New York State speech champion. I had assumed that the way you would read this, in part due to Relicanth being a rock type, I thought that you would read this as Coelacanth. You know, because coal is a rock. But no. The scientifically accurate way to pronounce this is, in fact, Coelacanth. Looking at this, I think we really need to ask ourselves, do we want to live in a world with rules or not? In what universe do you pronounce this as SEAL? It's a water type, so maybe this thing is one of the Navy SEALs. Anybody play the classic SRPG? Fire Emblem 6, Sword of Seals. My favorite rapper, CeeLo Green. This pronunciation is so bonkers that I wouldn't be surprised if they added... This pronunciation is so bonkers, I wouldn't be surprised if they added it as an official pronunciation for a Fire Emblem 4 character. It's about as illegible. This pronunciation is so bonkers and utterly alien to English speakers that I wouldn't be surprised if they added this as the official pronunciation for a Fire Emblem 4 character in Fire Emblem Heroes. I wonder why she broke up with me. That's probably enough of that. Is it pronounced like coal or seal? It's seal. So the correct it's coelacanth. But, I mean, you would never know. Like, what? But yes, it's coelacanth. Truly bonkers? I know. While the pronunciation of coelacanth might be bonkers, Relicanth is the one that's gonna be bonking you. Old man's still got it. He's got Rock Head, negating all recoil from recoil moves. And this dude is definitely the Jagan. And this dude is definitely the Jagan of the Cretaceous Explosion Aquatics team. He's a swift swimmer. And he's been swimming these seas for centuries. And of course, no surprise that this man's lasted as long as he has because, hey, he's sturdy. Sturdy negates one-hit KO moves, and if you're at full health, it allows you to endure a lethal hit while remaining at 1 HP. Where's the one that has the silly... Ah, here it is. It's an Ultramoon. Ultramoon Dex entry here. The reason it hasn't changed at all in 100 million years is that it's apparently already a perfect life form. I love this entry. It's as if the Rotom Dex itself can't believe it. Apparently, already a perfect life form. I'm actually going to listen to the voice of the people first. Unfitting for Relicanth, I'm actually gonna break with tradition, and I'm actually gonna look at the voice of the people first. We do know that we've been infiltrated by Big Oil, but I do believe this is the first time that legitimately people are voting by majority to recycle this old man as a fossil fuel. Soylent Fossil is Relicanth's. Soylent Brown is Relicanth's. You damn whippersnappers. You damn whippersnappers. So typical. You need to learn. You will learn respect. And Head Smash will be your teacher. Are you ready? Can you coelacanth all of me? I'm not gonna talk like that the entire time. Here are Relicanth stats. You youngsters brush off Relicanth as an old man past his prime. I don't know if I would call this thing the perfect life form, but these stats are probably better than you expected, right? Everybody treats this thing as a Gen 3 Trashmon. But for a Hoenn Pokemon, these stats are really min-maxed. The Hoenn Homie phenomenon... The Hoenn Homie phenomenon is pretty new. It only started in the last few thousands of years. The Hoenn Homie mixed attacker phenomenon is pretty recent. It only happened in the past few million years. Chillin' under the sea, Relicanth never actually sacrificed his optimized stat total. Chillin' at the bottom of the sea, Relicanth has just been doing things the old-fashioned way. Chillin' at the bottom of the sea, Relicanth has just been doing things the old-fashioned way. Hey, it's a water rock type with really good defense, one acceptable attacking stat, and a speed stat that is bad, but with a worthwhile way to double it. Now, 90 attack isn't amazing or anything. 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 But this old man... But you know what they say about geezers. They're real hard-headed. Stuck in his ways for millions of years. Stab head smash with no recoil. Really, really powerful. Kids these days would say that Unk is washed. It's just a descriptor. Of course he's washed. He's a water type. Does it get rock polish too? I think it does. Rock. And normally the elderly experience some issues in this department, but Relicanth can rock polish himself off just fine. It's still useful. It's still useful since... It's still useful. It's still useful. It's still useful since if you want to actually... It's still useful since if you want to actually take advantage of recoil-less Rockhead head smash, you need to polish yourself off. If you're on the Cambrian Explosion Aquatics team, Nobody wants to see you do that in the locker room, okay? Whippersnappers might call him Relicanth. I say the elderly Relicanth. He survived 100 million years, but might not be that much longer for this world. He is getting pretty old. Relicanth isn't amazing or anything. It's probably the worst Pokemon we've talked about so far, overall. There isn't really much incentive to use it on your in-game team since you get it so late, and in the region that very famously has too much water. And if you're looking for a swift swimmer on your team, Relicanth is super wrinkly. He's been in the water for a really long time. You're probably gonna pass over him in favor of some fresher meat. But Relicanth, on his own merits, isn't that bad. It's probably better than a lot of people give him credit for. Also notable that Relicanth is one of the only... It's also notable that Relicanth is one of the only instances... It's also notable that Relicanth is one of the only instances in the Pokemon franchise where you specifically need a Relicanth if you want to do something. That thing being the Regicide quest. The Regicide quest is infamously convoluted, requiring you to read Broll, which is a sentence that shouldn't really exist. How do you read Broll? Normally your progression in Pokemon is gated by HMs, which can be fulfilled by any Pokemon that can learn that HM. It's usually a pretty wide pool of talent you can pull from. But for the Regiquest, you specifically need a Wailord and a Relicanth. It has to be those two species. I guess this old man has a special trade skill that the whippersnappers these days, it's too far out of vogue, they never learned it. All kids these days know how to do is eat Rage Candy Bar, watch Rotom Phone, and lie. Relicanth. A creature of a more civilized age. Eat spicy berry. Hey. Every year further in the future that you watch this list. For every year further in the future you watch this list, you've become more and more like Relicanth. How does it feel? I'm 32. It'll happen to you too. My ex broke up with me 10 years ago. But to Relicanth, that's just the blink of an eye. And it blinks its eyes really slowly, and in fact, I think it's almost But to Relicanth, that's just... But to Relicanth, 10 years is the blink of an eye. Does it even blink? I think its eyes are always closed. Okay, I think that's it for Relicanth. Don't they also need to be an extremely high level? I don't think so. I don't think the level matters at all. It's just that Wailord is a naturally high-ish level evolution, like 40. Alright. Crandios. Crandios. Did I skip over Crano Uno? What's going on here? How did we get to Crandios? Ganondorf Dragmire, I must sleep. Hey, we mentioned Ganondorf during... Which one? One of these got flooded. Was it Anorith? I think it was Anorith. Flooded. Well, we specifically accused Ganondorf of being a villain, but are we sure? Would a villain fund a scientific operation like this? Thank you to Ganondorf Dragmire for the 20 hit pin missile. Good night. Don't sleep for 300 million years. Thank you for the 20 hit pin missile. 20 new interns. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe you can get Crandios almost immediately, right? You can go into the underground, dig for it, and then revive it at Orboros City, which is practically where you start. So I believe this is the one fossil Pokemon you can actually obtain and use in most of your game. I think that's how it works. Post Gym 2, yeah. Okay, so practically the beginning. And it comes at level 20. Yeah, alright. Tyrunt and Amaura are earlier? Yeah, but they're in Gen 6. Okay. Crandios is our first Gen 4 fossil. It's revived from the Skull fossil. Crandios is our first Gen 4 fossil. And there were a few ways that the Gen 4 fossils... Crandios is the first of 2 Gen 4 fossils, and the Gen 4 fossils are a bit different than the in-Gens 1, 2, and 3 fossils. Crandios is revived from a Skull fossil, which you do not actually obtain during normal playthrough. It's actually obtained through a multiplayer feature, the Great Sinnoh Underground. Now, you can venture into the underground solo, but it's actually meant to be a multiplayer experience that was Now, you can venture into the underground solo, but it was intended as a multiplayer experience, meant to show off the then brand new Wi-Fi connectivity feature. Remember that? Remember when Wi-Fi was new? Oh, maybe Relicanth isn't the only fossil on this list. If you felt so inclined, as early as the second gym, you could delve into the underground, excavate yourself a skull fossil, only in Pokemon Diamond version because I love version exclusives, and revive it at Orboro City, and it would revive at level 20, which is perfectly reasonable for the point in-game when you can obtain it. This makes it the first fossil Pokemon that you can actually use for most of the game instead of either halfway through or at the end. Crandios is actually a pure rock type. Crandios is actually a pure rock type. For the most part, I would say that's bad. You normally want to be a dual type, since a dual type gives you an additional stab type and often a wider move pool. But as we will see very soon, and as you already know in the depths of your heart, it's definitely possible for a dual type to be worse than a pure type. Much, much worse. Abilities are Mold Breaker. Abilities are Mold Breaker. Pokemon with Mold Breaker break the mold, which tells you everything you need to know. But I guess in the interest of science, I'll explain it. Pokemon with Mold Breaker negate the opponent's ability, but only during the attacking phase. What that means is that as you're earthquaking a levitating Pokemon, it's as if they don't have Levitate. Simple. But let's say, for example, you use a move like Body Slam that can inflict paralysis on a Pokemon with Limber. As you're slamming them, Mold Breaker is active, so they don't have Limber and you can paralyze them. But as soon as your attack ends, they once again limber up and can cure the paralysis. Very weird. Hidden ability is Sheer Force. Sheer Force allows you to forego the secondary effects of your moves. A secondary effect would be, for example, flinch from Rock Slide or burn from Flamethrower. Sheer Force. Hidden ability Sheer Force allows you to forego the secondary effects of your moves. A secondary effect would be something like the flinch from Rock Slide or the burn from Flamethrower. And in exchange for sacrificing these unreliable secondary effects, you get a guaranteed 30% boost in the power of your moves. Pretty good. Unevolved Pokemon, so we're probably expecting a BST of, what, like 300-ish? Maybe we'll see a stat that hits like 70? Unevolved Pokemon, so we're expecting a base stat total of, I don't know, 300-ish? Maybe we can see a stat that's in the 70s. That's probably good enough. Is this research fraudulent? Have interns tampered with the numbers? Or am I looking at an unevolved Pokemon with 125 base attack and 58 speed, which for an unevolved Pokemon is, like, it's a little bit slow, but it's not that bad. The bulk is obviously trash, but 125 base attack. Once you kill 5 members of the enemy team, once you reach level 30 and kill 5 members of the enemy team to go on a rampage, you evolve into Rampardos. Rampardos, the headbutt Pokemon. Looking for members. Hellfire Rampardos. Hellfire Rampardos. Anybody? $165 base attack. 165 base attack. This is the second highest offensive stat in the entire franchise. This is the second highest offensive stat. Not just among mortal Pokemon, but among all Pokemon. It's higher than Slacking. It's higher than Groudon. The only Pokemon that edges Rampardos out on physical offense is Deoxys attack. Hey, we saw Deoxys at the beginning of this video. $97 HP. That's actually pretty decent. 97 HP. That's actually pretty decent. So it might, maybe, kinda, sorta allow you to sponge a weaker hit when leveraged with your 60 defense and 50 special defense. Those are actually so low, I feel kind of bad using the term leverage. And 58 speed is actually the same as Crandios, so it doesn't change. And 58 base speed is actually the exact same as Crandios. So, we did our head smash exercises, but we definitely skipped leg day. Apparently Kyurem Black... Apparently Kyurem Black also has 170 attack. Apparently Kyurem Black also beats this with 170 attack. Well, why... But you never actually get to use that attack because you're trying to cure him, not kill him. For moves, I really would have liked to see a... For moves, I really would have liked to see an earlier rock option. Even just rock throw by level up would probably be enough. But Crandios and Rampardos' attack stats are so colossally high that you can just use random non-stab physical moves and probably put your enemies on the... And probably send your opponents to the annals of history. And probably condemn your opponents to the annals of history. This stab head smash. Head smash was implemented as Rampardos' signature move. Head Smash was implemented as Rampardos' signature move, and it's definitely the mightiest wielder of it. This is one of the strongest moves in the entire franchise, right out of the gate. And when used by Rampardos, it actually doesn't have a downside. Because Rampardos' ability Rockhead What? This is the Pokemon that should have the Head Smash Rockhead combo. And it just doesn't. I really feel like the devs didn't use their head on this one. I really feel like the devs weren't using their head when they came up with this Pokemon. It's not like it would even be too powerful, right? It's not like it would even be too powerful. We've discussed Head Smash a few times already on this list, but let's actually go in depth a bit. Recoil moves actually deal different percentages of recoil based on the move. Recoil moves actually deal different percentages of recoil based on the move. Most recoil moves fall in the 30% recoil bracket. These would be your moves like Double Edge, Flare Blitz. These would be your moves like Double Edge, Flare Blitz, Brave Bird. There are some recoil moves that actually deal less than 30% recoil. There are actually some recoil moves that deal less than 30% recoil. There are actually some recoil moves that deal less damage. Afro Break from Bouffalant is strictly better double edge. It's the same base power as double edge, but you take less It's the same base power as double edge, but you take less damage in return. Head Smash is truly an extinction event level move. You take 50% recoil when smashing. At least one of you is going to die. At least one. When you click Head Smash, at least one of you is going to die. It might actually be both of you. I don't understand why this needs such an extreme downside, because Head Smash already has a downside. "20% of the time, it doesn't do any damage." Rampardos gets a lot of flack. Rampardos gets a lot of flack online. Rampardos gets a lot of flack online. Rampardos gets a lot of flack online as a Pokemon that promises greatness and only delivers disappointment. In competitive, that's absolutely true. In competitive, this thing is an absolute joke and always has been. You see that stellar attack stat, you think that if you're clever enough, you can finagle some sort of way to get the drop on enemies, maybe rock polish yourself off real quick and then smash them. Maybe rock polish yourself off real quick, and then when they least expect it, smash them with your, well, rock head, of course. But it has never worked. You can be fast and frail. You can be slow and bulky. You cannot be slow and frail. That's just a recipe for disaster. In competitive, when you're on equal footing with your opponents. In game, where you have all sorts of advantages, most notably in level, meaning that you'll be faster when you really shouldn't be, Rampardos is actually fine. More than fine. I think it's actually pretty good. This thing basically has Death Touch. If it's able to attack you, you will die. Anything it's able... Anything it touches is toast. But in the context of in-game, its crazy offense is almost overkill, right? In the same way that you can get away with lower speed because you have a level advantage, you can also get away with lower offense because you have a level advantage. I'm not saying that Crandios and Rampardos are necessarily head-smashing! But I feel like they have a reputation as total trash mons purely because of their pathetic performance in competitive. People are more sympathetic to Rampart. People are more sympathetic. People are Now it's Lileep that you revive from the root fossil. But more people are rooting for Crandios than I thought would be. I probably agree with this assessment. When Crandios is on the field, everything is endangered. It's do or die. Looking for members, Hellfire Rampardos. Hellfire Rampardos. Looking for members, Hellfire Rampardos. Hellfire Rampardos. Looking for members, Hellfire Rampardos. Anyone? Oh, okay, I got it. Looking for members, Hellfire Rampardos. Looking for members, Hellfire Rampardos. I think I'll do it in 2 takes. Okay, here we go. Looking for members, Hellfire Rampardos. Have 3 DPS and healer, just need tank. Looking for members, Hellfire Rampardos. Have 3 DPS and healer, just need tank. Oh, I got a whisper, Guys, I found a tank. It's this... Looking for member, Hellfire Rampardos. Have 3 DPS. Have healer. Need tank. No Shieldons. Shieldon. If you think you have a hard time finding a group, Shieldon. If you think you're having trouble finding a group, as a vanilla Feral Druid tank, as a vanilla Protection Paladin, as a Wrath of the Lich King warrior, all three of those joke specs are magnitudes. All three of those joke specs are magnitudes. Magnitude 10. All three of those joke specs are magnitudes. All three of those joke specs are magnitudes. I'm talking magnitude 10 more viable than Shieldon. Tate tops. More like Tate bottom. Oh! Shieldon is a dual-type rock, steel, fossil Pokemon. Oh, the music stopped. Shieldon is a dual-type rock, steel, fossil Pokemon introduced in Generation 4. Abilities are sturdy. Abilities are sturdy, which negate one-hit KO moves, and will also allow you to endure at 1 HP if you take lethal damage from full health. Hidden ability is soundproof, which blocks all enemy sound moves. Hidden ability is soundproof, which blocks all sound moves, including allied beneficial sound moves like Heal Bell. If you're a Shieldon fan, you're gonna wish you had soundproof, because I don't have anything nice to say about this thing. Shieldon is a Pokemon. Shieldon and Bastiodon are Pokemon that sound good. Shieldon and Bastiodon are Pokemon that sound good if you don't actually know anything about Pokemon. If you just asked a random person on the street, if you just showed a random person on the street a chart of Pokemon types, and you asked them to pick out what they thought the best defensive combo would be, they would probably pick Rock and Steel, right? It sounds like they would be good together on defense. Not so fun fact. When I tell people that I'm a Pokemon YouTuber, they say, "Oh, Pokemon, like the cards?" Yeah, the cards. This typing is an absolute... This typing is an absolute disgrace. I'd rather equip the Deku Shield than this thing. It actually has a decent amount of resistances owing to the steel typing, but that does not matter one iota when you have a quad weakness to both fighting and ground. What are the two most common and strongest physical attacking types? Fighting and ground. So the typing is terrible. But what about the stats? The stats are almost good. The defense is really good at 118.
Break yourselves upon my body!
And the special defense is also a lot better than you would expect. Normally rock types have horrible special defense. But Shieldon, this isn't even Bastardon, Shieldon actually has pretty good special defense. And once you build your bastion, these are some of the best straight-up defenses in the franchise. 168 defense, 138 special defense. Those are both really good. Have you learned nothing from Shuckle? $60 base HP is pathetic. And the speed stayed the same, but it was hopeless anyway, and it's actually kind of impressive that the speed doesn't decrease, given how much more weight it's carrying around its crown. I guess it did those neck exercises. Nexercises. We can take Bastardon to the extreme by We can compare Bastardon to an extreme example of defenses over HP in the form of Shuckle. Shuckle has the best defenses in the franchise and nothing else. Shuckle is not a very good defensive Pokemon. Shuckle is not a very good defensive Pokemon, but it would actually be pretty easy to make it amazing. If you took 30 from each of its defenses and put them into HP, Shuckle would actually be unstoppable. Shuckle also has a better defensive type than Bastardon, even though Rock Bug is not that amazing. If we want a more direct comparison for Bastardon, rather than Shuckle, we can look at if we want a more direct comparison, between Bastiodon and an actually good defensive Pokemon, we can play Toxapex Legends. I get ads for this game all the time. Toxapex has the same sort of defensive profile, where it has really, really good defenses, but basically no HP. But Toxapex makes it work. Because it regenerates a huge chunk of that minuscule its minuscule XP whenever it's switched in. I'm looking for the type. And more importantly, Toxapex has a real type. Water poison. We haven't really mentioned or harped on how hopeless Bastiodon's offense is. But it doesn't actually need offenses in minuscule XP? What did I say? Instead of what? HP? When did I say that? For Toxapex? I guess we'll just redo that. Toxapex makes it work because it regenerates a decent portion of its minuscule HP with Regenerator whenever it's swapped out. And I don't think I have to change the type thing. We haven't harped on how hopeless Bastiodon's offenses are, but Bastiodon doesn't need to attack. Its targets attack themselves. But Bastiodon doesn't need to damage its opponents. But Bastiodon doesn't need to inflict damage. Its enemies damage themselves. With Metal Burst. Wow. Metal Burst is the pseudo signature 600 BST. Metal Burst is the pseudo signature. Metal Burst is the pseudo signature 600 BST move of Bastiodon. It's the malformed bastard child of Counter and Mirror Coat. Counter deals double the damage you receive back to the opponent, but only from a physical move. Mirror Coat deals double the damage you receive back to the opponent, but only for a special move. Metal Burst deals 1.5 the amount of damage you received from either a physical or special move. You don't have to predict. Wow, it always works, except it actually never works. Couple issues with this move. First and most minor. First and most minor. It doesn't actually have negative priority attached to it. Where does it say this? Just so I can demonstrate it. It doesn't say it, but I know that's the first and most minor. First issue with Metal Burst is that it doesn't actually have negative priority. Counter and Mirror Coat rely on your opponent attacking you within a turn, and to facilitate that, they both have Counter and Mirror Coat both rely on your opponent striking you first within a turn, and to facilitate that, they have heavily decreased priority. In order to Metal Burst your opponent, you need to actually be slower than them. Bastiodon has horrendous speed. So 95% of the time, that's not gonna be an issue. But Metal Burst is still in the normal priority bracket, so if your opponent has any sort of decreased priority move, Metal Burst just doesn't work. Another issue with Metal Burst. You pay a tax on the damage you retaliate with, because you don't have to predict whether the incoming damage will be physical or special. But libertarians would argue, it's not worth paying the tax. Pop quiz. Do you think Rampardos is going to hit you with a physical attack or a special attack? Vote now on your Rotom phones. The answer is physical attack. 80% of the time, you're going to know which type of attack the enemy is going to use. There are instances when you're facing a true mixed attacker that could hit you. There are instances where you are going to face a mixed attacker that could hit you with either physical or special. You can't really know. But the vast majority of the time, if you're good enough, you're gonna know what the incoming damage. But the vast majority of the time, if you're good enough, I don't even mean Wolfie VGC, I mean if you've played a Pokemon game before, you're gonna know what damage type is incoming based on the Pokemon that's attacking you. So you don't really get any value out of the universal retaliation of Metal Burst. Final issue with Metal Burst. Final issue with Metal Burst as an attacking option for Bastiodon. Metal Burst deals its damage based on the HP value of damage you received. And Bastiodon has the worst possible stat spread for this. it has really good defenses, which is actually bad. Because you barely take any damage to inflict back on the attacker. Compare this to Wobbuffet, a Pokemon that is perfectly optimized as a literal punching bag. A ton of HP, so you take a lot of damage that you can then return with your counterattacking move. This is what you want. Not this. It's almost impressive. It's almost impressive how many synergies there are between the anti-synergies of Bastiodon. This ability, Sturdy, makes sense flavor-wise for a defensive Pokemon to have, right? It's sturdy, so it should have a defensive ability. But ironically, Sturdy is actually best on frail Pokemon. Because Sturdy only grants you the Endure effect if you take lethal damage from full health, that means the only instance in which Sturdy actually activates and gives you value is when your defenses haven't actually done anything and you would have died. So if Sturdy activates, So if your ability is doing something, then your defenses were useless. And if your defenses are actually allowing you to survive damage, that's what they're there for, then your ability isn't doing anything. $2 microtransaction from Ex Nihil, who says, "Buenas noches, Señor Queso." How convenient. Wow, I know Spanish. Thank you for the $2 microtransaction. My first girlfriend was from Colombia. She spoke Spanish. This was not the Relicanth girl. Is there even any point in talking about the moves? There's nothing this Pokemon... Is there even any point in talking about the moves it has access to? It has horrible offenses, so it doesn't deal any damage. It has some support moves. I think it learns Stealth Rock, but you'll never use it because you instantly die to everything. I guess in Gen 9 you can body press, but you didn't because you died. Because you're a rock steel type. Oh, it also has no recovery move, but that doesn't matter because you die in one hit anyway, so you'll never have health to recover. Do I even need to check the poll? I think I already know what it's gonna say. I mean, I don't have anything kind to say about this thing, but just looking at this, it tells a sad story. Bastiodon. More like Astiodon. What's the price of oil per barrel? We never actually mentioned. Oh, look, my mom told me not to talk to three horns like you. Look, my mom told me. Look, it's nothing personal. But my mom told me that I'm not supposed to talk to three horns like you.
These inhuman dogs must be slain.
Why do you Beork hate the Lagoose?
Die, mongrel!
She'd actually prefer if I went to go play with the sharp teeth. They might eat me, but that's better than ending up like you. They might eat me, but that's better than ending up like you. Bastiodon in fossil fuel. Yup. You know, we never actually mentioned which fossil you actually need in order to resurrect a Shieldon for your team. I believe that you revive Shieldon from a Coprolite. Coprolites actually aren't bone. Coprolites aren't actually fossilized bone. You know what the original form of a coprolite was? Shit. Rated PG-13. Alright, Archen. How far in are we? Okay, it's been... 7 hours. It's fine. We only have... 8 more. And how many do we rank? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, but we're more than halfway through. It's fine. Okay, how do we intro Archen? I believe in those Hobbit movies. The dwarves lusted over the Archenstone. Well, here's Archen, and I guess it is a stone? It's a rock type. Metal sound? What are you talking about? Is everything okay? Archen, a rock flying type. 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 First one we've seen since Aerodactyl. This is a Gen 5 fossil. If you want to recruit him in Fire Emblem, you'll find him on an Archanea map, chillin' with Marth. And if you're playing Pokemon and exploring Unova, you'll find this thing over in Arkansas. That is one big pile of stats. Wow! Did you know that Pokemon can actually have both good attack and good speed? Don't worry about the defenses, they don't matter. And it's not even fully evolved. At level 37, which is actually earlier than the other fossils, despite at level 37, which is actually earlier than the original fossils, despite the fact that this is an Unova Pokemon. Archen takes flight, and you can harvest your Archeops fruit. Anybody remember those from... Archen takes flight, and you can actually harvest your Archeops fruit. Anybody remember those from Neopets? Was it Cheops fruit or Cheops berry? I'm starting to wonder if Cheops is actually a real word. Archeops and Archeos may be derived from Archaeopteryx and ops, common suffix in taxonomic names of prehistoric animals, and also of Call of Duty Black games. I believe they call them Black Ops. Derived from the ancient Greek word for face. Hey, I have one of those. Archeops may also allude to Cheops, the Greek name for the Egyptian pharaoh Khufu. Oh, okay. Hey, kufu in Japanese means to... Kufu in Japanese means to come up with a clever solution or workaround to something. So you'll often see the word kufu when talking about inventions. Is this thing the king of games? Now these are... I can see why the Pharaoh... Is this thing the king of games? I can see why the Pharaoh Cheops was revered as a god. 75 HP, 65 defense, 65 special defense. I'm just saying those because I have to. 140 attack. 112 special attack, 110 speed. These offensive stats are some of the best that we've seen on one of our archetype tier lists. And remember, we already ranked the pseudo-legendaries. These are incredible. So, what's the catch here? There's gotta be a downside, right? So, what's the catch here? Was there a curse hounding the Pharaoh? Catching guy. Good afternoon, Kamu. Are you in Akita now? So, what's the catch here? Was there some hidden curse that laid low the Pharaoh? Akitan guy, I hope you have a moment to relax. I'm working here. Ability defeatist. That certainly sounds bad. Halves the Pokemon's attack and special attack stats when its HP becomes half or less. Okay, so there's no downside. I'm serious, there's no downside. Dead enemies can't damage you, so Defeatist never activates. Maybe we'll keep it on this, we'll maybe keep it on here. Halves the Pokemon's attack and special attack stats when its HP becomes half or less. But dead enemies can't damage you. So there's no downside. I'm serious, for your in-game playthrough, the downside of Defeatist is that you don't have a different positive ability. This is a conditional downside? This is a conditional downside? But to actually meet the condition, this is a conditional downside? But to actually be hampered by the downside This is a conditional downside? But you already begin the battle with the condition of negating the downside fulfilled. Be it above half health. And notably, the optimal way to play in-game, which is go first and one-shot everything, requires you to be out of defeatist range anyway. It's what you want to do. So it's not any extra work to not be a defeatist. This is nowhere near the same... When you compare this to the other crippling downside abilities, Regigigas' Slow Start, Slacking's Truant, what makes those abilities so devastating to their wielders is that they're inescapable. Is that they're either inescapable or not worth putting in the effort to negate. With Defeatist, if you play correctly, and I am prescribing a play style to you. I've got a lab coat, okay? With Defeatist, if you play correctly, and I am prescribing a correct play style for you. Have you ever met a... With Defeatist, if you play correctly, and I am... With Defeatist, if you play correctly, and I am prescribing a play style to you. Don't I look like I could work at a pharmacy? It's probably illegal. If you play correctly, as in go first and one-shot the opponent, Defeatist is just a mindset. It doesn't actually do anything to hold you back. And in the apocalyptic scenario that you slip into the defeatist mindset, it's not even that bad. It halves your attack and special attack. But your attack and special attack were god tier. So when they get halved, you go from... But your base attack and special attack are amazing. So if you're feeling glum like you might be defeated, you just go from god tier to slightly below average. It's not even that bad. Compare this to Wishiwashi. A similar Pokemon that relies on... maintaining a certain HP threshold in order to maintain its overpowered form. Wishiwashi has bollock speed, so it's going to be taking a bunch of hits. Now, it does actually have good defenses, but it has horrible HP. Hey, we've seen that before. And when school is out of session, Wishiwashi is pathetic. I think a real-life anchovy might be more effective than this thing. And I'm talking about the ones that are already in the can. But what are stats? But what are stats without the moves? But what are stats without the moves to leverage them? But what are stats without the moves to leverage them? It's possible that our favorite pharaoh, it's often the case that historical leaders had one fatal flaw. Nope. Level 28, level up acrobatics. I guess there's other moves, but this is all you need. Of course, as we learned from Jurassic Park, not only are acrobatics incredibly lethal when wielded by dinosaurs, but with enough acrobatics, you yourself, a lowly human, can also defeat dinosaurs. Stupid scene. I think I remember this thing getting, like, flamethrower. Well, theoretically, you could Sunny Go to the daycare and breed with Sunny Go for head smash. But this is extreme overkill. You don't need a move this strong, and this will actually bring about the downfall of your own empire through recoil. Don't do it. You could actually tutor it Heatwave. And remember that Archeops, although it has a better physical attack stat, its special attack stat of 112 is still better than most pure special attackers. You could even tutor it Heatwave for some really nice, powerful fire-type coverage. Archeops has an incredible attack stat, but it also has a pretty good special attack stat. More than many Pokemon. Archeops has an incredible attack stat, but it also has a pretty good special attack stat of 112. That's higher than many Pokemon that consider themselves to be special attackers only. I don't think there's ever been a democratically elected pharaoh. I don't think there's ever been a democratically elected pharaoh. I don't think there's ever been a democratically elected pharaoh. But if you command the hearts of your people, it's probably even easier to rule, right? But if you command the hearts of your people, in addition to the blessing of Ra, that can only help you, right? But if you command the hearts of your people, Something about raw. But rather than just raw dogging the throne, commanding the hearts of the people can only help you. The mass extinction event must have been a ground-based terrain effect. Seems like flyers are overpowered yet again. For competitive, of course, defeatist is a real downside. You're not going to be able to stay healthy. For competitive, defeatist is a very real downside. Not only do you not have a positive ability, but chip damage is inevitable in a competitive setting. Even with immunity to Sandstorm, you're weak to Stealth Rock. That's a disaster when it comes to staying above a certain HP threshold. Pretty much any sort of priority move is probably gonna knock you off your perch. And once you're in the defeatist mindset, you may as well go all the way and concede. There's no way out of that. And once you're in the defeatist mindset, you may as well go all the way and once you're in the defeatist mindset, you may as well go all the way and abdicate the pharaohship. But in your in-game playthrough, oh, I guess we can play Give Up. But in your in-game playthrough, if you have the option to use Archen and Archeops, either Archen or Archeops, let the Pharaoh rule? I have no idea. Did you know the pyramids are actually very elaborate rock tombs? Did you know the pyramids were actually elaborate rock tombs? Seems like an awful lot of work to only deal 60 base damage. Our champion. You too can be Prince of Egypt. Yeah, we could do something about Prince of Egypt. Archeops is playing with the big boys. That was my dad's favorite song. I remember there were 3 things my dad would, like, force me to watch. He would force me to watch James Bond movies. He really liked those. He would force me to watch Con Air, like the Nicolas Cage movie. Why couldn't you put the Bunny back in the box? And he really loved the song Playing with the Big Boys Now. Con Air is a 10 out of 10 trash movie. It has some pretty funny lines. You know what my daddy taught me? What? Nothing. A position among the apex predators. You might say that Archeops is playing with the big boys now. But in-game, it's not a dream. It works. Okay, I like that. It's kind of fitting because I already had a musical intro planned for Tirtouga. Alright, how are you guys feeling? It's been 7.5 hours. We'll definitely finish within the 12 hours. And then we're gonna get the B-roll footage, but the B-roll we can probably only get for the Gen 1 fossils. That's fine though. So here's the plan. Once we finish the tier list, we're gonna get the B-roll, and then with our remaining time after that, we'll probably go back to Pokemon Auto Chess. But we're gonna do Pokemon Auto Chess to try and get B-roll, because there actually are fossils in Pokemon Auto Chess. They're their own category. And hey, Amaura's actually really good. But it's based on Mystery Dungeon sprites, so forget everything you know. The single best Pokemon in the game is Chimecho. Alright. Tirtouga. I do have an intro for this. Should be pretty easy. And I think it's pretty popular, so unlike the unlike the Relicanth one, you'll probably know what I'm talking about here. This is the tale of a Captain Jack Sparrow. He's the pauper of the sands, the jester of Tirtouga. It's Tirtouga. Tirtouga. Tirtouga, another Gen 5 fossil, revives from the cover fossil, so as long as you are near a friendly paladin, revives from a cover fossil, so you want to be near a friendly paladin, take an attack, the paladin will cover you, and I guess they die and you wait a million years for the fossil, I don't know. Here's a fun Japanese fact. The Japanese name of the cover skill is Kabao. It has absolutely no etymological relation to the English word cover, but I think it's just kind of funny that it sounds kind of similar. Cover, Kabao. Cover, Kabao. Has cover ever actually been good? Here's an idea. Instead of standing next to the paladin and getting attacked, how about you stand far away and don't get attacked? What kind of strategy is this? Tirtouga is a water rock type. Tirtouga is a water rock type. Abilities are sturdy, we've seen this before, allows you to endure a fatal hit only in ideal circumstances. Solid rock, which is always an ability that has underwhelmed me. Solid rock reduces incoming super effective damage by half. That's actually pretty good. Well, it's not half, it's actually a third. No, it's not a third, it's actually a quarter. Really? It's so minor. I'm actually double checking this because I have trouble believing it's so weak. Powers down super effective moves. Thanks. Just like Guts ups attack when suffering. Ah, here we go. Reduces the damage the Pokemon takes from super effective moves by 25%. Yeah, why so stingy? Solid rock, more like firm rock. Solid rock, more like lightly malleable rock. Useless. We can just cut it midway if we do that. Solid rock. You want something useful? How about a solid cop? Last ability is Swift Swim. Last ability is Swift Swim. Last ability is Swift Swim, which makes Tirtouga another addition to the Cambrian Explosion Aquatics team. Final ability is Swift Swim, which makes Tirtouga yet another addition to the Cambrian Explosion Aquatics team. Hey, would you look at that? It's a water rock type with good defense, 1 acceptable offense, and horrible speed. And worthless speed, but with a worthwhile way to double it. Level 37. As with Archen, level 37 to reach your evolution. In this case, we go to Caracosta. You know, I had a good friend whose last name was Acosta. His first name wasn't Kara, though. He's in a better place now. He's still alive, he just moved back to America. Caracosta. Exact same abilities as Tirtouga. Caracosta. Exact same abilities as the Jester of Tirtouga. But now no one's laughing. Oh. Okay, I actually didn't plan this. I assumed that the speed went up to, like, 50 or something. Yikes. Wow, this speed is so bad that it is not even worth boosting. Ooh. Physical bulk is really, really good. 74 HP, 133 defense. Physical bulk is really, really good. 65 special defense. Good enough to take one neutral special hit, maybe. 83 special attack, very lackluster, but 108 attack is probably good enough. This 32 speed, man. This 32 speed, I mean, it's literally a turtle, right? What did I expect? This 32 speed, I mean, it's literally a stone turtle. What did I really expect? How do you spell Dreadnought? Is it like Gnaw? I'll go with Choodle. This is also Water Rock, right? Yeah, it is. But if you compare it to... But if you compare this to Dreadnought, which is also a water rock type turtle... Caracosta's looking dead in the water. Oh, sorry, it's a tortoise, not a turtle. Revoke my Labman card. I don't think a Swift Swim is gonna be enough to get... I don't think a Swift Swim is gonna be enough to get this speed up to usable levels. Do we have another way of boosting our speed? You bet. You bet. If you've got a shell, you can smash it. If you shell smash and swift swim, then you're probably strong enough, but we're asking a lot here. We need both a weather condition and a turn of setup. If you're trying to use this thing as a sweeper, you're probably gonna end up in an either or between Swift Swim and Shell Smash. One of Caracosta's abilities, Sturdy, does have synergy with trying to Shell Smash. Outside of them taunting you or attacking you with a special Mold Breaker grass move? you're almost guaranteed to get at least one turn thanks to Sturdy. But even if you do pull off a Sturdy Shell Smash, but even if you do pull off a Shell Smash thanks to Sturdy, you're then gonna be at 1 HP. Your base speed is so pathetic that you're probably still going to have to rely on your priority move option, which is Aqua Jet. And at only 40 base power, and given that Aqua Jet has only 40 base power, even if you have +2 attack off of your base 108 attack, that's not exactly a clean sweep. So you can show off Aquajetics, tunes for everyone. You can definitely do a showing of Aquajetics, tunes for everyone. But cartoons are for kids. I'm sure the adult Pokemon masters that watch these videos have no interest in your childish drivel. Do the viewers like turtles? A surprising amount do. A surprising amount do. $155 for placing Tirtouga. $155 for placing Tirtouga. $155 for placing Tirtouga on the endangered list. You are, without a doubt, the worst. You are, without a doubt, the worst water rock type Shell Smash / Swift Swim sweeper on the fossil list. You are, without a doubt, the worst water rock dual type Shell Smash / Swift Swimming sweeper on the fossil finds list that I've ever heard of. But you have heard of me. There we go. I know there's like pauses, but I can just remove those in editing. I don't think we have to redo it. It's probably good enough. The hash slinging slasher. Hey, that's underwater. Okay. Tyrunt and Tyrantrum. Let me see if I forgot anything. Let me just check my notes. No, I actually haven't yet. Okay. So, Tyrunt and Tyrantrum. Intro for this has to be based on the T-Rex, right? So, what are the iconic T-Rex scenes? Obviously, even people who have... Okay, who hasn't seen Jurassic Park? You've all seen Jurassic Park. The two iconic T-Rex scenes. First one is the water, right? The cup of water starts rattling. That's going to be kind of hard to show, right? I think we can do Don't Move a Muscle. Its eyesight is based on movement. Let's do that. So how do you guys not show movement? I guess with just ... I think so. Yeah, so you guys can all type ... and I'll just stare here for like a little bit. And then I'll just say like, don't move a muscle. You start typing ... now. Don't move a muscle. Its eyesight is based on movement. It's Tyrunt! Oh! I guess we'll do like another take in case I don't get attacked. It depends on what green screen stuff I can find. Don't move a muscle. Its eyesight is based on movement. Oh, an Ekans! An Ekans! What could be worse than an Ekans? Oh! That could maybe work. There's the ridiculous scene where the guy is behind a waterfall, they're hiding from the T-Rex, and then a snake crawls on him, and he just freaks out, like, oh, a snake! Like, yeah, it's a bit scary, but... Are you like a child? Did you forget there's a Tyrannosaurus Rex out there? Like... Just calm down. Really weird scene. Okay, thank you all for your participation. Tyrunt! Tyrunt! Oh, we can maybe do it from here. It could be venomous? Well... I guess. Tyrunt! The Royal Air Pokemon, so you can activate Dragon Veins with this thing. Tyrunt, the Royal Air Pokemon, so you can activate Dragon Veins with this thing. Very fitting since this is a Rock Dragon type. I believe this type is entirely unique to the Tyrunt line. It's kind of amazing that it took until Generation 6, which released very recently, 12 years ago. Oh, 14 years ago. No, 13 years ago. It's kind of crazy that it took until Generation 6. It's kind of crazy that it took until Generation 6, which released very recently, 13 years ago, to actually get a Tyrannosaurus Rex Pokemon. You'd think this would be one of the first designs they'd cross off the list. As a snake handler, educational purposes, most irrational fears of snakes are irrational, but if a coral snake was about to bite me, I'm flipping out. I mean, I'd be pretty nervous too, in any case that's not being 3 feet away from a T-Rex. I'm also more willing to believe that you're a snake handler than apparently every viewer being the world champion at Pokemon Puzzle League. Despite being royalty, Tyrunt and its Chancellor Amaura are accessible to the common man. Both Tyrunt and Amaura are the earliest available fossils. You can get them I believe after the first gym. You can get them, it's like before gym 2, yeah. You get them right after Glimmerstone Cave? What is it called? It's not Chargestone Cave. Glittering Cave. Okay, apparently the Pokemon Puzzle League World Champions are here in the chat with us right now. I think you guys should fight each other and try to see who's actually good at Pokemon Puzzle League. As a T-Rex handler, educational purposes, they get a bad rap. Never seen a T-Rex eat someone in real life. Despite being royalty, Tyrunt and its Chancellor, Aurorus, are actually incredibly accessible to the common man. You can get their respective fossils, the jaw and sail fossils, extremely early. You can get them between gyms 1 and 2 in the Glittering Cave. That means that of all of the Pokemon on the Fossil Finds list, Tyrunt and Amaura get the most credit for their in-game performances. I don't think it's a coincidence that it was in Gen 6 that we got our first Rock Dragon. I don't think it's a coincidence that it was in Gen 6 that we got our first Rock Dragon type, and that we got it so early. Gen 6 saw the introduction of the Fairy type and the devaluation of the Dragon type. And part of demystifying dragons, these previously part of demystifying dragons, these previously endgame only pseudo-legend... Part of demystifying dragons, these previously endgame only, literally pseudo-legendary 600 BST Pokemon, was that they needed an air of exclusivity to maintain their allure. Dragons were special because they were rare and powerful. But with the introduction of fairies, dragons were no longer the de facto ultimate type. And so Game Freak no longer needs to worry about keeping dragons exclusive and powerful. They can just hand out welfare dragons to everyone. New additions and improved accessibility, making an established property worse. Something that only happens to Pokemon. Anyone else excited for Fortune's Weave? See? Somebody put it in the chat before I said it. Guys, I'm really worried. I saw the hands-on preview by that Australian guy. Fortune's Weave marks a new chapter for the Fire Emblem franchise. And it strikes a careful balance. About a third of the game is the tactical map-based gameplay that you're all used to. About a third is exploring the map, and about a third is the social sim element. And he presents this as a good thing. I'm really worried, guys. I'm really worried. Hopefully I'm proven wrong when we actually play the game for ourselves, but I doubt it. Is it purely a bad thing that dragons are more accessible? Is it purely a bad thing that dragons are now more accessible and usable throughout your normal adventure? Not entirely. Not entirely. But it's like how nobody actually raided Vanilla Naxxramas. What made it alluring was the exclusivity. Perfect bird time. Well, hey, birds are dinosaurs. For abilities, Tyrunt. For abilities, Tyrunt as a royal appears to have inherited that Habsburg jaw. Strong Jaw, a very powerful ability that boosts all biting class moves by 50%. And hidden ability is sturdy. Not very useful, but he's just a runt. Not very useful, but he's just a runt. Maybe after he hits some strength growths, this will change into something else. Not very useful, but remember, we're still just a runt. Maybe after promotion, this will blossom into something more useful. The stats of the royal family. We're looking at 58 HP, 89 attack, 77 defense, 45 special attack, 45 special defense, and 48 speed. Physical stats are okay. Physical stats are okay. Special stats and speed are not okay. How long until our coronation ceremony? $39 levels. 39 levels. I just can't wait to be king. I feel like throwing a Tyrantrum myself. 39 levels! Oh, but this is Gen 6 with party-wide experience share. So you can kind of just play the Nepo baby and sit in the back of the party soaking up XP. Tyrantrum, the Despot Pokemon. Tyrantrum, the Despot Pokemon. Tyrantrum, the Despot Pokemon. Personally, I prefer Hot Pot. Well, I don't know. Tyrantrum, the Despot Pokemon. I thought that des went after the word in Japanese. これはポットです。That's so bad. The Japanese word for pot isn't even potto, it's nabe. Typing stays the same. Typing stays the same. Typing stays the same. Maintains Rock Dragon. Standard ability Strongjaw remains unchanged, but hidden ability actually changes from Sturdy to Rockhead. Ho 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 ho! Might makes right. Now these are some stats. 82 HP, 121 attack, 119 defense, so excellent physical stats. 69 special attack, nice, but not actually that nice, that's quite bad. 59 special defense, just don't get hit, and 71 speed. 59 special defense. Not good, but just don't get hit. And 71 speed. Very iffy. But if you have a level advantage, you can make it work. And this is Gen 6, which is a joke, so you can make it work. $521 stat total. That's actually quite high. And this is a stat spread befitting a king. Very nice distribution. Very nice distribution. Very nice distribution. Very nice distribution. I'm sure they pruned the family tree. Very nice distribution. I'm sure they pruned the family tree. Very nice distribution. Almost as if it was genetically engineered to end up this way. Very nice distribution. It's almost as if these genes were engineered. Actually learns head smash by level up if you want to do some rock head smash shenanigans. But you probably want to leverage that strong jaw to chomp down on dissidents. Strong Jaw boosts your crunch, so it's as if you have stab on crunch. And everyone wants to be a part of the royal family. Look at all of these breeding partners. Unfortunately, to get the elemental fangs, you're gonna need to commiserate with the commoners. Something you're probably... Unfortunately, to get the elemental fangs in Gen 6, you're gonna need to commiserate with the commoners. Something you probably don't have time for. Something you probably don't have time for when you're just trying to play through the game. Why does it have Horn Drill? It doesn't even have a horn? Look at how many Pokemon it can breed with. So where's the... I know this is not a real thing. We're talking about, we need a fake Dragon-type signature move. There's no Dragon-type biting move. Sadly, although Tyrantrum does have amazing stats and a pretty good move pool, although Tyrantrum does have great stats and a pretty good move pool, they say that the difference between viability and the end of your lineage is a few millimeters of bone. It has Strongjaw, but it doesn't have an amazing move that takes advantage of that massive Strongjaw boost. Crunch gaining Pseudo Stab from Strongjaw is okay, but the other biting moves are just the Elemental Fangs, which have a paltry 65 base power. Boosting those by 50%, it's not bad, but it's sort of as if you were just a special attacker using Flamethrower, right? It's not that mind-blowingly powerful. What Tyrantrum really needs to secure its spot on the throne of Kalos, what Tyrantrum really needs to secure the right to rule over... What Tyrantrum really needs to secure the divine right to rule over Kalos is some sort of either rock or dragon, or potentially both, is some sort of rock or dragon biting move. Is some sort of rock or dragon... Is some sort of rock or dragon biting move. Cobblestone Cruncher or something. Surely there's a dragon biting move. Well, there's an ability called Dragon's Maw. Well, it's not an attack, it's an ability, so it can't be boosted by Strongjaw. Well, there's Dragon's Maw, but it's not a move, it's an ability, so it can't coexist with Strongjaw. And it's exclusive to Regidrago. And to rub... what do they call it? They use it to make the shell bell. It's not just sea salt. Shore salt? Rub salt in the... I know that... Shoal salt, that's it. And to rub shoal salt in the wound. And to rub shoal salt in the wound. The Japanese name of Dragon's Maw? Ryu no Agito? It's literally just Dragon's Jaw. I guess you can equip a Dragon Fang and just pretend. Hey guys, I'm doing 20% more damage. Hey guys, I'm doing 20% more damage. That makes me the rightful king, doesn't it? Guys. You're the despot? You're the despot? Well, I didn't vote for you. This is not a democracy. This is not a democracy. This is not a democracy. When you go for the king, what is it? When you be sure to strike. Oh, when you go for the king, or like, be sure to strike at his neck or something. It's something like that. You best not miss. Okay. When you go for the king, you best not miss. So don't use a rock move. Overall, very powerful Pokemon. Overall, very powerful Pokemon in-game. Overall, very powerful Pokemon in-game, with some competitive use as well. You can hit the Dragon Dance floor, maybe try and pull off a sweep. Dragon Rock typing is a lot more fragile than it sounds. You actually have some nasty weaknesses, especially in a post-fairy era. But it's not horrible. It has some utility both on defense and offense. And if you want to use a Rock Dragon, you've got to use the Tyrantrum line. I think Tyrantrum is one good signature move away. From being truly powerful. I think Tyrantrum is one good signature biting move away from becoming a meta Tyrantrum. But I can understand Game Freak's reticence to give a strong jaw Pokemon. A signature biting specific move. I could see those boosts getting kind of out of hand pretty quickly. I can see those boosts getting out of hand really quickly. I understand why they didn't do it. Okay, that's it for Tyrantrum. It's pretty good. Alright, hang in there. Home stretch. We've got like 2.5 left, because a lot of these are going to be talked about together. How do we do this? Okay. Any other Stardew Valley fans here? I planted these sail fossils millions of years ago, and they just sprouted. As the kids would say, I'm farming Amaura. Relicanth likes my jokes. Amaura. Amaura, the Tundra Pokemon. Amaura, the Tundra Pokemon. The Tyrunt line, those were the sharp teeth. And this is our long neck representative. Typing is rock. Oh, typing is rock ice. Damaged normally by bug, ghost, fire, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Resistant to normal, flying, poison, ice. Immune to none. Weak to ground, rock, water, grass, and takes instant fatal quadruple damage from steel and fighting. It's over. What? Now, let me be clear. It is my great honor to be able to announce that I am no longer the butt of every joke when it comes to poor ice-type pairings. I'll say that I, Obama Snow, am proud to pass on the title of worst defensive type pairing to my successor, Amaura. Congratulations. I actually don't think that... I actually don't think that Ice Rock is... Well, we'll get there. We'll just do it now. I actually don't think that Ice Rock is that bad of a typing on offense. It's actually pretty good on offense. I actually don't think... as much of an assault on your eyes that this type... As much of an affront to your eyes as this type chart is, that's only on the defensive front. I think Rock Ice would actually be a not only reasonable, but exceptional offensive combo. So is Amaura an offensive Pokemon? Oh, well, I'm offended. Oh, 77 HP, 59 attack, 50 defense. 67 special attack, 63 special defense, 46 speed. Even with a real defensive type, these stats would be suspect. $39 levels until we can evolve into Aurorus. 39 levels till we can evolve into Aurorus. Has to be at night. Does make sense. You can only view the Aurora at night. Oh, but I don't want to view it. I don't want to view it. 123 HP. That's actually pretty good. 123 HP, 72 defense, 92 special defense. That's actually reasonable bulk, especially on the special side. 77 attack, bad. 99 special attack, passes the Go-Go gradient. 58 speed. I could actually see the stat spread being a pretty reasonable defensive support Pokemon. On not a rock ice type! Oh, Aurora Borealis. More like Aurora Boreal ass! Why do they do this? Rock Ice on Weavile would be pretty good. Rock Ice on Weavile would be pretty good. But this is a combo? But this is a combo. But this is a type combo that on defense? But this is a type combo where on defense, the slightest pinprick, the slightest pin missile prick, may as well be the meteor itself. If you get touched, you're going down. Touchdown. 7 points. Only on ESPN.
What killed the dinosaurs?
Anything. Anything. This is so bad. And the only other rock ice type Pokemon is Hisuian Avalugg. Another slow, defensive rock ice type. Why did they do this? It's like a joke. Why do they do this? It's like a joke. Nobody laughed at my Amaura farming joke earlier. Nobody laughed at my Amaura farming joke. Nobody laughed at my Amaura. Nobody laughed at my Amaura farming joke earlier. Nobody laughed at my Amaura farming joke earlier. Oh, who's laughing now? Still no one. This is just cruel. What makes it even sadder? What makes it even sadder? What makes the Amaura situation even sadder is this typing is a waste. This typing is a waste of two pretty good abilities. What makes the Aurora's situation even sadder? What makes the Amaura's situation even sadder is how the abilities go completely to waste. First ability is, for your first ability, you plug in a refrigerator. I don't know what makes Aurora so special. Anybody can do that. Refrigerate changes normal moves. Refrigerate changes... Is your refrigerator running? Well, more like limping. Refrigerate, I think, is really overrated. It changes your normal moves into ice moves and gives them a 1.2% power multiplier. That sounds pretty good, and it sorta almost is. If you put your hyper voice in the refrigerator, it does end up slightly stronger than Ice Beam. By a smidge. By a smidge. I suppose the main draw is that Hyper Voice is spread, whereas Ice Beam is not, but that's only applicable in VGC doubles, which is a meme Clown Fiesta format, so refrigerating Hyper Voice doesn't really do anything. It potentially could be really powerful on a physical Ice-type attacker when you can refrigerate your return, but Aurora's is not a physical attacker, and they also deleted return. It's not my imagination, guys. Appliances including... It's not my imagination, guys. It's not my imagination, guys. They just don't make appliances like they used to. Fridges were better back in my day. That's not hyperbole. They actually did end up nerfing Refrigerate. It used to be 1.3x power, and it went down to 1.2. If you really want to max meme it out and go out in a blaze of glory, you could refrigerate your Hyper Beam. If you really want to max meme it up and go out in a blaze of glory, you could put the Hyper Beam in the refrigerator. That's a pretty strong attack. And hey, you're using Aurora, so you've already resigned yourself to losing. You may as well try and have some fun. Other ability, hidden ability is Snow Warning. Hidden ability is Snow Warning. Despite being an ice weather, Hail was hot garbage from Gens 3 to 8. Snow in Generation 9 is actually, no joke, pretty good. Snow in Generation 9 is actually, no joke, pretty good. But why in the world would you ever set Snow with Aurorus? Here's your Snow Warning. Use a different Pokemon. While you're trying to maximize memes with refrigerated Hyper Beam Aurorus, you may as well put it on a mighty dual Sand Snow team. As with Aurorus's unique Rock Ice typing, it's one of the only Pokemon in the game that can take advantage of both the special defense boost of Sandstorm and the physical defense boost of Snow. You might as well have no weaknesses at all. Oh, what do the people think of Auroras? Stop the count. Stop the count. Somebody watched all 14 Land Before Time films. Are there 14? There might actually be more than that. And they decided to go ahead and stick their neck out for their long neck pals. Somebody set up a botnet? What is going on here? Well, this makes me doubt the veracity of every other vote as well. But then again, it's not like I was listening to what you guys were saying anyway. This is why you can't trust democracy. You can only trust me. I'm in a lab coat, okay? I know what I'm talking about. Amaura... Amaura is... you do revive Amaura from the sail fossil. And I would definitely say that these sails have been rigged. Staying on the sail theme, staying on the sail fossil theme, it's anything but smooth sailing for this thing. Did you know they added sailing to RuneScape? Did you know they added sailing to RuneScape? And to circle back to all of the comedy routines we performed during this review. Sailing was initially proposed as a joke. And that's what it should have stayed. Littlefoot, do you know your way to the Great Valley? Apparently not. Well, Littlefoot never made it to the Great Valley, so Land Before Times number 2 through 20 never happened. Whoops. Alright. Okay, apparently it wasn't a bot. Despite technology being incredible, Super Wailord Fan 12 manually voted for Amaura 1,200 times. Officer Jenny is en route to your location right now. That's illegal. I think we need to implement some viewer ID laws. Stop the counts! Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. Once... Don't worry, guys. Once more... Don't worry, guys. Once Aurora's equips... It's Amaura, right? Don't worry, guys. Once Aurora's... Amaura? Don't worry, guys. Once Amaura equips its personal item that only it can use, the mighty Tree Star, it'll become the first ever Tri-type... It'll become the first ever Tri-type Pokemon. I'm sure tacking on the Grass type is what'll finally make Rock Ice Amaura viable. I think that's it for Amaura. Alright, final four, but really final 1.5. The Galar fossils. The Galar fossils. The Galar fossils. The Galar fossils. You may have wondered how we haven't said this line yet, but we've been saving it for this. Your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they never thought about whether or not they should. How are these abominations even alive? Well, what can I say? Well, what can I say other than life finds a way? The Galar fossils are born of your sick, twisted game of mix and match. The Galar fossils are born from you playing your own sick, twisted game of mix. The Galar fossils are born as a result of your sick, twisted mix and match experiments. There's a reason why the phrase is playing God, not being God. No true God could be this cruel. there are 4 components: the fossilized bird, fish, drake, and dino. And based on how you combine them, your chosen abomination's stats and typing, and based on how you combine and based on how you combine, and based on how you mix and match the components, and based on how you combo the components, you'll end up with a different wrong answer. We'll talk about the stats in a moment. I get the theming, okay? They're assembled by a scientist named Careless, like careless, haha. And it's based on the idea of British archaeologists just kind of winging it. Smashing together fossils that perhaps didn't go together in life, and inventing new species out of whole cloth, even though they're not tailors. Which explains how everything went so awry. He's designed by James Turner. No. Were these designed by James Turner? He's British. No. Alright. Alright, you're off the hook this time, but... no. Alright, you're off the hook this time, but I'm watching you. Oh, wait, no, there's a scroll bar for Gen 8. No, okay, safe. $5 microtransaction from the sus, actually. Stay absolutely still. Game Freak's vision is based on taking a step in the right direction every 3 years or so. We did review Tyrantrum earlier. It can scroll sideways? I did. It's only Obstagoon. No. Alright, James Turner may be innocent this time, but there are still plenty of crimes for the British to account for. No. Alright, so James Turner is innocent this time, but the weight of his past sins still hang heavy. What the hell are these? Cheese, the whole point of the Ultra Beasts is that they don't look like Pokemon, but now they're in the franchise forever and you have to interact with them whether you want to or not. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. Universes Beyond will never be standard legal. I get it, okay? I just don't like it. The 4 Galar fossils all have the same BST, The 4 Galar fossils are all single-stage evolutions, and they all have the same BST total of 505. And I thought initially they were like the evolutions, where they just had the same values distributed differently, but that's not quite the case. Different components contribute different values. All 4 have the same base HP of 90, but that's the only shared value. All 4 have the same base HP of 90, but that's the only universally shared value. Past that, we'll have to evaluate each on an individual basis. Hitoshi Ariga designed these freaks. Alright, Hitoshi. The face of the enemy. Ariga's VTuber character in 2023? Oh, I like Pangoro. Oh, I like most of these. Oh, he's a Minecraft player, though. Alright, for Aegislash and Tyrantrum. I like most of these designs, except for the Galar fossils. You know what, I'm just gonna say it was James Turner's corrupting British influence, okay? We are going to briefly touch on all 4 of the fossils. They do all have... We are gonna briefly touch on all 4 of these Galar fossils. They all have unique type combos from one another, and We are going to briefly touch on each of the 4 Galar fossil combos. They each have a unique dual typing. They each have a dual typing that's unique from each other, and they mix. For as hideous as they may be, although their existence is an affront to Arceus, that sort of applies to all of the fossils, none of whom should exist. And I will concede that these mix and match fossils are at least a pretty interesting idea. You'll see that their signature move is dictated by the head. You'll see that the signature move is dictated by the. You'll see that the signature move is dictated by the torso component, and the mobility ability is dictated by the. What's the name for the lower half? And the mobility ability is dictated by whatever, by the lower limbs, okay. And the mobility ability is dictated by whatever lower limbs you choose to suture on. We'll briefly touch on all 4. We'll briefly touch on all 4 of the possible fossil. We'll briefly touch on all 4 of the. Sorry, I got a burp. We'll briefly touch on all 4 of the fossil combinations. We'll briefly touch on all 4 of the unique We'll briefly touch on all 4 of the unique fossil combos. I'll say that each one at least has something interesting and unique to it. But for the most part, this review is going to be dominated not even by one particular Pokemon, but by one particular move. We'll start with Dracozolt, which is a combination. We'll start with Dracozolt, which is a combination of the fossilized bird and fossilized drake. It has the electric dragon typing, which is only shared with Zekrom, a legendary Pokemon, so it's gotta be good. Abilities are Volt Absorb, which causes you to absorb electric attacks instead of taking damage, healing 25% of your HP each time you're attacked. Volt Absorb causes you to absorb incoming electric attacks. Instead of being damaged, you heal for 25% of your HP. But you already quadruple resist. Oh, and Miraidon, whoops. Raging Bolt? Who's the... Oh, it's... okay. Typing is Electric Dragon, which is only shared by legendary-ish Pokemon. So Zekrom, Miraidon, Raging Bolt, so Dracozolt is in good company. Abilities are Volt Absorb, which causes you to, instead of taking damage from incoming electric attacks, instead absorb them, healing a flat 25% of your HP. However, you already quadruple resists electric, so Volt Absorb is not particularly useful. You could also get Hustle. You could also watch some Red Pill podcasts and fall victim to hustle culture. Hustle allows you to deal 50% more damage with your physical moves. That sounds pretty good. But in exchange, you lose 20% accuracy, but in exchange you incur a 20% accuracy penalty, and you also have to wake up at 4 a.m., take a cold shower, and then meditate for 2 hours before running to work. Is this really gonna make me a millionaire? Hidden ability is Sand Rush. So if you pick the fossilized Drake as your trotters of choice, you get Sand Rush. Now this isn't as bad as it would initially seem. This isn't as bad as it would initially seem. Because Sand Rush, along with Sand Veil, actually confers upon you Sandstorm immunity. You don't have to worry about the chip damage, you just get the speed boost when in sand. Kind of crazy that the first fossil we're talking about to actually get Sand Rush isn't even a rock type. For stats, and I'm gonna be repeating myself here when talking about all of the Galar fossils, it's nothing exciting. 90 HP, 90 defense, 70 special defense. Pretty reasonable bulk. 100 attack, 80 special attack, 75 speed. Very mediocre offenses and speed. The selling point of both bird Pokemon, the selling point of both bird fossil Pokemon, the selling point of both bird fossil component Pokemon is Bolt Beak, Dengeki Kushibashi. It's an 85 base power, 100 accuracy It's an 85 base power, 100 accuracy physical electric move. You could actually stop there, and it would already be... You could actually stop there, and it would already be an upgrade for most physical electric Pokemon, which is really, really sad. Hashtag free Volt Tackle. But it doesn't stop there. Bolt Beak has a massive upside. It deals damage, and if the user attacks before the target, or if the target switches in during the turn that Bolt Beak is used, its base power doubles to 170. Wow! So if you can finagle your strategy, if you're using a Bolt Beaker, your main goal is to get the drop on your enemy and Bolt Beak him for the double damage. Easiest way to... Dracozolt's base speed is a bit lacking. Dracozolt's base speed is a bit lacking, so the best way to do this is either with a Choice Scarf, Dracozolt's base speed is a bit lacking, so you're either going to need a Choice Scarf or you're going to need to run a Sandstorm, or you're going to need to run a Sandstorm team and Sand Rush in order to get the Bolt Beak. Dracozolt's base speed of 75 is quite lacking. So you're either going to need to accessorize with a Choice Scarf, or join a Sandstorm team, or join a Sandstorm team in order to Sand Rush and get the drop on your enemies that way. Despite the mediocre stats, Bolt Beak is no joke. Despite the mediocre stats, Bolt Beak is no joke. Your entire game plan revolves around activating the double damage Bolt Beak. But it's a gimmick that's actually worth pursuing. Dracozolt. It's alive. It's alive! Although, it looks like it really wishes it wasn't. Problem with Dracozolt is that it gets walled hard by ground types. Don't worry, we'll talk about that when we talk about Dracovish. Arctozolt. This permutation of the Galar fossils is a combo of the fossilized bird and the fossilized dino. And this is the only Galar fossil that I think crosses the border from horrifying into kinda cute. I really like that the bird has the sniffles, because it's clearly not supposed to be attached to this frigid fanny. Typing is Electric Ice. This is only shared with Rotom Fridge. So where's the refrigerate ability? Come on. And Electric Ice is notable because that means Actozolt actually gets Stab on the Bolt Beam combo. That is the combo of Ice and Electric attacks, which is incredibly good. It's only resisted by, well, Actozolt, and Rotom Fridge, and Magnezone. Abilities are Volt Absorb. We just talked about this. Abilities are Volt Absorb. We just talked about this with Dracozolt, but it's a bit more useful on Arctozolt since we don't have a quad resist for electric. Alternate ability is static, 30% chance when an enemy contacts you to get paralyzed. Unreliable, it's mostly just annoying when it happens to you, but you can't really plan for the opponent to paralyze themselves. And hidden ability is Slush Rush. When in hail or nowadays snow, doubles your speed. For stats, nothing exciting. For stats, we're looking at 90 HP, 90 defense, 80 special defense. Yeah, the bulk is fine. 100 attack, 90 special attack, 55 speed. Eee. Mediocre attacking stats, and I would actually say bad speed. Same signature move as Dracozolt, Bolt Beak. However, with 55 base speed, I would actually say that Choice Scarf is off the table. Even though this poor guy really looks like he could do with a scarf, my man shivering. Even though this poor guy really looks like he could do with a scarf and maybe more, he's so cold that he's shivering. If you double your speed in snow, you might get away? If you double your speed with snow, that might be enough to actually let you strike first. But pay attention to the phrasing. Strike first. If you attack before the target, not if you're faster. If you attack before. And that means that with 55 speed, you can actually choose to lean into your slowness, try and get invited to a trick room, and Bolt Beak that way. In addition to the really awesome electric ice type combo, you're sporting this pair of fishy jeans. Your fishy jeans. also allow you to be one of the rare ice types that actually gets to use water coverage. Still with us? Wow. I didn't expect the voters to give this thing such a cold shoulder. The Galar fossils are unable to breed, and I believe they're pretty much one of a kind due to the nature of their creation. So thematically it makes sense for them to be endangered. But no, I think that especially considering that hail has become snow, a much stronger weather effect. Actozolt has what it takes to live its life in a brave new world that hates it. Someone get this guy a tissue. Someone get this guy a tissue. It's got some issues. Its number one desire at the moment needs a tissue. What? Arctovish? Arctovish. Arctovish. Born of the unholy union between the fossilized fish and the fossilized dino. This is the Galarian fossil we have the least to say about, which is a good thing, because I really don't want to look at this thing more than I have to. Water and ice is not a particularly rare or special typing. Abilities are Water Absorb. You already Abilities are Water Absorb. This is the wet version of Volt Absorb. When struck by a water move, instead of taking damage, you regain 25% of your HP. Not particularly useful because you already resist water. Other basic ability is Ice Body. This causes you to heal instead. This causes you to heal for 6.25% of your HP instead of taking damage when in hail. Now that hail is snow, just heals you for the same amount each turn in snow. And Arctovish is sporting the same lower... And Arctovish is sporting the same flippers as Actozolt, which means that you have the option to Slush Rush when in snow. Stats are whatever, 90 HP, 100 defense, 90 special defense. Okay bulk, especially in snow. Offenses are 90 attack, 80 special attack, 55 speed. Very mediocre offenses, bad speed. Since we are using the fish component instead of the bird component, we actually get a completely different signature move. Vicious Rend. There's no point in talking about it now. There's no real point in talking about this now. Dracovish uses it way better, so there's no point. As we are now using the fish component instead of the bird component, our signature move changes from Bolt Beak to Vicious Rend. There's no real point in talking about it now. We'll go in depth when we talk about Dracovish. Just know that Dracovish is way better at using Vicious Rend, so don't even bother with don't even bother with Actozolt. So don't even bother with Arctovish. I think this is not very generous with the reload timer. Come on. Wow. Not many fish fans in the chat. Really? You think this thing should be repurposed for fossil fuels? You really think that this thing is as bad as Shieldon and Amaura? put it in the crust. How about this? Let's do it this way. I know these fossils were born in Britain, but it's time for some American lore. Remember when Squanto taught the pilgrims how to sow crops in the New World? You could fertilize your fields by first planting a fish, and then the corn on top of that. Crust fertilized. It's kind of like we're making a fish sandwich, which I hear is... It's kind of like we're making a fish sandwich. I believe the Filet-O-Fish is a popular menu item. Initially, I believe the Filet-O-Fish was first implemented at McDonald's. I believe the Filet-O-Fish was first implemented at McDonald's as a meatless option for Christians who were observing Lent. Because, of course, fish is not meat. For an Eastern equivalent for that story, different creatures and items in Japanese have different counters. For example, cylindrical objects have a different counter than flat objects. This also applies to animals. For Pokemon, you actually use Hiki, which is... For Pokemon, you actually use Hiki, which is usually used for four-legged creatures or general beasties. However, rabbits, despite being a four-legged beastie, do not use Hiki. Rabbits actually use Cho, which is meant for birds. And the reason for this is that Buddhist monks weren't allowed to devour terrestrial animals, but they were allowed to eat birds, and so they reasoned that the floppy ears of bunnies counted as wings. And so you count bunnies like birds. I'm sure the Buddha and Yahweh, the Abrahamic God, I'm sure they're completely fooled by these loopholes, guys. What's the point of this? Well, there's your Japanese trivia. Would anybody eat this? We've made a fillet of fish using millennia-old meat in an all-crust sandwich. It's kinda cursed. But that's probably what this thing deserves. And last, but not least, it may be... And last but not least, it's time to feast with Dracovish. Dracovish is born from the combo of the fossilized fish and the fossilized drake. This grants it the water and dragon typing, which is really good. This is the typing it shares with Kingdra and Palkia. It only has 2 weaknesses. It's only weak to other dragons and to fairies, and has a whole boatload of resistances. Boatload, of course, because it's a water type. Abilities are water absorb. Just talked about this with Arctovish, but it's even less useful here because you already quad resist water. Alternate ability is Strong Jaw. Alternate ability is Strong Jaw. This was shared. Alternate ability is Strong Jaw, so it shares the Habsburg Jaw with the Tyrunt line, boosts all of your biting moves by 50%, if you get any worthwhile biting moves, that is. And since the legs are the Draco Dashers, that means you have access to Sand Rush, doubling your speed in Sandstorm. For stats, it's the same old... Relic Song and Dragon Dance as it was for the other Galar fossils. 90 HP, 100 defense, 80 special defense. Yeah, that's fine. Offensive stats, 90 attack, 70 special attack, 75 speed. Whatever, that doesn't really seem that good at all. Let's go ahead and let's dive deeper into that signature move granted to the fossilized fish component Pokemon, Fishious Rend. Fishious Rend. Physical water move, 85 base power, 100 accuracy. Alright, so it's like a side grade to Waterfall? I don't see a flinch chance. And hey, Aquatail is actually 5 base power more than this. Does have an additional effect. Fishious Rend deals damage if the user attacks before the target, or if the target switches in during the turn that Fishious... Does have an additional effect. Fishious Rend deals damage if the user attacks before the target, or if the target switches in during the turn that Fishious Rend is used. Its base power doubles to 170. Strong Jaw further increases power by 50%. Uh-oh. $90 base attack. That's okay. An 85 base power attack. 85 base power attack off of 90 base attack. I'm not too scary. Multiply that 85 by 2. We're now at 170 base attack. We're now at 170 base power. That's pretty scary. I gotta get the calculator. Multiply 180 by 1.5 for our water typing stab bonus. That's 270. I'm pretty scared. Multiply 270 by 1.5 for the strong jaw boost. That's 405. We're already entering insta-kill territory. We've doubled from striking first. We've multiplied by 1.5 from same type attack bonus. We've multiplied again by 1.5 due to the strong jaw bonus. But Vicious Rend is a water move. In Rain. We've pretty much only talked about Rain as an activator for our Cambridge Explosion Swift Swimmers. We've pretty much only talked about Rain as a Swift Swim activator for our Cambridge Explosion Aquatics team. But the true baseline effect of Rain is increasing the damage of water-type moves by 50%. So take that 405 base power attack and multiply it again by 1.5, and you get the final power. $607. Is that right? It's so high that I'm doubting the math, even though I'm staring at it right in front of me on a calculator. Still with us? Not after still with us? Nothing's with us. Still with us? No. Nothing is still of this world after tanking a Vicious Rend. A 170 viewers got swept by Dracovish. Vicious Rend is an extinction level event occurring each and every turn you select it. This thing is an apex predator. It's not even a real fossil. This is a man-made horror beyond comprehension. Dracovish is truly a lesson in the power of multipliers. Fix the tab slowing your browser. Dracovish is truly a lesson in both the hubris of man and in the power of multipliers. It only has 90 base attack. That's firmly in the category of mediocre. And yet Vicious Rend hits so hard, resistances are not enough. You need an immunity. We were making fun of Water Absorb not being that useful on a Pokemon. We were talking about Water Absorb not being that useful on a Pokemon with a quad resist to water. A quad resisted Vicious Rend still hits you with an effective base power of 152. Even if that human's got a quad resist, that's not enough. You need an immunity. And that's 607. And that 607 base power is calculating as if Dracovish is unarmed, which I suppose it technically always is. But you could choose to make Dracovish join a choice band. But you could have Dracovish join a choice band. And that would give you yet another 1.5x multiplier, getting you to a stratospheric 910 base power. Now, all of this is contingent on Dracovish actually getting the first strike, which it certainly has some trouble doing without outside assistance. We've talked a lot about anti-synergies on this fossil list, but that doesn't apply. We've talked a lot about anti-synergies on this tier list, but that doesn't apply to Dracovish. We've talked a lot about anti-synergies on this tier list, but that doesn't apply to Dracovish and how it manipulates its own speed. The Pokemon that are faster, and thus require you to Scarf in order to Vicious Rend them for full damage, well, if they're faster, that means they have fewer points to put in bulk, right? So the weaker Vicious Rend will rip them apart. If a Pokemon is slower than you, then they're probably more defensive, in which case, the Choice Band will rip them apart. Either way, everything on the enemy team is dying. 4 out of 5 dentists agree. Vicious Rend is absolutely out of control. When it comes to Dracovish and Vicious Rend, there's no such thing as biting off more than it can chew. This Pokemon is absolutely disgusting in every sense of the word. And we have no one to blame for Arctovish. And we have no one to blame. And we have no one to blame for Dracovish's reign of terror other than ourselves. We created this. And now it's our turn to go extinct. It's what we deserve. I do want to mention this, we'll patch it in earlier. It's hilarious to compare Tinkaton to Dracovish. Tinkaton has, I'm gonna say, worse than mediocre attack. 75 is not... Tinkaton has mediocre to poor attack, only 75. But this is balanced. By its signature move, Gigaton Hammer, which clobbers enemies for 160 base power. With a downside, you can't use it on consecutive turns. This 160 base power, that is apparently... This 160 base power on a steel move, which is not a good offensive type, this is apparently so strong that you have to give its wielder 75 base attack. Otherwise, it would be too much for the world to handle. But 160 base power... But 160 base power with no additional outside modifiers... That's weaker than Vicious Rend, hitting only the first strike multiplier. What were they thinking? Whoever designed this thing was being really careless. And now the state of humanity, it's perilous. We'll put that in earlier. Oh yeah, we should mention. Part of what makes Boltbeak comparatively bad. Now, everything looks pretty bad in comparison to Vicious Rend, but what makes Boltbeak now, everything looks kind of bad compared to Vicious Rend. Now, everything looks kind of bad in comparison to Vicious Rend. But you can draw a direct parallel to Boltbeak. The reasons why Boltbeak isn't nearly as oppressive is because the best Boltbeak user is because Boltbeak depends on hustle culture instead of Strongjaw in order to get its 50% boost. And of course, Boltbeak is an electric move. And you can hardwall any electric move with a ground type. And it's not like ground types are bad, just ask Heatran. Ground types are everywhere. No team needs to specifically search for a Boltbeak counter. Whereas to try and survive the Vicious Rend onslaught, you need a water absorber. Whereas to survive the Vicious Rend onslaught, you need a water immunity. Which is far harder to find. Vicious Rend was so good, people were trying to stop it with Seismitoad. Seismitoad! Seismitoad! Alright. So after a mere 10 hours, yeah, that is our fossil finds tier list. So we need a way to end this. And then we'll go ahead and grab the B-roll, and then we'll be done. Could end with a Jurassic Park quote, of course. It's probably a good way to end. Could end it with Dracovish breaching the lab. Sounds like too much work. We could have Dracovish eat the lawyer, right? That's one of the famous... That's actually the first... So, what did we not do? We didn't do shoot her! We didn't do shoot her. We didn't do clever girl. I don't know if clever girl fits anywhere. But we could get, Is the lawyer getting eaten by the T-Rex? Is that the first kill in Jurassic Park? I think it is, right? The shoot her scene is at the start. That's at like Lost that's the first part of... Oh yeah, I guess Jurassic... Is that the first part of Jurassic Park or Lost World? First skill is the soldier in the cold open. Okay, with the shooter. Okay. I'm thinking. It's hard to think because I've been using water absorb myself. I've got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Please think of ending ideas. Okay, the water typing was holding me back. Let's talk about, let's say that we have a campaign. We need to erase the... We need to undo our mistake, right? We need to undo our mistake. We brought the Galar fossils into the world. We need to take them out. I can say I've been tracking their positions. And then we can have a Dracovish show up, right? And then we say, clever girl. And then I guess we just cut to a black screen. And like, screaming. And like, please subscribe. That should work, right? There's a scene from the newer movies of the Brontosaurus going up in smoke from the island volcano erupting, could be used for Auroras. Tyrantrum with the banner coming down. That was a really cool ending. And the banner said when dinosaurs ruled the earth, right? Okay, let's try that. Obviously, I'll complete it in post. Alright, so here's the ending. Let's get this to work here. Found it, okay. And after 10 hours, and after 10 hours of intense deliberation, not quite an entire geologic age, I believe we here at Cinnabar Labs can finally say...
Research complete.
Research complete.
here is our final fossil finds tier list. I'm trying to think. So I need the Dracovish to ambush me. So which way do I look? That way. Yeah, that way will work. How am I tracking its movement? I could just make, like, a rudimentary, like, radar, I guess. I could just make it beep and then... with your glass of water or bottle, but it's not actually, it's not the T-Rex, right? It's sneaky. I mean, I'll just edit in, it'll, like, appear below me. I mean, we'll just try this. Although our research is complete, our work is far from over. We humans created the Galar abominations, and it's our job to take them out. And it's our job to take them out before they take us out. And it's our job to deal with them before they deal with us. How am I getting ambushed? I guess if I know how I'm getting ambushed, it's not really an ambush, is it? Oh, we can do it like this. Could you... No, you were never able to store... You could never actually store Dracovish in Pokemon Bank, could you? Because if you could, with the shutdown, we could say that it escaped. Or could you actually put it in Pokemon Bank? Not Pokemon Home. If it was compatible with Pokemon Bank, we could do that. I'm not sure how Pokemon Bank works. I've never used it. Maybe just something smells fishy. And I can just have it come in. It's the ending, so we don't have to pay that much attention to it. If people already watched to the ending, we've already won, right? I'm thinking. Vicious Rend. We got the Clever Girl. Something about like a 3D model rip? That could work. Is there like a Dracovish? Did life find a way? It did with... Who did we say it with? We saw it when we first started talking about the Galar fossils. Kitchen scene where the fish smells like fish. We don't recall buying fish or something. It's too elaborate. I already did the intro. We just did the tier list. It should be like nice and easy. Did you do a hold on to your butts? I have not done that, no. Dracovish and Josh? You didn't say the magic word. That's like the virus spam, the pop-up, right? Maybe something about like a 2D world, like dinosaurs aren't real anyway. Maybe something like that. I don't know why I'm so worried. Right, dinosaurs aren't real anyway. But then, I think that could work, right? I don't know why I'm being so dramatic. Dinosaurs aren't real anyway. But then what makes the Dracovish a clever girl? This is probably fine. Okay. I'm probably being a bit too dramatic. I'm probably being a bit too... I'm probably being a bit too dramatic. I'm probably being a bit too dramatic. Pokemon... I'm probably being a bit too dramatic. Pokemon, unlike dinosaurs, aren't real anyway. They're only real in so much as we believe in them, talk about them, and import them into our editing software. Am I looking the right way? I am. Okay, so that is the way I have to look. They're only real in so much as we believe in them, discuss them, and import them into our editing software. Clever girl. Ah! 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 Please subscribe. Ah! We'll just black screen there. Yeah, that's probably fine. Alright, I can take this off now. $10 hours. How did this end up being twice the length of Beginner Birds? We didn't really cover twice the Pokemon, did we? I don't think so. Alright, well thank you everybody for joining. We're mostly done. We're just gonna hop into Pokemon Stadium 2, and we'll grab some Omanyte, Omastar, Kabuto, Kabutops, and Aerodactyl B-roll. I'm pretty happy with this list. Thank you everyone for joining. Hopefully you enjoyed. Hooah! What do I have to do to actually get Stadium to work? I think I can just exit this, right? I think I did everything I wanted to do. I had some notes on the side, but I think I did all of those notes. Yeah. I think we're done. Let's play Pokemon Stadium. Whatcha! I can close the calculator that I used for Vicious Rend. And I think I have to actually do this. Oh yeah! Good thing to bring up. Does anybody have an idea for the Fossil Resurrection app name? Hopefully people actually leave it in the comments. But it is just a placeholder at the moment. Oh, this is a bit too big. Might just have to resize this. Resized! It's the wrong game. It's too big. Why is Stadium 2 too big, but 1 isn't? What in the world? Too big for the Switch. What am I looking for? It's twice the size of 1? I guess so. There we go. Give up! Oh hey, the cursor is a ditto. I never noticed that. Let's do Prime Cup, right? We just gotta get footage for the fossils that we're able to use. Predicted Pacopia? How did they know? Wow, Aerodactyl's right here, although this is very weird. Yeah, there we go. So the fossils are all near the end. Surf, Ancient Power, Blizzard, Protect. Water Gun? Really? Spike Can? Oh. Rollout, Attract, Giga Drain, Blizzard. Ancient Power, Endure, Surf, Leer. What in the world? Oh. Yes, I love using Curse on my Aerodactyl. What is this? Oh, this is bad. I guess the last one can be whoever... The last! I absolutely will not lose to you. She probably won't. Terry! Shouldn't you be in King of Fighters? Omanyte, Amistar. I have one more. Kabuto, I guess. We're not really trying to win here.
Looks like they're ready to get started with the Pokemon Tournament Prime Cup. Which trainer will emerge as the champ in this tournament with absolutely no level restriction?
Lossamet, wow, this could not be worse. Oh, I have Blizzard though. Let's try protecting. think we're slower. Can I Blizzard? Uh-oh. Come here, Omanyte! Sucked. Oh, extinct. Uh-oh. This is a disaster. I should have brought Aerodactyl. Not very cute. Oh, we've got Spike Cannon. Okay. Spiked! Wow. Tapped. I guess I'll Ancient Power. This is a disaster. But we're just trying to get animations. So I guess it doesn't really matter if we die. Omniboost? Sucked. Sucked. Incredible Pokemon Force. Bellossom. Kabuto. I guess we have Blizzard. It's not really going to do much. We probably also just slower. Oh, we're actually faster. Hey, that actually did more than I thought it would. This is Solar Beam. Our only hope is to stop it with Attract. Alright, 50% chance we survive here. Beamed. What a slaughter. And what would we have done against Togetic if we ever reached there, right? Tough, aren't I? Does it Togetic you off? The trash talk. I can't take it. Hey, we have a rock type here. Alright, so we need to get... Kabutops. What are these moves, bro? Ancient Power, that's good. And maybe more footage of Omanyte. We'll just scare them off with that. I believe we can defeat Popol. Alright, so we need to see Kabutops. Let's get some more Omanyte. And Aerodactyl. And I think that's it, right?
Bring you this battle live from the Gym Leader Castle. Will the challenger be able to overcome the waiting trainers and conquer the castle?
Oh, it's not just a Popol, it's a Popol Plus. Look at Kabuto, it's so cool. Or Kabutops. Let's try a headbutt.
Okay. Here's the first
Butted.
The hit glanced right off.
Oh, they'll get to go first, though. Now what?
It raised its agility.
Let's go with Surf. Agility into quick attack. Incredible bird brain plays here.
It's not very effective.
Doesn't even care. Look at this thing.
That's it. They're both hanging tough.
Let's get a Leer.
The commands are made.
I wonder how the AI works. It seems just kind of random.
Agility. Ooh, Leer.
Leered.
Their defense stat went down. Sparks are flying from both competitors.
And finish him off with a headbutt.
What now?
It has more HP. Oh wow, it crit us. Oh yeah, it does have more HP. I mean, Kabutops' HP is bad, but it's good defense.
We're eagerly awaiting the appearance of the next Pokemon. Oh, it's Doduo!
Ooh, Doduo.
A hot battle is unfolding.
Let's get more Omanyte footage.
Both get ready to go. Here comes the Pokemon Switch. Oh, it's Omanyte.
If it's Omanyte, they love agility. Wow. We might be able to get a 1-hit KO. We have Blizzard, I think. Oh, but Ancient Power is more fun. Even if we get the omniboost, they're gonna be faster. Oh! Ancient knowledge. Do you know Natu? We're trying to get an ancient power boost, at least one. Fossil Pokemon are my favorite. Ah, so hearing you talk about them always a nice way to spend a Sunday evening. Thanks for watching. Thanks to the stream. Good luck with the editing. It took a lot longer than I thought, so this might end up being like 2 weeks, so please understand. They merely delay the inevitable. No boosts. Let's try Blizzard.
No, the move failed. No, it is Blizzard.
Snow.
That settles this battle. And there goes the battle.
Alright, so now we need Aerodactyl. We also need Aerodactyl fainting. Which is probably not going to happen against Faulkner. I'm Faulkner. I'm going to be the toughest birdmaster ever. Faulkner. I don't even know if Faulkner can kill my Aerodactyl. It might not be possible.
The first gym leader is Faulkner, the flying type Pokemon user from Violet Gym. What strategy will the challenger employ against him?
Oh, hey, Pidgeot has more HP than us. Must be better. Damn, Aerodactyl is huge. We get a 2-hit KO. Omni? Ooh, they're flying. I think I'm actually supposed to curse here. Nah, it's probably better to just waste my turn with Bite. Look at that spin. If we kill them, can we get an omniboost? I don't think so. I guess it wouldn't have mattered if we'd cursed because they're quick attacking anyway. We're kind of taking a lot of damage. Ack, Pidgeot. Well, we may as well surrender. Maybe it has Thunderbolt? I don't know. To a KO. Checked!
What's this?
Checked! Well, this is over.
The white-hot battle continues. Vicious attack. Drilled out weakness. Oh, it collapsed.
Togetic! Okay, I don't think Aerodactyl can die here, so we have to do another battle to get Aerodactyl killed. I don't think we're going to be losing to Farfetch'd. I don't know if I've heard that voice line before. It's not exactly an accomplishment to sweep Violet Gym, but trust me guys, Aerodactyl is good. Shoot her! Shoot her! We also have an advantage against Azalea, so let's just get our butt kicked by that lass again. We only care about Aerodactyl, so we'll forfeit after that. Sure, Chikorita. I absolutely will not lose to you. We took out the previous tier list by defeating Falconer. We have to make it all the way to Kanto Castle to fight Brock. Furret. I mean, it's possible we could die to Furret if we keep wasting our turn. It's probably like a 4-hit KO. Yeah, that's pretty sad. What do they have? Like Ice Punch, maybe? What? I guess that's how you preserve the fossils. Don't look so smug. Well, the thing is, I need to see the fainting animation. And the fainting animation doesn't quite play properly if we start from Frozen. This is so sad.
It can't do a thing but await defeat.
They're just humiliating us.
There's the attack. Whoops, that missed. They're both hanging tough. The commands are made. Will this ice ever melt? What's this?
Ice Age. Now we got one more. Oh! That is a good way to thaw out stuff. Use water. Alright, perfect. So we're gonna get to see the fainting animation this turn, unless they, like, use slam and miss. Check out this fainting animation. Slammed. Now that's 130 base speed. It goes absolutely bananas. Hilarious. Alright, I think that's all we had to do. I think we are actually done here with this B-roll. So we have an hour and a half remaining. Give me a moment, man. We could do Pokemon Auto Chess to get more fossil B-roll. Give me a moment. I think we'll do that. I think we'll actually switch to the green cam. So give me a moment here. He'll keep asking. Give me a moment. Yeah, we don't want any repeats of last time.
What's the matter, trainer?
What's the matter, trainer? This way or the other way? Other way. I think that works. I'm curious what made the tearing so much longer than the birds. I'm not sure. Maybe more retakes? But it didn't really feel like that to me.
What's the matter, trainer?
What's the matter, trainer? Oh, not that one. Where is this? Oh! What's the matter, trainer? Yeah, that probably works. Okay, let's do it. They actually added a... They just added a new patch yesterday. And some stuff was broken, so hopefully they fixed it. We're going to try and do fossils. Oh, you can't see this. Hello? Is this thing on? Am I all alone? Okay, great. So our goal here is we want to do fossils. Black Belt Marcus. Marcus, leave me alone. The thing is that there are no fossils in the base game. So you have to hope that people actually add them to the game or pick them yourself. You can also give a Pokemon fossil with Old Amber, and Old Amber is made of 2 fossil stones. So we're not exactly expecting to win, we're just trying to flex with fossils. You could never escape Marcus. There's probably Isekai Marcus in Fortune's Weave. Can't wait for 5 heat deaths of the universe later when the premium comes out. The criticism is endless. The criticism is endless. I finished Beginner Birds in 1 week. It's endless. So this portal had a fossil in it. And that means that we'll get Eevee. And Eevee has a fossil stone. That's why we chose that. But there are no normal fossils that you can get. This Eevee... Oh yeah, the items are broken. I need to fix this. Until there aren't going to be any fossils available until the first pick, which is after these PvE rounds. A good secondary, though. A lot of fossils are rock type. So I guess we'll try and go rock. 0 rocks. I guess we can go water? This doesn't actually do anything yet, though. Okay, I have no idea what happened to these items, but... Black glasses... It's actually pretty hard to play fossils, because you don't know what's going on. I have black glasses. Goes well with magnet or charcoal. Magnet, probably. Wow, they really want us to play water. We got a lot of water Pokemon. Okay, fossils might be throwing. Let's see. No rock types. There's also some water fossils, though, like Omanyte, Kabuto. It's because I got the early bird buff. This is a fossils tier list, meaning you'll take an ungodly amount of time. Okay, we do get 2 rock Pokemon, possibly. Another magnet, a charcoal. The items being completely broken is really annoying. I don't know what's causing this. We're just gonna sell the Eevee. I don't have a Wartortle. Normally you want a Wartortle if you're gonna play water. But I don't know because I'm trying to do fossils. What items can we make? Can I make a Soul Dew? No. But I can make an upgrade? That's like a good DPS thing. I can put that on the Horsey, I guess. We're probably going to lose this because we don't have any items. Oh, wow. Never mind. Clink sucks. Pumped. Okay, so here's potentially our first fossil. Fossilized! Anorith! Perfect. Alright, so let's, that's a good start. Obviously, we're picking this. And it's not water, it's aquatic. Which actually is different in this. We also want a bug. We want a bug and we want a rock. So this actually gives us rock. No, Anorith is not a rock! Okay, we're looking for a bug. We want a bug and we want aquatic Pokemon. Items that we can give Anorith. Anorith is tanky in this. Alright, let's try and make a super tanky Anorith. Double Squirtle. Oh, we got a bug. That's good. Okay, we no longer need Wartortle. Let's do this because this is water and aquatic, which is good. And then we can replace Horsey with Trapinch. So now we have Bug 2. That means that one of our bugs gets cloned. This is a pretty sad team. What we can do is we can actually check to see if somebody chose a different fossil. So are there any other fossils? No, it is currently only Anorith. What? Anorith! Anorith! Killed. Let's put the upgrade on Poliwag. So what do we want here? We want to get one more aquatic to get to 4 aquatic. I don't have one yet, so I think I'll just bide my time. Oh, actually I do. I could put this in. That would give me one more aquatic. Is that worth paying to do? Probably not. We should just wait. We're going to get another pick soon where we could get another fossil. And that could potentially dictate our direction even further. Yeah, we're going to lose this. Okay, Anorith kinda sucks. Oh. It's fine, guys. You get more money if you lose consecutively. That's actually true. No fossils for... Oh! An Anorith, though. No fossils for us, unfortunately. So we just want to choose the item. We have black glasses, which isn't... I guess I'll make, like, a crit item. This is pretty sad. I'll buy this Anorith. You need 3 to get Armaldo. I guess I don't actually need this rock. This is an aquatic Pokemon. I guess I'll buy a Spheal and then we'll just wait. So the reason why you don't want to spend all of your money is that every increment of 10 up to 50 gives you 1 additional money and interest at the end of a round. Oh, they have a baby team. No, they don't have a baby team. They have an electric team and a Pikachu. I think we'll win this. That's actually kind of bad. We want to lose. We don't have Fossil active, though. It's impossible to have Fossil active. You need 2 Fossil Pokemon. Oh, let's see if somebody else chose a Fossil. Ooh, Tyrunt! So now we're looking for Tyrunt. Tyrunt, and Tyrunt is a dragon, potentially. Tyrunt is also a rock. I really want to get at least Tyrunt here. So I actually am going to roll. That's good. That's good with Tyrunt later. Tyrunt? Any Tyrunts? Molding! Okay, we got Armaldo, that's good. But no Tyrunt means we don't actually have fossil synergy yet. Alright, let's just hope we see a Tyrunt soon. And let's hope there's a fossil portal, but there might not be, because we don't actually have fossil active. So, we really want a fossil legendary, or unique. There's some aquatic ones. We gotta hope for, like, Dracovish, actually. Dracovish? Dracovish? This is actually so huge. That's actually perfect. Let the reign of terror begin. Oh no. Alright, that gives us Aquatic 4. That's actually so good, because you need 3? You need 3 dragons to activate Dragon. We have Dragon, and Trapinch becomes a dragon, and Tyrantrum is a dragon. This is actually really good. Dude, Dracovish sweep. This is going to be huge. So now we want items on our Dracovish. I might actually sell this Poliwhirl and put the items on Dracovish. Oh, here comes the Fishious Rend. So I want Upgrade. I think I want Shell Bell as well. We're actually in a really good spot now. What else do I want on Dracovish? Like a wide lens, maybe? No fossil here, unfortunately. I have a Mystic Water. I can't make a wide lens yet. I can make a Deep Sea Tooth. I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to sell this with the upgrade and the Deep Sea Tooth on Dracovish. And then what do I swap in here? It doesn't really matter. It just has to be aquatic. That's fine. Now we put money into experience. Alright, Dracovish sweep. Their team is pretty weak, but they're going to scale up with Munchlax. The Dracovish. The Dracovish! The Dracovish! Yeah, Dracovish carry. We're still looking for Tyrantrum. We really want Tyrantrum. I guess I'll buy this. I don't need this Horsey. We don't need that anymore. Ooh, Cruel. Synergy gems. I really wish these items weren't broken. Never Melt Ice. Never Melt Ice we can combine with either Black Glasses to make a wide lens or a Charcoal, and either one I would like on Dracovish. Okay, we really need one more dragon. One more dragon and we gain a massive boost. Because then we activate dragon synergy. Gumi sucks, but it has really good synergy, so I guess I'd rather put in Sfeel for now, because Sfeel is like a little bit better. But we really want to see Tyrantrum. Tyrantrum or two more Trapinches. Sfeel is even more friend-shaped. Sfeel is good. Dracovish. Ooh. Dracovish down. Armaldo down. Wow. Zeraora carry. It might be worth rolling just for a Tyrunt, because Tyrunt is huge if we can get it. But if I level up one more time, ooh, that's good. Seeing that, I'm just gonna roll. Come on. Tyrunt? Oh! Alright, here we go. Look at this. Look at the synergies. Wait, what? Oh, I need to swap. Right, because... okay, don't worry about that. Next round. And we don't really have to worry about our Pokemon. The Aquatic Wave is going to do the fighting for us, even if we lose this one. You tried, Armaldo. Oh, Celio. Okay, now look at the synergies. We swap out there, so we lose one aquatic, but we're about to activate. We should jump 4 aquatic here, I think. Aquatic 8 is super strong. And we're already 1 away. We can get it next fight. Wow. It's actually because of Dracovish. I think we really want a wide lens on Dracovish, so I want black glasses. Not blacked. Let's actually get Aquatic 8, because Aquatic 8 is so strong, we're pretty much guaranteed to win. At least our next few fights. So I'm sacrificing interest here, but we're gaining Aquatic 8. And now that we have Aquatic 8, we sort of have the luxury to... We'll eventually gain 2 more team slots, and we can kind of do anything we want with that, because we already have Aquatic 8. So who can we swap out? We can swap out our aquatic Pokemon with better aquatic Pokemon. Which we don't have yet. What other fossil Pokemon are in the game? We can check. Ah, none. Yeah. So this is sort of the issue. We already have every possible fossil we can get, but we might be able to get Regidrago. If we get Regidrago as our legendary, that'll give us 2 fossil, and with Old Amber we can get to 6. Can Duskull stay for Andrew McKenzie? Unfortunately, it doesn't fit on our team at the moment. But if I see a Duskull, I can buy and hold it. We're against a fighting team here, but they can't do anything. The wave is too strong. We're not going to be losing for a while. Oh, Vibrava is really good. Because that's a bug and it's a dragon. Charcoal Magnet. If there is a... Black glasses. I want this black glasses. Maybe I should put my glasses on. I can't really see it. It's about to get a whole lot more vicious. So this gives me a wide lens. Wide lens turns you into a ranged attacker. We now have ranged Vicious Rends. It's over. It's over. Razor Claw. I think I want to level up here because what I want to do is I want to put in Vibrava. Dude, look at this. Dude, this team, they can't do anything. Look at this. Look at this. All we have to do is survive, and then the Vicious Rend is incoming. We are the true Horde. Rended. Rended. I think now what we're looking for is, well, that. And we really want a better aquatic Pokemon. I don't have any ice, so I think Choodle is probably better than Celio. Because it's a rock type. But we'll keep Celio, because we might use it later. We're also able to... We can swap out Tentacruel with a different aquatic Pokemon, and we can swap out Quackable with a different water Pokemon as well. The Pokemon we can't swap out Armaldo, we can't swap out Dracovish, we can't swap out Goomy. Oh, this is good. This is a dragon. So this is just better. And I don't think we can get a Fossil Stone from this. So I think I actually want black glasses to go with the magnet. And we really want Regidrago. But all of the Regis are fossils, but we most want Regidrago. Let's see what we get. We actually got really lucky getting Dracovish. It's perfect. Okay, here's a fossil portal. Fossil and monster. Fossil monster dragon is Regidrago. We actually want Regidrago. It's got Dragon's Maw. That's a biting move, right? Regidrago? Damn. So we can either get Regirock or Regice. Neither of these are particularly good. They end up hurting our own guys. So we're going to go Regirock with the Stealth Rock. It is a fossil Pokemon. This will be our new main tank. Mystic Water, Heart Scale, Magnet. Magnet and Heart Scale is Muscle Band. Muscle Band is good on Regirock. Then I have a Razor Claw. I have a Mystic Water, and this Fossil Stone, unfortunately, is going to be useless. Razor Claw I can put on a ranged attacker, but I don't have any ranged attackers. It's sort of an issue that Regidrago is not aquatic, because it doesn't get healed by this wave that's incoming. I think the last Pokemon we're going to put in is... Once we get to max level, it's going to probably be Vibrava. Because Vibrava gives us Bug and also gives us Dragon 5. Both of those are really good, so I think that's our goal. And who are we swapping out? Choodle I think is really good. Because Choodle is... It's aquatic, it's also rock. So we're at Rock 4, which is good. That makes our Rock types tankier. We can swap out Tentacruel. That's pretty much the only aquatic Pokemon we can swap out. But it has to be swapped with another aquatic Pokemon. So maybe if we can get the sort of the ultimate aquatic Pokemon. Do they also have aquatic? Oh, they also have aquatic. If we can get sort of the ultimate aquatic Pokemon, Sobble, we'll do that. Yeah, sort of the issue here is that our legendary is... Wait, rocked. Did I say there was an issue? Never mind, we won. Synergy items. Oh, can we get the surfboard? If one of the... Oh, Old Amber! No, the Old Amber... Well, it gives one of our Pokemon Fossil. And Fossil is actually quite strong. Fossilized! We can give Fossil to Dratini. That's pretty good. Okay, Celio, I see you later. We're not going to be using him. We're also probably not going to be using Quaquaval. Hello from Mongolia. Hello. Am I Mongolian? No. Yeah, I'm Japanese American. There's the wave. Oh, no, no, not my Dracovish. Have mercy. Alright, it's going well, especially considering that our Pokemon are not fully evolved. We're investing a lot in our levels, and our final level up here is actually going to be a very big power spike as well. It's so big that we might actually just pay all the way up to maintain our win streak, and then we'll start looking for evolutions. Unfortunately, we didn't hit Fossil 6, but it doesn't always happen. Unless we get an option for... I actually have this Razor Claw I'm not using. I don't really have a good carrier for it. Guess I can put it on Regidrago. It's better than nothing. Let's see what item we get. With this layout, we can't see the XP bar. Oh, sorry. You're not really missing anything. We're like halfway there. Wait, did I lose? You didn't see that. We're definitely leveling up after this. We're at 48 of 72. And we're going to be gaining money from this PvE round as well. So then I think what we're looking for then is just evolutions. And the only replacement we're trying to make is we're going to replace Tentacruel with Sobble if we find it. Alright, I'm not worried yet. Oh, there's Tyrantrum. Nice. Thunderstone doesn't do anything for us. Red Orb. We already have a Razor Claw. Alright, so we're just going to level up here. We're now at maximum level. And that means we can put Vibrava in. So now we've just gained Dragon 5. And that means Armaldo also clones itself. Our front line is really crowded. So we really want Sobble. So we'll see here we'll get a second Armaldo. Nice. Oh, did you see the Stealth Rock from Regirock? It hit everything. Rocked. Oh, this is a huge decisive win. And there's Sobble. Okay, perfect. That's what we wanted. So we can sell Tentacruel. put in Sobble. We'll also give Sobble the Red Orb and the Razor Claw. Let's actually do this. Let's put Sobble there. Oh, yeah. This is going really well. We're in a very good position. We're in a very good position. We have a lot of health. We have basically our final team. We just need evolutions. This is pretty good. I think we beat this guy before. Oh, we can also go ahead and put Vibrava in the front line now because we have space, because we sold Tentacruel. Yes. Yes! So I'm waiting. We'll roll a little bit now because we're going to be at 50 gold. Another Sobble. That's really good. What are these items? Thunderstone? No. Gracidia Flower. Waterstone. Another Muscle Band. Upgrade? Put this upgrade on Sobble. Maybe we should start rolling. Number 1 guy's looking strong. This is very likely top 2 at least. Did we fight the number 1 guy? We'll put this upgrade on Sobble. It's really annoying not being able to see the items. Let's actually roll down to 40. Let's see if we get anything. Another Trapinch. Biggest upgrade would be another Sobble. In fact, I might just look for another Sobble. Or a Ditto. Come on. Come on! Another Vibrava. That's good eventually. Got it. Check out these battle stats. This Sobble is going to destroy them. Yes! Yes! Hey, this guy was in first place. We lost to this guy before. So big upgrades now. Another Choodle and another Dratini would be big. We can just chill here because this is a PvE round, so we're probably going to win this. So we want another Choodle. Want another Choodle or a Ditto. Another Dratini. Those are the big upgrades. And probably the last realistic upgrades. If we can get 3 more Trapinches, that's also good. And what item do we want? Drizzile is already kitted out. Has upgrade, Red Orb, Razor Claw. Dracovish is already kitted out. I think I want a tanky item for Regirock. I don't want a carry item, I want a tanky item for Regirock. Wow, there's... Well, that's really good. Wide Lens. We could turn Regirock ranged? I don't think that's actually good. Let's do this. We can turn Dratini ranged. Like, it's not amazing, but I don't think we have anything else to do. And let's go for one more... I should have given this to Flygon. Well, like, that's good. That's really, really lucky what just happened. Wow, our team is super strong. How's Dracovish doing? It's doing pretty well. Viciously rended. You can make a Waterstone for extra PP. It's not active though, right? I don't have a well, yeah, I guess so. I may as well make one. That can give us a Choodle. That's like our last upgrade. Wow. Let's spend all our money here. That's actually pretty good. Another Ditto. If I don't get the Choodle, I'm gonna use Ditto on a Choodle. I think I was too late. I think we win this one as well. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But they're not dead, right? And then it's just this one guy. If we win this round, we win. Completely. Is there anything that could significantly power us up? I don't think so. There's another Ditto. This still doesn't give us a Dragonite, though. It's not really worth pursuing. Oh. I can lock this, but it only matters if we don't kill them here, which I think we will. Oh no, they might have used their batteries, so they might actually win this time. They're an electric team, so they can temporarily supercharge themselves. But if they don't win here, I'm not too worried. Dracovish. No! But they used their batteries, so they can't do that again. We can afford to lose 2 more. We only need 1 more Dratini, and we get a Dragonite, which is going to be a really big buff, because our Dragonite has, our Dragonair has items. We need 1 more Dratini, or we need a Ditto. So what do we want as an item? I guess we want... Oh, I forgot I had a wide lens. Why is this in the front? So we want a carry item for Dragonair. I think that's what we want. Or a tanky item for Regirock. And our opponent is going to be weaker than last time, because they used their batteries to stay alive. What's your favorite synergy? Probably... Ooh, Razor Fang. My favorite synergy is probably Dragon. Or Electric. Alright, let's try and find a Dratini. If we find a Dratini... Okay. If they survive this round, which I doubt, we get Dragonite. Oh, and that's actually almost our full power team. Yeah, you can see they don't have battery charges on Electric Field on their Pokemon. They ran out, so this is really good for us. I think they're just dead. Yeah, not even close. My Kaiju! It's like poetry, it rhymes. Pick Dracovish, win the game. Well, that was easy. We can definitely put well, the whole reason why we're doing this is to get B-roll for the fossil tier list. Well, there you go. First place with Dracovish. This game is really hard to follow as a casual viewer. Yeah, it's a lot to explain. I'm explaining constantly, and I still didn't really cover a fraction of what needs to be said. But I can try to explain what we were doing that game, and hopefully it'll make a little bit of sense. It's less confusing when you can actually see the items. I don't know what's causing the glitch where you can't see the items. I'm told I have to clear my cache, but I don't really know how to do that. So if you know how to clear the cache on Microsoft Edge, let me know. But let me explain exactly what we were doing there and why we did what we did. So, our primary synergy was aquatic. What that means is the more levels of aquatic you have, the stronger a periodic wave is. What the wave does is it heals your Pokemon, it damages enemy Pokemon, and it cleanses status. So if you're a new player, you should just go aquatic. It's just really, really good. It's never bad. Also, if you hit Aquatic 8, which is the highest version of Aquatic, you also get a Surfing Pikachu. Surfing Pikachu is really strong in the mid-game, and then it's like, okay at the end game. Our secondary synergy, and we used this to help reach Aquatic 8, is Dragon. Dragon is very unique. So the first hit of Dragon is 3. Once you have Dragon 3 active, all of your Dragon's secondary synergies get doubled. So what that means is you see Dracovish. It's a Dragon type, but it's secondary aquatic. And Sliggoo here, it's a dragon type, but it's secondary aquatic. And Tyrantrum, it's dragon, but it's secondary rock. So by having these 3 dragons on the field, that means that Dracovish actually counts for 2 aquatic. And Sliggoo only counts for 2 aquatic. It's really, really strong. And Tyrantrum counts for 2 rock. And Flygon counts for 2 bug. And Dragonair counts for 2 flying, which doesn't really matter. But I'll take it. So that's why we started stacking dragons. And once you hit Dragon 5, all dragons gain shield for other dragons on the field. The main thing we were trying to actually do, right, is stack fossils. What does Fossil actually do? So Fossil is very unique because Fossil is not in the normal pool of Pokemon you can select from. When there's additional ad picks added to the game, which happens 3 times, fossils are one of the choices. Fossils go to levels 2, 4, and the max is 6. And based on how many levels of fossil you have, fossil Pokemon ironically refuse to die. So when a fossil Pokemon gets low on health, it will essentially revive itself, gain a bunch of attack and a bunch of shield. So you have to kill fossils twice. Fossil is really strong, which is why it's not actually normally allowed. Rock is super straightforward. Maybe I should have explained this first. Rock Pokemon, you'll never guess what they get. They get a bunch of defense. So if you have rock Pokemon, they just become harder to kill. And they also gain battle armor. They take less damage from crits. They also, as like a very minor thing, there's weather in this game. And if you have enough rock types, when weather activates, you'll gain a rock for that weather. Normally, weather only benefits certain types. But if you have rock synergy, you can benefit from all weathers, which is nice. And Bug is really straightforward. Bug just clones your Bug Pokemon. So because we had Bug Synergy active, that meant that our strongest Bug, which was Armaldo, you just get 2. So that's sort of the full explanation of all the synergies we went for that game. The main thing we're trying to do, though, is activate Fossil. I know that's kind of hard to follow along with, but we're going to be doing one more match here. This will probably be the last one for today. And hopefully we can get some more fossils going. But hey, we got Dracovish and we won. And let's see what happens here. So again, we can't start with fossils. There are no fossils in the opening pool. So I guess we'll try and go rock, because rock has good synergy with most fossils. You can look at the wiki here. So here's fossils. Tangrowth counts as a fossil here. Yeah, it's a rock. Armaldo, Bug, Rampardos. It's got to be rock, right? Yeah. No, it's not. It's monster. Archen is rock and it's flying. Hisuian Voltorb is a fossil, but it's grass and it's electric. And Kabuto and Kabutops are in here. They're rock and water. Yanma's really strong. It's bug, it's flying, and it's fossil. Lileep is pretty good. It's grass, flora, and fossil. Is there any Bastiodon redemption? How good is Bastiodon in this? Grants a decent amount of shield to all allied Pokemon in the same row. So you want to put this on a rock team because you form your rock Pokemon into a wall. I guess? Oh. And Tyrantrum, it doesn't do anything special. It just hits really hard and is hard to kill, which is always useful. Clamperl is a fossil, interesting. You can see they're a lot more flexible with their typings than they are in the main game. Let's see if we can get Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl is a unique. It's a rock and it's flying. We're going to pick a fossil portal again, or maybe we'll pick rock. Let's try rock. Although we don't have any starting rocks here, so that's kind of bad. Aaron. The thing is, it doesn't actually come with the tanky item, and the tanky item is probably more important. I'm actually going to do this. We're almost certainly going to be selling these Pokemon, so it doesn't really matter. Let's just do this. And we'll try and build a rock team. So I think what I want is I want a Never Melt Ice, a Charcoal, and a Heart Scale. We can make Sticky Barb and Shell Bell. That's what we're going to try and do. It's really good with tanky rock Pokemon. No rocks? But it's fine, I'm not worried yet. We actually did get a Charcoal, that's good. It doesn't really matter what we buy here, so we can just buy anything. You can actually sell Pokemon for the exact same cost that you paid for them. If they're unevolved, so there is no downside to buying all of these Pokemon, we can just sell them off. In fact, it's good to buy them because that means they're not in the shop, so you won't encounter them again. No rocks! So what rocks can we get? Are we even in a rock region? We are. Do you want Aaron? No rocks! Never Melt Ice. So Never Melt Ice and Charcoal is Shell Bell, and I want a Miracle Seed. We'll try and get that from the item carousel next. I might actually roll for rocks. Depends on what happens in this next carousel. Okay, we really want a Heart Scale, but the items are bugged. I don't want the Amulet Coin. Heart Scale. I want that. That's also a Heart Scale. At least they're bugged in the same way. No rocks? Okay, I'm gonna try and roll for rocks here. Well, we got a Charmeleon. No rocks? Hello? Okay, we got one rock. This is kind of a lost cause. This is really bad. Okay, we might go dragons instead. This is a disaster. I didn't even use my items. We really want to put our items on like a tanky frontline rock Pokemon. So let's see for this first pick. Maybe we can get a fossil. Charmeleon is like pretty good. It's just not what we're trying to do now. No rocks? No fossils? It's actually pretty good. Dude, look at all these fire. Am I just supposed to go fire? What about the fossils? Another Charmander. Okay, temporarily, while we're looking for our rocks, let's do this. So let's see if anybody actually chose any fossils. 2 fossils? No, just 1. Just Anorith again. So not great for our rock plan. Hey, here's a rock. This is kind of sad. Anorith is not really the one we wanted to see. Well, there's Anorith. I guess I'll buy it. It doesn't really do anything on its own, though. Doesn't cross over with rock at all. Doesn't cross over with fire. It's bug and it's aquatic. They just changed bug. We could try going bug, but it doesn't have any synergy with any other fossils. But these tanky items actually also work pretty well on Anorith. This is a disaster. The thing is, they just reworked bug, so maybe we could try bug? Let's see what the next fossil pick is. If anybody picks a fossil. Destroyed. No fossil, but we do get a Lairon. Mystic Water and Twisted Spoon. Can make a green orb, that's pretty good. I mean, we can do rock. Did anybody pick a fossil? No, the fossil dream is dead. So this is what happens, like, there's only 1 fossil. It's pretty sad. It's pretty sad. Fossils not found. Let's just try and go rock and maybe hope to get, like, Aerodactyl as our unique or something. I think that's going to be our plan now. It's not a very good one. There's also no way to make a Pokemon into a rock type. You can make them into a fossil type with 2 old ambers. It's usually not really worth it. Can't always force the comp you want in this game. Yeah. You can't, and it's especially difficult with fossils, because they might not even exist in the game that you're playing. But let's, I guess we'll get rock here. We only have rock 2. This is pretty pitiful. Where were all of the rock Pokemon? We got very unlucky seeing the rock Pokemon. We'll buy this Duskull. It doesn't do anything, but small ghost. Okay, we're trying to find, I think, Aerodactyl. So for Aerodactyl, it's rock flying. Do you want to go into a rock portal or a flying portal? Damn, they really buffed Gyarados this patch. Where are the rocks? There is a rock portal, it's over there. Let's hope nobody takes it. Okay, this is of course no guarantee that we get Aerodactyl. If we don't get Aerodactyl, we want, like, Minior? Minior's pretty good. Oh! Well, we got both. Well, here's Aerodactyl. I think Minior is much better than Aerodactyl. Much better than Aerodactyl. We'll pick an Aerodactyl. I'm probably going to transfer this Lairon's items over. Unfortunately, to do that, you have to sell the Pokemon. We'll do that probably next map. If I can get one more rock type, that's pretty good. I totally skipped over Larvitar. Whoops. Disastrous. Well, we are winning. You can see the power of the rock type here. The enemies basically can't touch us because rock gives us so much defense. Now, what about here? Another heart scale, a charcoal. We like charcoal. Geodude. Let's try and get another Larvitar. There it is. Nice. Okay, so now we're trying to get to... We're trying to get to level 6 rock. I think the Fossil Dream is kind of dead. We can try and go monster. So we can try and make like a really big Larvitar. Eventually Tyranitar. Let's do that. I have a heart scale. I want an Assault Vest, which is 2 Never Melt Ices. But there's... no Never Melt Ices. We want to level up here. It's, can't quite do it this level, but we can do it next one. Alright, I am going to put these items... Unfortunately, I have to sell Lairon. I'm going to put the... Sticky Barb and the Shell Bell on Larvitar. We're going to do Tank Aerodactyl. It's a bit weird, but I guess it's what I'm doing. So you can see Larvitar here, because it's a dark type, what dark types do is they gank you. So they will jump to faraway targets and start attacking them. Which is good for Larvitar. Sticky Barb and Shell Bell equipped. Okay, main tank Aerodactyl. Very weird. Alright, we want one more rock Pokemon. We'll get Rock 6. One more rock Pokemon. It can't be a duplicate of a species you already have. Otherwise it doesn't count as a synergy. Hello? One more rock Pokemon, please? Anyone. Well, I mean, that's, I'll take it. Getting Pupitar is a pretty big boost. Oh, this is a shiny encounter, so we actually get a special, super powerful item from this. But everybody in the game gets this, it's not just us. Let's see what we get, though. So our team right now is not particularly strong. I think we're going to want to go to Monster Synergy after getting 6 rocks. So, what can we get What can we get that are monsters? Gibble? Gibble Rhydon? Those are good monsters. Let's see what shiny item we got, though. Ooh. Gold bottle cap. Let's put that on Larvitar. So now we're all in on Larvitar carry. Let's try and get a Pupitar. I'm rolling until I get a new rock Pokemon. There's Pupitar. That's a very big buff. This is a monster. We really want one more rock Pokemon because we want to get 6 rock. We don't have that yet. Now, whenever Pupitar kills a Pokemon, we get money, which is really good. From the item that we're holding. Oh! Payday Pupitar? You get 5 gold if you get the killing blow on the last Pokemon. That's really good. I just need one new rock type. What is where is this? We're getting really unlucky here. Ditto's good. Hello? Maybe it's my fault. I'm in a rock region. How can you be so unlucky? Oh, dude, Pupitar's doing it big. Oh, bitten. Oh, Carbink. There we go. Hey, it's a fossil. That actually gives us fossil synergy. That's actually really good. You actually want Never Melt Ice for your rock team. So rock teams get 1,000,000 defense for free. So they don't actually need more defense. They actually need special defense. And now I think we can focus on leveling up. What we really wanted to do, we wanted that so that we get Rock 6 active. So now we're much, much tankier. Okay. And now we can focus on leveling up. Sorry, Anorith, goodbye. So now we have 6 rock. I think what we want is monster. So for our legendary, what do we want? Regidrago again would be pretty good. The monster legendaries. Uh-oh. Whoops. Well, I spent a lot of money. Just re-rolling. Another Ditto, that's good. When you level up, you get rarer Pokemon, so we did just level up there. Obviously, the weak link on our team right now is this completely unevolved Geodude. I don't know if we go for a rock. I think we maybe go for a rock legendary. So maybe Regirock again would be good. We'd also get a huge power boost from getting Tyranitar. Oh man, we're getting destroyed. Yeah, we're kind of okay. No, we're getting destroyed. Destroyed. This Turtwig isn't doing much. Big upgrade, I think our biggest upgrade would be replacing Geodude with a Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn is rock and it's also monster. So Rhyhorn would be really good, that's what we're looking for. But it's in the highest rarity tier. I don't know if there is a rock monster Pokemon. There is a fossil monster Pokemon, Regidrago. I think I would rather have a... I'd rather have a rock legendary than a fossil legendary. Or monster legendary. So we're going to try to go for rock. Hey, it's Dwebble. It's a rock portal right here. Let's see what we get. Terrakion. And we get the cool music too. Yeah, let's go Terrakion. I think Terrakion it's a bit better than Geodude. Let's try and tank this thing up. We have a magnet. Never Melt Ice, Black Glasses. Never Melt Ice Magnet is loaded dice. Wide Lens. We don't really want Wide Lens on it because it's a melee Pokemon. Razor Fang, I guess. Let's try and get that a Shell Bell later. So now we want monsters. One more monster gives us Monster 4. Which is a pretty big buff. They have Suicune as their legendary. Pretty decisive win for us. I think I'm gonna level up more. Another Dwebble. I mean, Dwebble is probably better than Knucklestack, especially if I can evolve it. We really want to see Gibble. And we really, really want to see Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn is what we want the most. And I guess Larvitars, because we're trying to get Tyranitar. Tyranitar is obviously a very big upgrade. We also want we want a Shell Bell for Terrakion. Ooh, their shiny item might give them the win here. Maybe. Their shiny item revived their Pokemon is what happened. I think Carbink wins this. What? Trash. It's fine. Loaded Dice, Duskstone, Pokédoll. Oh, Muscle Band. Muscle Band is good on... Never mind. Oh, there's Shell Bell. Let's grab that. Let's put that on Terrakion. I really wish these item icons weren't broken. We have 52 HP, so we're still in an okay spot. We can get another Pokemon in here, but it doesn't really do anything. We're not hitting the right Pokemon. Getting 7 Rock doesn't do anything. I think I'll just wait. So we really want Rhyhorn. We really want Gible. And we want additional Larvitars. That's what we most want. They have an Arceus, but we are... How are we doing? Our rock Pokemon are just so tanky. No monsters. Oh, we just got an extra... Okay, that's fine. We have 3 Dittos. That is a lot. It's not enough to get Tyranitar, though. Ooh. Got a Larvitar. That's good. So Ditto is the wild card, right? It can copy anything. That means that 2 more Larvitars, and we get a Tyranitar. But what we can also do is, if we find a Rhyhorn, we can use 2 Dittos and instantly get a Rhydon, which is probably a bigger upgrade. Oh, this is a Ghost team. Ghost is really good against us because we are... The whole point... Wow. Okay, we are 1 Ditto or Larvitar away from Tyranitar. And Gible. We wanted Gible. We have Monster 4. That's a pretty big upgrade. I'm going to sell this. I think rather than leveling up, we're just going to start rolling. We really want that Tyranitar. But I don't know if we can beat that Ghost team. So we're going to hope that somebody else beats them. Offensive item for Terrakion. Deep Sea Tooth, I guess. It's not amazing, but sure. Ditto? Oh, right. Okay, no, we're doing this. The Dawn! Dawn of War! Okay, that's really big. Rhydon is very, very strong. So, Rhydon has Horn Drill? Basically, if it gets to actually use its ability, it's an Execute. And Rhydon gets stronger with each kill, because it's a monster. Okay, I mean, we lost this, but don't blame Rhydon. I think we can lose 1 more. Oh, Corsola's actually pretty good. It's better than Carbink. I don't know. We're still hunting for that Tyranitar. We can afford to lose 1 more, maybe. So we're really looking for Tyranitar. Oh. I think we need 2 more. Either a Larvitar or a Ditto. If we get 1 more monster Pokemon, we gain Monster 6, which is a pretty big buff. So when monsters kill enemies, they heal, and they gain a bunch of stats. I think we lost this one last time, but this time we won. Oh! 1 more. Choice Specs, Pokédoll. Oh, Wonder Box. I think they're going to take it. Yeah. If we can't get Wonder Box... These other items are so bad. I guess Pokédoll. That's so bad for us. Who do I even give this Pokédoll to? It's, like, worthless. I guess I'll put it on, like, Gibble. Oh, it's T-Tar time. Well, that's a really big buff. Is this the Ghost player? If it is, I think we lose. Crap. Okay, we lost. But we can put up a good fight at the end. Unfortunately, we only made it to Fossil 2. Now, this is unwinnable for us. We can't do anything. So the issue with Ghost curses is that... So Ghost will put a curse on you that after 8 seconds... it's always on your strongest Pokemon, and after 8 seconds, your Pokemon just dies. You can't do anything about it. And the way you counter this is with an item called Safety Goggles, which makes you immune to status, but I don't have Safety Goggles, so we can't really do anything. We can hope for Safety Goggles here, and if we find them, we'll put them on Rhydon. Let's also try and get to Monster 6. So what we're going to do is... We're pretty far away from the next level, but the next level lets us get one more Pokemon in. So after this, we're going to hope for Safety Goggles. And then we're just going to spam everything. Level up and just put in a monster. Any monster. Just to get Monster 6. But it's probably over. I don't really think we can win. But we still got second. If you're in top 4, that counts as a win. Darn. I like Max Revive is something, but it's not what we wanted. We really wanted Safety Goggles. Okay, and now we just need a monster. Any monster will do. Any monster. Any monster. It has to be a new monster. Not monstrous. I don't even think I equipped the Max Revive. I think we just lose. It was a long shot. We really needed Safety Goggles. If we got Safety Goggles and were able to put them on Rhydon, we might have been able to win. Ghosted. Ghosted. Sad. Hey, good job, Aerodactyl. Sad. Well, we got to Fossil 2, and I guess we were able to see Aerodactyl, but the thing is, we already had B-roll footage for Aerodactyl, so we didn't really need that, but that's fine. We didn't win, but it's not too bad. Second place is still good. It's not Tropium. If you're in top 4, it's a win. Alright. That's almost perfect, right? We have 7 minutes remaining. So, a humble 10 hours for our Fossil Finds tier list. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I think it went quite well. $7 is all the time I can spare, sorry. The Fossil Finds tier list did take longer than I expected, but hey, we still finished it in 1. I can't guarantee it'll be done within the week because it did take so long, but I will start chipping away at it. I'm not sure what we're going to do next. This is definitely the last Pokemon tier list that we're doing before Fortune's Weave. Fortune's Weave is coming in a month, and before then I want to do Fire Emblem Stats. I want Fire Emblem Stats to be the last tier list that releases before Fortune's Weave. So after Fossil Finds, we're done with Pokemon for probably like 2 to 3 months, because Fortune's Weave is going to be... It's going to be a marathon. I'm really worried. I'm really worried.